Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show of Week 5, the week where we say goodbye to Round 1 and we say hello to Round 2. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler here to bring us through everything that is to do with 13.3 and the state of the LCK at the moment. And Chronicler, I want to start you off with the standings. Bring us through exactly whether this makes sense, whether it doesn't. Tell me about it.
So, when we pull those up, there are a couple of not so big surprises. T1, Genji being in 1 and 2. D+, yes, they're 4th, but they did have a really big bounce back, beating Hanwha Live 2-0, so still feel like they're in a decent spot. Some mild surprises would be KT. Hanwha, depends on who you ask whether it's a surprise, but kind of middle of the pack. KT, I think, performing better than expected. And then the big surprises, which is obviously Sandbox being as good as they are, and DRX seemingly being the team that missed the boat. Kind of the same train that Nongshim was on last year. And Nongshim is in the bottom again, but this time it doesn't feel nearly as bad. So we'll leave that be. Bro and Kwangdong are kind of below the Hanwha tier. That's really the separation, which makes sense because it's for playoffs as well. But those teams underneath are struggling a lot more to even pick up individual wins against the teams above that. So even though Hanwha is still on the right side, definitely more of a left side team in terms of how they've looked, at least in recent weeks. And I think we'll have a lot of shifts this week.
Yeah, I think this week might actually deliver a few changes because I think the cool kids that don't panic with that guy in the middle of your screen right there, Closer, who's been picking up a heck of a lot of POG points. I think they are a team that is going to have a bit of a harsher week, let's say.
Shocking trim from Event. Max
I know.
Doesn't trust Sandbox.
I don't often have an opinion like that. As owner and carrier, sitting towards the top there, representing T1 very, very well in their more recent games. Owner 600 points out in the lead by himself for the POG standings.
And Peanut and Pace the front runners for the second team currently in our standings. Pace having a really nice debut is of course also aided by the fact that the team basically plays the same way, but now it's Pace instead of Ruler, but really has stepped up. And that match that Pace and the gang are going to play against T1 is going to be a big redemption opportunity. Don't know if it'll be a redemption moment, but opportunity later down the line, as we did fairly well. We were the D+ believers, and that paid off rather nicely.
It feels weird to be like above 50% correct. That was my week prior, and now back on the top spot, feeling good about that one. Must have something to do with the haircut. You know, I get a haircut, and then it allows the good predictions to come into my brain. That's what I assume it is. It's probably not true.
Haircut until yesterday, so like
it's not about that. Let's not ruin it. Okay, let's have a look at the champions that have been strong so far in the last week of play, because there's been a few that we've enjoyed and a few that we haven't so much. The Maokai at 100% pick ban though certainly makes a heck of a lot of sense alongside the Caitlyn and the Ashe.
Yeah, Caitlyn, you either leave it open if you can play it and want to first pick it, or you ban it if your opponent is even remotely capable of playing it. The Ashe and the Maokai are really, to me, the main front runners, even though Caitlyn is still as high. I think that has much more to do with how good our Caitlyns are in the LCK, like any between Deft and Guma, right? And even we saw Aiming, for example, if I remember correctly, pull out a pretty good one. The most interesting thing and a scathing commentary of the meta here is the Elise priority, because Elise, as an individual champion, is not even remotely as broken as any one of the champions around her in terms of pick and ban, but she just dives bot well. Like that's just it, right? Like the champion, when you look at solo queue, Maokai and Amumu and Zac and Uda are like up there in win rate, but Elise is kind of whatever. It's just that in pro play can really play to her strengths. Some names on this list we might not see after this week. A little bit of spoilers, but Castellin, for example, Cassante have been hit pretty hard. Also do note that we're starting to see the impact of the Lucian Nami nerfs round after round after round, and it's still high prio, but we're slowly starting to see it kind of die down a little bit, similar to what we saw with Silas, for example.
Yeah, and having a look at the high win rates, the Azir is the big surprise for me, because Azir was sort of sitting like around a 50%, right? Like you see it get picked and you're like, it's another Azir game, but you don't necessarily expect it to win or lose. This time around, Azir has just been straight up winning. Ashe, of course, ludicrous win rate. The fact that she lost a game kind of blows my mind, but I think that had more to do with the nameplates than anything else. Lots of the product of Caitlyn being good.
I was about to say, that's a cheeky one.
That's a bit of a strange one. But the Maokai, you mentioned champs that can dive bot pretty well. Maokai can do that.
And counter dive.
And then also be the best jungler in a
prevent
team fight.
dive. He does everything.
And poke and vision control.
Yeah.
And all of the things. Get the list of stuff that you can do well. Maokai can do those, and that's why he's ridiculously good. The bait picks today, interesting. The Silas falling off a cliff entirely when it comes to win rate, I don't think has as much to do with Silas. I know worldwide he hasn't been doing so well either, but here in the LCK he was still getting through and getting stuff done. This time the positions he's been picked in have been rough.
It's not only that, but as the split kind of has developed, teams have gotten a lot better at not enabling the Silas. Silas is one of those champions where if you fight early and you take a bad fight or two, can completely spiral a game out of control. But games have gotten a lot more controlled over the last couple of weeks, because in week 1, 2, Sidus looked completely bonkers. But now we're actually seeing him somewhat subpar laning phase kind of be punished. He doesn't really get the opportunity to scale into the game nicely, and then as a result, doesn't have the biggest impact.
Well, we'll see whether he can have an impact on the current patch. 13.3 is going to be debuting here today, and Aurelion Sol is disabled for this week. He wasn't disabled in Challenger, unless he was, and we just weren't notified because he wasn't.
He was ignored.
He was apparently.
We were told he was. Maybe a team's collective here, like, no, let's not do that. In terms of relevant buffs, Annie to me really sitting at the forefront of viability. Didn't see it at all in Challengers, but could be an option. Trundle is buffed, and Sejuani is a blind pick menace, so maybe we should go back to that. It's worked.
And he can dance faster.
And he dances faster. And the Lee and the Jarvan nerfs. The Lee nerfs, I don't know if they're big enough to actually.
You mean buffed?
Sorry, buffed. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if they're big enough to put Lee back in the forefront. Gives him some additional scaling later in the game. But the Jarvan buffs are very substantial. There's a lot of immobile AD carries like Varus and Ashe in the meta at the moment. And then he also is getting nerfed on the next patch. So Jarvan, Trundle, would love to see these champions be picked up while they are, well, what I think should be viable is, this is the big point of the patch. We have talked a lot about the engage supports, and in Challengers it was looking okay, but Challengers obviously is a lot more value that you get out of engage supports, which we have all seen.
Yeah, and I think the Nautilus and Braum are the more big ones, I think.
That we have actually seen.
That we've actually seen, especially in Challenger. I think Alistair is situationally good, although we have seen it attempted and not necessarily work out. I personally think that he's a mid lane champion with all those extra AP ratios and stuff like that. Pyke as well. We've been seeing hints of Pyke around the Rift. Of course, we saw the infamous Pyke Ziggs that didn't quite work out here in the LCK, but Pyke has also been running rampant in Challenger as well. We'll see whether this is going to help him continue that, as Delight got buffed directly with that Rakan buff. And Thresh, you know, we haven't really seen so much of him, but if he comes back, it's always fun. I just don't know whether this will be enough to bring him here, and this is the sort of meat and potatoes of the patch, as the Kassadin Kassantes have kind of affected how we've seen drafts go.
Hopefully this will get Kassadin back to what he should be, which is a late draft counter pick when your opponent doesn't really have good punish potential, as opposed to he's so busted that you have to, that you can, well, teams try to blind him, which they haven't been getting away with recently, fortunately.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't be at the forefront of the meta. Cassante nerfs. Champion was already getting dealt with better and better, but his ability to get solo kills was still clearly overtuned, even with counter picks like the Gwen, for example, kind of coming in the forefront and looking better and better. So I don't mind the nerfs as much. The Radiant Virtue nerf to me doesn't mean that much. You're still very beefy, actually even beefier in some situations that you were before. Main issue is that the cooldown has been increased, but for most champions that doesn't really matter. You do lose the ability haste. And between the Umbral Glaive getting nerfed, the melee supports being buffed, I don't know if it's enough to completely get rid of range supports, especially again in LCK, where the level of play is so much higher, and the punish and the kind of zoning you can do with good spacing, like Carrier has the best example of this.
Yes.
Would still worry me, and the jungle changes really only mean that you can now get level 3 off of Wolves instead of just red-blue Gromp. So now you can do red-blue Wolves and you're still level 3, so that's nice. But I expect there to see some shifts based on the previous meta, but what you all want to hear is the current meta is dead. That should be 13.4. There we have some really deep systemic changes to a lot of the items that enable the current status quo.
So what we're expecting from this week is for drafts to stay relatively similar until we see some of these win rates start to dip and change. So there is going to be an adjustment period, and we'll see what actually happens. As having a look at what we've already seen in Challenger, we mentioned it already, Aphelios and Nautilus have been starting to make their way in. Leona as well, sneaking through some Braum that we've had a little bit also, as the Xayah is something you've been really happy about. Yeah,
Xayah to me has is not really pickable early in the draft because she has such specific situations in which she excels in. But in the right situation, especially with the quick blades built second, you spike way earlier and skill very nicely into the late game. Set and Rel, love to see these champions back.
Yeah, how excited are you about the Kaiser that we saw as well?
Oh,
Definitely
yeah,
a
yeah,
product
no,
of the
you
patch.
know,
That
yeah,
one, love to see
no,
it.
it was, you know, the Kaiser game that we casted was a disaster. So Kaiser, another of those picks that unless she's overtuned, should be picked in the right situation. Don't know if we're quite gonna get that because we might not stray away from picking our jungler and bot lane in the first rotation.
Well, I don't think a lot of people are going to be straying away from the correct decision for our next segment here, which is the ceremonies. There was some pretty good ones, but this, oh man, eating the donut churro.
Okay, you know it. You know it's not a donut, and that's okay. It's
I know.
It's still my favorite ceremony.
It's representative. Okay.
It's a representation of a donut, which is good enough. Eating his old team, carry out some cutesy action here. I assume it's a K-pop reference, but I am personally not familiar. Envy, Garen dance. We are kind of at some different opinions on
Yeah,
that.
I'm personally not a huge fan of doing a Garen dance when it's irrelevant to what you've just done on the rift.
Mean to Veldas, but okay.
But that's fine, as I think Zayas definitely looking a lot cooler than expected, which I think is kind of awesome. But otherwise, I just don't think anyone can really stand up to two of these, which are... You're going to see one coming up. And aiming, yeah, was pretty good. And for aiming as well, he's not necessarily our most charismatic, but this. I will chug a yogurt every time Brion wins. And look at how serious he is.
Yeah, he's not messing around.
Yeah.
That actually says
Yakult one-shot. Yeah.
Yakult one-shot guy.
Yeah. And who did it best is the question. I think for the storyline, Lahens wins in a landslide. But I think the yogurt one-shot guy, I mean, it's worth a vote. You can jump on Twitter.
Those are really the only
I
two
think there might be one in Twitch chat as well. So if you're on Twitch, hop on over there and let yourself be known.
Donut for yogurt.
Of course, this isn't about who is your favorite player. You can still have a favorite player that is there but didn't do the best ceremony. It's the best ceremony. That is the main thing. Let's have a look at the schedule for this week. Bring it up onto your screen and let's go through some of the matches. As from a prediction standpoint, it was difficult to find where I thought the upset was going to be, but I know there's going to be like 4. So I think I'm going to head towards a 6 out of 10 week. That's what I'm expecting out of this one.
I went a little rogue this week.
You did?
I did. Well, it's just the one. I think overall I was very conservative, but I have been known to rogue it up every now and then, trying to predict the unpredictable. Whether that'll pay off, I don't know. As we can see, the clear shift here is me predicting DRX.
Yeah, have we all? No, none of us have
Outside of that,
done
there is
exactly the same thing.
No, so Veldas is a bro lever, whereas most of us are Kwangdong gamers. Then we have some T1 Genji, which to me makes perfect sense. But this is also a real opportunity for either Wolf or Veldas, or mostly you and Huni. I'm a little behind, I think, to kind of pull ahead.
Yeah, I think if Kwangdong wins, I tie with Huni.
Yeah, if Kwangdong wins,
for first place.
Because
and everything else goes.
There's both
right.
T1 Genji and D+ Sandbox that we kind of have different opinions on. So,
but actually, no, yeah. If Kwangdong wins, then no matter what else happens, because Huni and I will both be wrong, because otherwise everything else we've done is exactly the same. Right now, as far as the prediction standings are concerned, Huni is 1 point ahead of basically everyone else.
No,
I don't know how my
and I'm 1 point behind. So it's like 29, 28 for the free view, and then me on 27.
Okay, I don't know how you didn't manage to overtake me last week. My last week was not great at all. Although I guess we all kind of did similar predictions and things like that. I don't know.
It's just either you're right or you're wrong. It's 50-50 chance.
It's true. Either one team wins or the other team wins. That is the only couple of options. I don't know how you're ever supposed to predict that. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into week 5 of the LCK. So let's throw it over to the intro and then Veldas and Wolf to bring us all the games.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here on day 1 of week 5. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and this is going to be a very fun week that we have ahead of us. Finally, the predictions are all over the place. Everybody's predicting different stuff, and the games, likewise should be relatively close and fun.
I think that it's a big testing week for Live Sandbox. KT Rolster, I got very excited for them last week. They do have their first matchup of the week against DRX tonight. It'll be our first matchup of week 5. And can KT maintain that consistency? That's part of what we're looking to find out today. But a big test for Gen.G and T1 at the end of the week. Live Sandbox with 2 tough opponents in T1 and in D+. So a lot of, I think, where we stand in the top of the standings is going to be solved this week, whereas we had a lot of shuffling around the last 2 weeks towards the bottom of the standings. This week is definitely more high-level focused.
Yeah, definitely a lot of the top-of-the-table clashes, as we're going to take another look here at the standings. As KT, definitely, we do have one guy who is excited about them. The rest of us still
skeptical, a little skeptical.
But in the beginning, I was one of the biggest KT antis. I was like, I don't know about this team. I'm not sure how well they're going to do, but a very nice surprise to see them doing very well so far, especially in the last 3 matches, whereas DRX, pretty much the exact opposite. No luck for them just yet.
KT on that 3-win streak, and DRX, unfortunately, on a 4-loss streak. The stats here for DRX also looking really in shambles. His team is not only losing, but losing very hard, and it's to call it a slump almost feels too polite at this point, but there's an opportunity tonight, right? With the matchup of Fate and BDD, could be an attack angle here. It's a new patch, it's a new opportunity. We're going into their last match of the first round robin here, and it has to start here, has to start tonight if you're hoping to come back in the standings and maybe make that run for 6th place and put yourself in the playoffs. We've seen DRX do it before, but it is, we are all hoping right now for a change.
Yeah, will he make up for last week against his former team? Rascal got shaken up by Birdall and Zeus from last week. That was pretty rough to watch. Going against Keen with improved form. Keen definitely starting slow, but bit by bit, returning to a very strong top laner, and that is just really good to see.
Yeah. Rascal still having pretty good stats, but I think some shaky moments. Individual performance from this guy has been up and down and more on the downside recently. So take a look at some of these other stats here in the bottom lane. We'll see what this brings to Aiming Lehens versus Duck Down Barrel. Very interesting discussion to have later on in the week with Carrier playing. Obviously players like Delight, who've been very good on melee supports coming through. And Lehens has kind of been good on everything, right? Barrel, very aggressive melee support player. His Leona really is the first one that comes to your mind when you think about, okay, this guy's going to do something crazy on this patch, right? So we'll see how they want to draft, because the big discussion point, going up, how high do we go? A big discussion point, I think, for this week is how quickly does the LCK adapt to this patch? Because it's the live patch, right? It's a patch that we've only had 1 week for these teams to prepare on. We kind of broke the patch schedule a little bit with what we did with 13.1b, so I don't know if we're really going to get deep into this patch until later in the week. Well, we'll find out.
That's generally the way it goes, as we are introducing our teams here. KT Rolster on the left side. Note that Aiming, as we get the big L from Lehens, maybe L for Lehens. But yeah, Aiming had the lowest deaths amongst everybody in the LCK, not just 80 carries, everybody. Lowest average deaths at 1.2 per game. The guy basically does not die. He has played very safe, but also has had a big impact on a lot of these games. And people, of course, the second KT started doing well are like, oh, well, what's the reason? Is it Keen back in form? Is it BDD, back in form, playing really well? Cuz is more consistent. But I think you got to look down towards the bottom lane, especially towards Aiming, who has quietly just been getting more and more insane.
Yeah, and I think Lehens and Aiming have really found their synergy here towards the middle of the season. And on this patch, that is definitely where our focal point will be. But on the other side of the rift here, no pick priority going into this best of 3. It's DRX, a team that lifted, as an organization, the World Championship trophy just a few months ago. Only Barrel remains here. And it's like we've been talking about, you got to start somewhere. But by this point, our expectations were going to be that this team would have figured out its synergy a little bit more. And it's a lineup of great players. And when you look at this lineup, too, you're like, okay, Croco, inconsistent at times. Very flippy players. Croco likes to play extremely aggressively. Sometimes that can come back to bite him. But I don't think anyone had their prediction to be, looking at this roster, that would be Fate, who's the pinnacle of consistency, the player who actually is carrying this roster. And the guy has really been, as best as he can, the person who has carried them in their few wins. Top matchup here, a lot of these stats going to be favoring Barrel in terms of the laning phase. See the CS difference here, damage percentage, he's much higher here than Rascal for his team, but obviously
Barrel.
KT's a more winning team.
You said Barrel. I'm
sorry.
not sure who you were referring to. Maybe Keen, perhaps.
Yes, Keen. Sorry, excuse me.
Yes, Keen versus Rascal here. And yeah, Keen, he's back in form essentially. Rascal, he was back in form. He was the consistency in the beginning of the season. Now it's Fate, as you mentioned. And, as a result, does have high solo kills. He has always been the solo kill king. Regardless of what team he's on, he was the same with KT last year when they just barely were not able to make playoffs and got out in 7th place. Rascal was still trying his hardest to carry. And now, unfortunately for him, Wolf, I think that the top lane matters even less. Although, maybe now with some more patches coming through, things will change up.
We've seen the pick priority for these two players has been, often on the Jacks, right? 4 and 0 for Keen. Unfortunately for Rascal, 0 and 4 on that very pick. But a lot of this not as much about the individual top laners, but just about the state of these teams and what their win rates are, Even if you're having a good performance and losing because the rest of the map is in shambles, it's not going to show in your champion stats. As Fate getting the shoulder rub before this one. As we head into this draft, I think things will change a lot, right? The things we know that are probably going to stay the same are bans on champions like Elise, bans on champions like Ashe, the Maokai. But in terms of bottom lane, we might see some of these teams go into the second phase before they lock those champions up, since so many melee supports are now more viable, so many AD carries feel a little bit stronger. So at this point, I don't want to predict what is going to happen. I really just want to see what these two teams' read is.
Yeah. It's generally what we have to see when going into a new patch and see, who's got the better read. So many things can change, and we oftentimes see upsets at this point when there is a big new patch. Now, how much is going to change still remains to be seen. Not too much was changing in challengers, as the guys were mentioning in the space. I think that we're going to see a lot more Braum, especially into some of those engage-heavy comps that we're seeing nowadays, with the Maokais and, Cassantes and tank tops and all that stuff. Might see more and more Braum.
Banned already, Valdez. So some things never change, as we'll see Maokai to match. Varus also taken away here, and KT probably looking at an Ashe ban in these next two. The Elise also one to look at. We could see Croco pick that one up in first pick priority. Even blind, it's a very strong pick. Works both with and against a lot of bottom lanes. There's the Ashe. And Azir is another pick that I feel like with how well he performed last week, teams might be looking to first pick right now because of the lack of prio picks in AD carry, or what could be the decline of those prio AD carry picks. So with both Varus, Caitlyn, now Lucian, or rather Lucian and now Caitlyn banned here, a safe first pick is what you're fishing for here, I think, as DRX. We'll see if that Elise is going to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if any pick goes 15-3 in a week, it's probably pretty good, regardless of what is going on in the meta, what the counter picks are. Oftentimes, Blind Azir was working, regardless of what was available. Sejuani going to be the first pick here for DRX. Not a big surprise. I think Sejuani even solo without an Ashe or without a Varus for setup in the bottom lane. Still very strong in this meta.
Indeed. Wukong here, pretty tough. Week 4, didn't actually find that much success, but is good into the Sejuani, especially early. And can avoid the ultimate with his Warrior Trickster. A pick that Cuz has liked to play a lot this season. And as we look to see whether AD carries are locked in right now, this is going to be the first potential sign, right? KT could look for a priority mid instead. As I'm kind of like tracking, are things changing or staying the same?
Yeah.
And Zeri here feels like things are staying the same. But this is a very safe pick considering Varus, Lucian, Caitlyn all off the board. Aiming is like, I'm scaling. And with this Draven pick, DuckDump's saying, I'm hoping not.
Didn't take very long for them to lock that one in. Renekton as well, so immediately you can see a very aggressive draft here from DRX. I was thinking we should have seen Trundle, you know, the second we saw the Sejuani, what with the buffs, and then just go Braum lane down on the bottom side. Like DRX, I think, pretty face up, could have predicted it. KT did not go for that. We'll see how the Zeri Lulu works out, as this is almost definitely, the lane.
Very good with Wukong. Now, will we see some bans on a few of the champions that we've seen work very well with Draven, like the Nami, you know, that isn't necessarily a Draven lane, but it's usually picked with Draven instead of grabbing a solo laner here in the first phase. Feels kind of awkward to ban Nami here, but she has been the pick that teams have liked to use. I like this Nautilus a lot more because Nautilus' ability to just simply shut a Zeri down with his ultimate is very frustrating to play into with KT Rolster's comp. Could still look to the Nami in that second ban. Because this Renekton is exposed early, you don't have to worry about the solo laners as much. For DRX, of course, you're going to try to protect this pick.
Let's see what the next ban is going to be here from KT. Will it be another engaged support or the Nami you were talking about? Already, again, DRX's plan, very face up. They want to engage early. They want to have a very strong mid-game. And so taking away something like that, and the Leona, I think is a good choice as well. We did just see that a bunch in Challengers
and I was
over the last couple of days.
Talking about engaged supports are good. You think about Barrel's Leona immediately. I mean, he's fantastic on that pick. He is, you know, made such a name for himself with this Leona and won't be allowed to play it this time around. So those are your two best engaged supports right now for trying to kind of all in this lane and get massively ahead early. So I do like that KT have prioritized those as the Akali ban.
Just take Azir.
Yeah, just take Azir now. Like,
just take Azir.
Renekton Azir is so strong with Draven, and you've made it so face up that that's what you're looking for. It makes me feel like Fate has already decided he's playing Sylas this game.
Well, they're hovering GP. I liked the Azir blinds better in this case. Instead, it's going to be Gragas, as they want to save counter pick. They don't want to prioritize the Azir pick, which is something you can do, because this way you can get counter pick on mid rather than going in blind, of course.
I think the Azir was definitely the stronger pick to go for here.
Agreed.
Gragas, if you're just going to play Gragas, I mean, you don't need to pick it right now, but yeah, I mean, as you say, they want to make sure it's the Azir, but it seemed pretty obvious. Either way, this is technically the safer way to react as KT, but it doesn't actually give them the control. They've given the ball to DRX's.
It is! It's Annie!
Already in our first game. I didn't see that one coming.
New champ!
New champ.
Never seen this one.
All right. Well, I told you guys in my Pog state I was hoping maybe I get to cast my first game at Annie. Well, here it is. Day one.
Yeah.
First game.
One.
And, I mean, Sylas here into the Azir, into the Renekton feels pretty strong for KT Rolster. Talia, very risky, but with low mobility here on the side of DRX, and Draven's extremely low range, plus the fact that you already have Cask Engage and Body Slam for some extra peeling, Talia should be able to do a lot of damage in this draft, and we may see BDD even build Leandries into this because he doesn't necessarily need to be straight burst damage. He could slowly burn away in those neutral fights because he has that peel of the Gragas. He could just set his ultimate up to cut Drake fights in half, for example, give the Zeri more agency there. We'll see what he decides to build going into this game, but I think all eyes on the Annie here because you do get your stun at level 1 now. A lot of buffs to her overall stats, her armor, etc. So she is much more difficult to kill, and Zeri Lulu is going to have a really hard time, you know, winning those early exchanges, those early trades, especially at level 1. And even after level 2, Lulu just doesn't have that same damage output. And Draven's early damage is one of the highest you can get. Very low range, but high auto attack damage, base damage at level 1, level 2. So some serious all-in potential here, and also just great up, straight up team fighting with this Azir pick too, with the Annie and Tibbers.
Yeah, the Talia definitely very standard into this comp, I think, and that's probably why they were trying to hold it for the last pick. Just so many dashes, and we've seen it have kind of middling success because sometimes you just get flashed on if you're behind, and you know, you can throw a bunch of rocks on the ground, but if they don't dash into you, then maybe you just die anyway. But if the player is very strong at it, whoa! We just went on a little ride there, a little roller coaster, you could say. We could see the Taliyah have some success, just because the kit, in theory, should be very good against all the dashes on the side of DRX.
Fate has been such a good Sylas player in lane. That's why I thought maybe he's going to try to hold the Wukong mid and look for some of his own Emperor Divide ganks where he hijacks the Azir ultimate and plays around that early. But not to be the case this game around. If I take the nameplates away, I'm feeling really good about DRX's draft here. You got the Azir, you got the Renekton, you're playing with this buffed Annie right now. You have a lot of power with your Draven in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, definitely very good with the disengage on the side of KT. We'll see if it works out here as we jump onto the Rift for game number 1. That Gragas skin was pretty terrifying. Never seen that up close.
It's not one that you like to zoom in on.
Yeah.
Generally.
Another one is the Sejuani skin that everybody uses where Bristle is like a lion and he's just got the most like 1,000-yard stare I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's really terrifying.
He looks like an NPC from like Diddy Kong Racing or something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Like he looks he looks fine until you zoom in, then he becomes very N64.
Yeah.
And his facial expression is, it's not the MGM lion, you know, it's kind of like this long, scary stare. Is Duckdom?
He should sustain some damage. I mean, they saw him. BDD just going to go for a bottom lane gank. We've been seeing a lot of this from mid laners. Beryl in a bit of trouble here.
Dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's dead. He's not even going to flash, he knows. And this is something we have been seeing so often nowadays, the level 1 mid lane gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and when you have this Taliyah and you can come down here, the Draven is so low range, and Annie has no escape, right? She has her stun, which can buy her some time, and it's a pretty long stun, so sometimes you can get out of these scenarios, but unfortunately, he's just doomed, right? And he's playing up far, the ward gets seen, Duckdom's like, I can't go in there, I can't help you, and there's communication between Duckdom and Beryl, like, there should have been at least, you need to back away right now, but he stays. Maybe they're hoping they can pincer and collapse there with Draven's level 1 damage, but this lane is already kind of ruined from the outset. Notice aiming goes back and buys a cull. Immediately, he's like, oh, this is the freest lane now for me. And that level 1 pressure that Beryl wanted to have here with this Annie Draven is now just gone with the wind.
That's really what it's about, right? Like, so many of these lanes are trying to get insane prio very early on at level 1 because we've been seeing so many level 1 trades, so many level 2 trades, that they're like way up in the lane if they feel like they have the prio lane. So you can just, if you know that's going to happen, of course, you can take advantage of it. So really cool to see our LCK teams really adapting to the different parts, the small parts of the meta.
Beryl with level 2 and is stun charged. So Lehens and aiming just going to respect it. Trying to zone them out of experience range here. That's not going to work for very long. Still going to be able to crash this wave in. And we're going to watch this one more time.
나 있어 하나만. 보자.
BDD calls for this.
예, 잡을만 듯. 잡자.
Get him.
잡았어.
We got him.
먹어. 나이스.
Also calls for him to take the kill. Clean stuff. That's how you use your mid, level 1, to get that advantage, because you know Annie wants to be up in that bush. Same way you see Heimer up in that bush all the time, etc.
That's the way it goes. And BDD did have to sacrifice a little bit from his lane, probably missed some of the XP from some of those first minions, but that's fine. I mean, he's playing against an Azir, so what are you going to do anyway? As a little bit of a 1v1 here in the river, Cuz does not have Smite as it's going far away from Krako. He didn't have Smite either, as he's pretty low now and is just going to get flashed on. He is also just dead, as Cuz going to pick up that kill relatively simply.
Yep, Lehens flashes for the exhaust to make sure he can't get to the wall there to get over. Clean plays, and this game is fallen by the wayside really quick. Everything's about the bottom side, right? KT playing around it. Cuz is down here where he needs to be. And unfortunately, Barrel caught, then Croco caught, and BDD in this lane has so much power, the enemy jungler is forced to back via Death Chamber. You know, he's like, well, I could just push up. I could be annoying with these rocks, says Talia. He's actually, it looked like heading bot right before we jumped into this replay. Yeah, he is.
Mid laner isn't even there.
Yeah.
I mean, Croco should not be pushing this with this low health.
Look at live, though. I mean, BDD is down here.
Yeah. Now he's bot side as the stun comes in onto Barrel. They're just going to back away on that one, but still, yet another win as BDD. You know, it was a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Then it was a 3v3 when we were talking about the junglers camping bot. Now it's a 4v4 as the mid laners are getting involved. A very annoying time for our bot lane players.
The term that, you know, I've been using for this type of champion, right, is conditional CC, as it's been a long time since Ur played this.
2015. That was 8 years ago, guys. Fate in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't want to flash, but he will at the end. And yeah, just once again, KT, I love the amount of pressure they're putting on in this game. It's really insane, and you see that DRX are really struggling with it.
Yeah, and Annie's conditional CC, going back to my point, is she has to charge it, and at level 1 you're going to have it by default, but they lose the level 1 exchange, and Barrel, when he doesn't have it here, it's very easy to communicate that, and Talia can come down. A lot of support picks, you know, like Nautilus, for example, are very difficult to dive or punish because they can CC no matter what. Leona could CC no matter what. When that dive comes through, could buy space for the AD carry, could sometimes catch you under turret. But the Annie is much more vulnerable in these exchanges if she doesn't have her stun. And I think this is part of why we haven't seen Annie in Challengers just yet, right? And with a lot of supports banned here, Barrel was like, I'm going to cook.
So Keena's ult and flash and cask. This is a little bit of a trouble here for DRX as Gragas able to handle this Keen very, very nicely. Barely a scratch, does not have to even flash. Is aiming, taking some chunks, but Lehens comes down.
Yeah, just trying to make sure they can secure this first Drake. This is a great play from KT to leave their Gragas, who's basically unkillable topside, when he has his flash up, and just say, we're going to go for Drake. And aiming takes a ton of damage here, but they force this lane in so that Cuz can get this for free. And as long as Keen doesn't mess it up, like, they feel great. And he almost gets a kill onto Rascal, doesn't have to flash.
Yep.
And now this Zeri's halfway through a call, 15 CS up on a Draven. And the cookout is finished. He's got the stun charge.
Yeah.
Oh, sad times.
You see that BDD is just able to use his passive to just ride the wall, get into the enemy jungle. He is not under any pressure. He's been doing a good job of pushing mid anyway. Fate not really able to push any advantage, even though he should have gotten that small advantage with BDD out of the lane right at level 1. And yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, the Gragas pick, they didn't have to pick it where they did in the draft, but it ends up being the right choice regardless, as it's able to handle these dives very, very well.
And especially considering how much attention his bottom side is, Croco does not have 6.
Yeah, Cuz really trying to press the envelope here as, okay, BDD getting on in there as well, just going to get stunned up by Annie, but again, they're up against the wall, not able to hit the seismic shove, not able to force a flash, but again, consistent pressure from the side of KT.
Yeah, one small mistake from DRX there, and that's multiple kills potentially. Duck Dom sidestep was really good. And you're just setting yourself up for success. This is a low-risk play for BDD, who could just wall ride his way back to the mid lane, surfing. So he's not really losing too much. Commit the Weaver's Wall, and you know that you have the advantage as Cuz in terms of experience. There's no 6 for the Sejuani to turn this around. This will be Keen's first-person view of that dive attempt. Cask first, slams him under turret, and I'm good, he says. I think I'm good. Unlucky.
Yeah. Keen looked like he wasn't playing with Smartcast, actually. Pretty interesting.
It's interesting because of the way that the geometry of Cask works. Like, him holding it like that was actually kind of cool, so he could make sure 100% it bounces him into the turret for his body slam to guarantee an extra turret shot there.
Yeah, maybe he's just got it not on his R, which is probably a pretty good idea on Gragas. I don't do that personally, it just confuses me. But as a pro player in Keen, good stuff, good stuff. Bottom lane, you see that Aiming has the kill, he has the call, and also he is about 15 CS ahead with a wave crashing into him. So things are really peachy for KT on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, the Zeri moment might be the moment that Cole completes.
Yeah.
Being a bit facetious here, but the fact that this Azir has had no agency in this game is just really frustrating as well here for DRX. Yeah.
Why did Beryl just walk mid and take a CS and
Well,
run?
he wants to get level 6, which he did get.
He didn't need to last hit it.
Yeah, I don't know why he last hit it, but with level 6 now, he wants to try to come down here and punish this, but there's Wukong to Shadow. Barrel's like, this annoying Cuz guy, man, he's just making our lives miserable down here. So he can't do anything with that 6. This is one of those games where you're like, does Barrel ult this game? Does he ever find an opportunity with all the control?
Not sure about that. Well, we know that Cuz is going to ult, and Beryl actually very tanky. Had his shield as well as Rascal TPs into this one. Cuz does have flash. He's just going to flash over the wall, but here comes Kroko as well. Did KT overstay their welcome? They're going to get a kill onto Rascal. As you can see, that Duckdown was trying to get that last hit, not quite able to, as BDD is just going to TP out of there.
There's good levels of aggression, and then there's overextension. And Beryl did ult right away. They committed teleport here, and I think that's the part that wasn't calculated here for KT. But I love that because as soon as they see the teleport, BDD is like, I can go down here because someone actually has to deal with this top wave. Keen is going to stay. He doesn't have teleport, so the Azir is there. BDD can actually just back out. Isn't caught there by the Sejuani. Kroko was looking for him, but he got away. So despite the kill and the lack of success of this dive, I feel like KT still got a little bit of power forcing this lane swap.
That was very obvious. We all saw that one.
Not so sneaky.
Yeah. The boar is pretty large.
So Beryl here just ults the Wukong here. So Cuz can't actually close the gap. And as soon as they see Rascal, they're like, oh, this is really doomed. Cuz is forced to flash the wall. Doesn't have his Trickster upgraded this early in the game. Rascal flashes on him. And KT here at this moment are like, all right, BDD, back out because there's no way we're surviving this. BDD just TPs back to base so he can get the faster recall essentially that way. Does lose his TP, but he went unsealed. And this did temporarily force a little bit of an awkward lane swap here. And when we reset, as the dust settles, KT back to lane, back to bottom side control, and looking to group up for the second streak.
Yeah, still 2,000 gold ahead, and the majority of that is on their AD carry, which is Zeri, by the way. And after all that, I'm really surprised that Duckdom did not get the last hit on that one. He's not able to cash out on the Draven here to kind of catch up. And I mean, it looked like his last hit was, his last auto was the last hit, but not quite the case. As Keen is really tanky at this point in time already. We are going to have the Rift Herald here dropped in mid as low on health is Fate. You can see that KT looking to push them away, and they will.
Yep, Drake taken here for KT. The timing of this Herald drop, a little bit inauspicious, let's say, for DRX. Not able to really make anything of it. Almost punished there. They have to back out. Some plate gold is picked up, but not the ones, not the full plates they were looking for to split onto their carries. And KT with this 2 Drake lead with a Zeri, who's ahead. You know, those are words, like, those are aspects of League of Legends and timings that if you say in the same sense, you're like, ooh, it's not looking good for the other team. And for DRX now, your hope to come back in this game is a crazy team fight where Draven gets a cash in. He failed to get it earlier, as you mentioned. But there are some really cool combos. He's sitting at 276 stacks. You know, you can use an Emperor's Divide, follow up with Tibbers, you know, end up with a big, massive stun. And there's a ton of burst damage in this. Renekton's up in the thick of things. Maybe you can win a fight that way. Lots of ways to lock down the Zeri if you can get into range of the aiming. He does have Cleanse. So it's going to be hard. But I mean, these are the things you have to do, right? The Azir hoping to out-damage the Talia in longer team fights.
Ooh, Shirelli has finished here, and aiming is really trying to press the advantage. And that's what you'd like to see, especially with Beryl not in the lane at that moment in time.
This is so reminiscent of when KT started to find their form in summer, and we saw aiming just look like he was on a tear, right? And on multiple different champions. We also saw him do this on the Kai'Sa, right? He was the AP Kai'Sa guy. And on Zeri, when Zeri came out, he's like, no, I'm one of the best Zeris right away. And he just will press these advantages so aggressively. He's such a scary player.
Yeah, we took a look at top lane for some reason.
Drone is Strong knew the ult was coming.
Yeah,
Doesn't end up leading to a kill under turret, though.
and speaking of turrets, they get the first turret at 14 minutes. I'm not sure if he got the last plate, to be honest, but he is sitting on 2,000 gold right now against, yeah, he's like, is he like 3,000 gold ahead?
Yes, 3,000 gold ahead he is.
It's only 14 minutes into the game. What happened?
A lot of plates, a cold completion, a first turret under his belt, and now Duckdom's sad. He's like, no, he's going topside. That's what I used to do. I used to be the guy who got the whole turret, all the plates, and go topside early.
Yep.
And I mean, Herald spawns in 65, and I think there is just no realistic option for DRX to look for a real fight over this. It's second Herald. But if you give this to KT, they just open up more of the map. This Talia becomes a lot more oppressive. So they're going to group for it, and they're hoping for that Wombo.
Rascal should be fine as he is Renekton, but yeah, now is the time for Wombo, essentially.
I mean, it's not a true, like, real Wombo combo with the Azir ult into the Annie, but, like, if you get enough of them and you get enough stuns with the Annie, I mean, that can set you up. Aiming doesn't know about this.
Uh-oh. But the Annie is coming in really aggressively. Yeah, Aiming's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to cleanse and ult and flush away, as now they are kind of up against the wall here, our DRX, but they get a lot out of this Zeri. You see that KT not yet able to punish them as BDD just jumps into 4 people, and he has a stopwatch, but is he going to survive here? He will flash away as a very broken up fight. You see that Fade has to flash, but he's going to be the first one to go down. And perhaps KT finally going to get this on their terms as Keen and Cuz able to corral the rest of the team down towards the south. The cask will be flashed, and 2 kills will go to KT.
A wild fight as BDD teleports bottom side here as well to actually get further advantage. They're going to try to turn this into a 2-turret plus Herald play. BDD actually thinks better of it, doesn't commit further because he knows that everyone's missing. But they should be able to get this top turret at least, and a lot of it, that is to say. And the fight was pretty crazy, but as soon as Barrel uses all of his utility, like Rascal comes in here, aiming, slips back. Watch how great aiming plays this. Gets stunned, cleanses, slips over the wall, ult splashes north, Barrel's ult misses, and at this point, BD's like, I'm ulting in. They used all of their stuns, and unfortunately, the way he exits his wall here towards the enemy team makes him vulnerable because he has stopwatch and flash. He's never really in any imminent danger, and Rascal's now cut off. His ult expired, he's polymorphed, Fate gets 1v1'd by Cuz, and this is just a very broken up fight, and DRX are so far behind, they don't have the range to compete. And this Zeri is truly online, very mobile, very good at chasing down.
Didn't even have to have a real moment. Just, you know, bit by bit, the Zeri got ahead very fast.
And they did get that top turret, Valdez, too, actually. They finished it off with the next wave.
And now, 2 dragons already for KT, and they're looking to press the envelope here onto the 3rd dragon. You see that DRX just kind of on the run. There was a TP into mid from Fate, as now Rascal is all alone, and the team is just going to leave him here. Nobody on the side of DRX can help him. They're all getting zoned away by Aiming until Aiming does come over and collects the kill. So a free handbag just given over to KT. That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's looking like a knockoff Rascal to me in this one.
Oh,
That's not the true Rascal.
too real.
Keen is 3 levels up on Kroko. You gotta be backing away. Greedy to try to grab this turret, but there's bounty gold here to be had if they could have gotten it. I like the idea here from Fate, but now BDD will return the favor bottom side. They have tracked everyone in mid and concedes this up. And the Drake goes over for free. It is a Cloud Soul, which is actually pretty insane for KT's composition, especially for aiming. When he ults, he is going to be zooming around with all of this front line.
Yeah, they're just doing a little siege here while this is going on.
BDD, he keeps going bottom and then forcing somebody to come down. Then he's like, if you guys stay mid, I will ult and trap you. It's just so threatening on this Talia. Sorry to cut across you there.
Let's see if Annie gets an item.
One day.
No, he went back and bought 2 controllers. Okay.
He's a stun bot in this game.
Yeah, well,
He's got his Kindle gem, okay?
he's not going to be Imperial mandating or Shirellia-zing anytime soon.
So Rascal just gets left out here by his team. Unfortunately, nothing he can do. Fate still rotating down, then makes the call you can see on the minimap. I'm going to have to try to push mid. Bounty Gold comes up as he's pushing back towards that mid lane, but doesn't actually end up taking the turret out, as you can see here. And Rascal's trying to set up a flank, but the team doesn't have the range or the damage to follow up on it. He just gets isolated and killed.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. BDD has been playing the map like a god. When I first saw the Taliyah, I'm like, well, it's really good into this comp. I love the idea, but just the way that he has been down on the bottom side and then using his passive to get back to mid, and then of course his walls to just kind of be everywhere and just put on global pressure is, I think, what the creators of Taliyah had in mind when they created this champion. You know, the insane amount of mobility that you have on this champ, just essentially out of combat, right?
I think this is what the KT Rollster coaching staff had in mind with how this is going to be used from ahead. And BDD, every time he's missing on the map, DRX have to just drop everything and back away, get to the nearest turret. There aren't so many of those left on the map. And with mid turret down, he can just simply, every time he's around where the red buff is, between mid and bottom, like, hold up. The Weaver wall could be coming in at any moment here. And it's very difficult to clear vision. Speaking of.
Yeah, Barrel in a lot of trouble. Crown created here by BDD as well. They knock the Sedge over the wall as Cuz's clone is getting to work there in the front. And all that happens, Barrel takes a big chunk of damage, loses Tibbers. As meanwhile, there's a push in the top lane. Keen wasn't even here. He's just getting work done by himself.
Yeah, Fate's going to come over here, try to defend this turret. So many resources have to be expended, and Aiming is ready to fight. Like, Keen is like, I'm sitting on ult. I've got flash. If Kroko wants to come over here, we will isolate whoever is caught by my ult and kill them. Split him in half there, making this defense so difficult. And KT are just kind of waiting for objectives, and we're getting to the point where, with this 3-item Zarya, they could just start a Baron.
Oh, BDD. You have to do him like that. But Rascal is like, yeah. Not much I can do anyway. He's down 2 levels.
Yeah, you're thinking about game 2 right now. Dog Tom's thinking about a cash-in. 434. I mean, even if he gets a cash-in...
In his dreams.
5,000 gold behind nearly here. 4,500.
How can you be 5,000 gold behind?
3 kills, all those plates, the turret.
He's almost Flame Horizons.
Yeah. 100 minions behind nearly.
He has not been able to farm at all in this game. That's insane.
Just too vulnerable against this Taliyah. He can't be mid. And if he's going to farm on the bottom side, that means the side laners can't farm. It's kind of a product of this low-range Draven with so many threats on KT's comp and no vision here because Barrel is the support on a squishy Annie, so can't really clear wards without being under threat. Even with his stun, that's not enough to save you.
Aiming's frontlining now. This is what you do on Fed Zarya. You're just like desperate to take fights, as you were talking about. He's like, please, somebody fight me. I want to feel strong.
Well, that one got a little nerfed, Aiming, since last time you were popping off on the Zarya last year, but still. Showing his accuracy.
Barrel doesn't have any control words, so he's going to go back and buy. No, I thought he was. He was back.
He is.
He's going to go back and buy some.
He is going to buy him.
I don't think he's going to have his side. Just yet.
Let's see.
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
He's got a couple more control wards. Kroko in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to flash. Still nearly dies after throwing the ult. So now that's a flashless and ultless Sejuani. BDD should be a free Baron here for KT.
Yeah, BDD swaps to TP. And he has his ult. So, I mean, to contest this would be folly, but to let it go feels like you've just surrendered in a pro game. So, well, rock in a hard place.
I'm sure if they could Wolf, they probably would have at this point. It is looking really dire. Even though the kills are only 5-1, it doesn't matter. The Zarya is still 5,000 gold ahead somehow after all of this. Free Baron here for the side of KT, and Rascal, he's seen better days. He is going to have to flash this cask just to get out, and that's also going to be Cloud Soul on top of the Baron. KT very clean from minute 1.
Well, LCK fans, you wanted to see the Annie. You really wanted it.
Oh no!
And we got it.
It happened.
Will we get it again? Remains to be seen. But I'm leaning towards probably not. At least not for a while.
Watch them do it again in game 2.
Because, I mean, KT know this game was not decided at level 1, but it gave them such a huge lead. They had so much more agency, then they played around it so beautifully. But they knew how to punish Barrel at level 1. Barrel didn't respect it, and I mean, you can't even walk out of your base if you're DRX now. And I mean, this was just from start to finish fairly safe drafting from KT, but how they used it in the early mid is some of the greatest snowballing we've seen from this team. I mean, KT are really on a tear right now. Strength of opponent aside, they could have done this to anybody with the lead they had if they played it like this. It's so oppressive. And Barrel, it doesn't matter how many control wards he's buying, man, he can't clear anything.
Hey, he got Cerelias.
He did.
Nice.
He can run fast now and try to set up some stuns.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, they're so far behind that, you know, we never really got to see the strength of Annie. But you want to be running at them fast and flashing and tippersing. That's what you do, you know, regardless of the buffs. That is the Annie playstyle, especially from support. So perhaps we will see it at some point on this push, because KT just excellently just 3-1-1-ing, essentially, as BDD is down the bottom side alone here, and Cuz is actually pushing in mid by himself.
Yeah, I mean, he just can. And he's also, while he's pushing this, can flank so incredibly well. He can even go over the wall. He has flash.
Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
Can get anywhere.
Get anywhere, anytime. It's like, DRX like, can't push top, you know, can't flank this. Croco, where you going?
Pass comes out, DRX looking for the flank as Fate just gonna push them away.
That's cool.
And probably wanted to push it the other way. Aiming in a little bit of trouble. The exhaust might help out, but no, Aiming goes down, as that is a big carry of KT now out of the fight, but BDD is getting huge amounts of damage on this backline, and they will take out the Draven. As it is only Rascal, it is a quadra kill right now for Cuz, as he is on the chase.
This is why he's the one who's left mid to push, by the way. It goes back to this. And he's the same level as Rascal right now.
Cuz is so fast.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Rascal is going to get the speed up here, is trying to trick him.
I don't think he can get a pen. Still counts as Cuz, just a couple more hits. Rascal is not going to give it to him. Keeps throwing up the confused little froggy thing.
Confused little froggy.
Even saying good morning, top of the morning to you, but at the end of the day, KT will say top of the morning to game 1 and take the victory. Very straightforward from minute 1. Easy peasy, was no contest in game 1.
Yeah. Love that they put Cuz in mid to push, because Talia can join from so far away with the Weaver's Wall. And Cuz, if you try to collapse in and use that teleport flank like Renekton did, the power of a Wukong chasing the rest of the team down, and if Aiming lives there, it's even more one-sided, right? And everything is used on Aiming. He almost lives. But then you have a Wukong in your backline, a Talia who's caught up with everybody. The way they set up those lanes to push was about as perfect as it gets with this composition. Very clean gameplay here for KT Rolster to start off the series. I don't think this game 1 is necessarily indicative of what we're going to see in game 2 and potentially game 3, but with the lead they had, they could do no wrong. And for DRX, back to the drawing board here a little bit. Might be seeing a little bit of a different look in terms of support priority, because letting that go to second phase, losing the Nautilus, losing the Leona, really hurts Duckdom here. And the Annie can be strong. We talked about why it can work, but when it gets pushed out so early like that, Barrel, very invisible this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, doesn't help to die at level 1 and then essentially not have any impact on the lane from there on out. So, yeah, the comp here from DRX, it got behind. And when you're playing this aggressive of a draft and you get behind, it's really rough to ever look for an angle or find an opportunity to get any kind of engage. And that's kind of what we saw there in game number 1. So, very straightforward stuff, as DRX are back to the drawing board, back to studying here on the replay. But they're going to have to change up things heavily for game number 2. Guys, we'll take a break, and the space will be after.
탑 건다 얘네. 디테일 찍었을 수도 있어.
3보다. 야, 아지로 가.
또 뒤에 갈게.
오케이, 레드 파스.
보자. 좋아.
야, 우리 제리 죽었어. 천천히 봐.
앞에부터 볼게. 잡았어?
세주. 일단 뒤에 레넥 있긴 한데. 앞편 관리.
나.
맡아.
버덕기 나 펜타킬 제발. 형 한 번만. 방이 형 한 번만. 제발요.
보자, 바텀 트?
야,
제가 먹이라 하고 우리끼리 하자.
나 영향 빨고 탈게 그냥.
제발. 펜타 안 준다.
절대 안 주지. 절대 안 줘.
나 왜 죽음? 얼마 했어?
제발. 한 번만요 형. 아니.
저 애니 나왔어.
어딨어? 나왔다 근데 애니.
이거 끝날만한 거?
끝났어.
자 공석템 사왔음. 끝내자. 살려줘야겠다. 방이 형. 끝내줘. 깝다.
잘했다.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. That was a pretty sad game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I think it was obvious to everyone that things went wrong very early on there for DRX, and KT kind of just capitalized.
Yeah, imagine voting for DRX. Sleep deprivation makes us all do weird things in different ways.
Don't make excuses.
You
are leader of the Croco fan club. You stand beside your
No,
choice,
no,
okay?
no. This was me hoping that KT would falter. I am not. I'm gonna be. No, I'm very upfront about that. Was the
the
expectation.
sad face
But
on the Annie. We asked for it, but it's so sad.
Yeah, because after this game, this is looking like KT are just still playing as good as they have. A lot of things to unpack here, but I love the draft from KT. It's a draft that simultaneously enables Zeri Lulu really well, has a ton of team fighting power. The only downside is that if you lose some early skirmishes, which you should, because again, it's Renekton, it's Sejuani, it's Draven, and Annie, and you lose control of early objectives, then you may need to bide some time, but you have so many tools. You have the disengage of Taliyah and Gragas, you have a beefy front line, you have, as mentioned, the team fight ultimate, so love the composition. But the composition, besides the fact that it was a snowbally AD carry, didn't even end up mattering because they were just so much better because, my God, that early game was again a disaster. And what I really want to highlight is that after this absolutely disastrous level 1, we still see that Dokdam and Barrow are able to have level 1 pressure. That's the most insane thing, right? Like that's... Annie and Draven can do so much, but because of this kill, Zeri just gets to go home, and then after Croco gives up a kill with an illegal contest while he's half health, and he doesn't have mid prio. And his bot lane was shoved in, but also shouldn't really matter that much because again, Lands was very obviously roaming. So big individual mistakes from Beryl and Croco, and as a result, you don't get to use the power spike of Annie and Draven at all. Then Croco dying early led to a very early Drake take, and from that point on, your comp doesn't work.
We were talking about this beforehand when we saw the drafts, and we actually really liked what DRX had for early to mid-game skirmishing. Their ability to fight around the map was definitely very
Level
good.
1's good.
But if you give away that advantage, then honestly, like, the game falls away even faster than others would in a meta like this, which is very, very snowbally. You give a Zeri a lead like that, she goes back and gets an early cull. She then flame horizons a Draven. That's the result. That's what happens if you lose control of a game like this, and it's really sad to see. But let's have a look at KT playing well. Up towards the top side of the map in our last highlight here, this was where they really solidified their advantage, and I really loved the YOLO wall that BDD threw out here.
Yeah, wonder who's going to get POG. I love BDD's player. I was really enamored with how well he navigated this. Aiming does this really cleanly. This is a tragedy of a flash ult from Barrow, unfortunately. Even if he hits that, they don't kill aiming through Wild Growth, so it just kind of showcases that DRX truly is in tatters, and then they also seem to be caught off guard when BDD what looks like a bit of a tactical maneuver.
It looks like tactical inting,
but
a little bit.
It's not, right? He actually starts the fight very nicely, then kites back, and he really splits it up, which gives the much more fed members of KT the time to just win the fight, because the one way you win a fight as DRX is you instantly kill someone, right? You kill Zeri, and then you get Herald, you get the shutdown, and then even then, I don't think your game is looking too odd, but like maybe you can do something. But aiming plays it out very nicely. BDD gets a good flank, and then the game is done. Like KT just dismantled them on so many fronts, and to me, that 1-2 of Cuz and BDD on the Taliyah and Wukong, super well done.
And also the way that Keen neutralized pressure towards that top side as well. We didn't have an opportunity to show it, but Keen denying multiple ganks towards that top lane as the Gragas, which, look, you can say that it is to do with the other side of the rift as well, but...
Trying to gank...
ganking a Gragas is...
Tank Gragas as Sejuani Renekton is just not...
Yeah, still, he did play it out very, very well, avoided a lot of that excess shenanigans that could have occurred. DRX are going to choose the red side, and I want to go back to the draft just for 1 second, just to talk about why this might be the case, as blue side has been priorities throughout the last week, and also in Challenger as well. But the way KT utilized red side counterpick was actually fantastic. You know, they see the Renekton come through, and then they're able to pick themselves the Gragas, things like this. It's great stuff. Let's check out POG though, see who does pick it up. It will be BDD. 006, 400 points now actually, pretty close to the top.
I was a really big fan. This is the most obvious play,
Yeah.
right? Him getting, but it wasn't just this one roam he found towards bot side. Even though we don't get to see this in the highlight, this clip we already showed, so we can talk over it for a little bit. He went for like 2 or 3 separate moves towards bot just to force Dokdam and Barrel off of the turrets, like repeatedly. Just thought that he did really, really well. And this is a BDD that we basically didn't get to see for a full year. And now seeing him week after week after week look much more like the BDD that wowed all of us when it came to Worlds in 2021, right?
I like how that's the global, the outside of Korea voters throwing out the aiming votes. I think
I
he
love
did
the
play
Cuz votes.
fantastic,
Yeah, I love the Cuz
fantastically
votes
well.
as
I think
well.
Cuz votes are good, but I think honestly, BDD, Cuz, or aiming, any
All
of
of
them
them,
win,
yeah.
we're pretty happy about it. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get in game number 2, so let's throw it back to Valdez and Wolf.
Hello, thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As, yeah, we did also have a vote for Lahens, so, you know, whatever, it's cool. BDD, definitely having a wonderful performance here. Just a really good start to the series, and things just keep on getting better and better for this player and for this team.
Yeah, it's... I don't want to meme about it any further about being excited or not being excited. As a bit of a cosplay here from Shy, because he also lost a penalty, so he has to be Pax Jax. And he wears it well. I wish we had better lighting on him, but hold up. Let's go Rapid Star is what it says according to G-Sun. I couldn't read it in this lighting, but...
Good job by Shy there.
Rapid Star coaching this KT roster through a lot of that draft, and as was mentioned, Valdez, DRX picked red side here. See what they say for counter pick this time around, as I think we're going to see a very different support priority going to game 2.
Yeah, I think that's one place to look at. I think you don't have to go so all in so early as well. There were other picks that weren't Draven that you could have gone for. Vi is going to be banned first, which is pretty interesting. I guess KT just respecting Krako's Vi, and they were not quite able to fit in the ban on red side.
See the Maokai here again on red side, this time from DRX. Remember last time, part of the reason why the Zeri was so strong was with all the 80 carry bans that DRX put into that first phase. The Zeri became so much stronger, and we saw the insta-lock of the Draven, so DRX had prepared the Draven pick, and unfortunately couldn't find the space to get a strong support with it, and the Annie failed at level 1 as Lee Sin buffed on this patch. Also going to be targeting Krako with this one.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I guess they feel pretty safe to put him on some kind of tank jungler.
Wanting potentially a Caitlyn here. If the Caitlyn is banned, the Zeri becomes strong. Might just be a first pick Zeri for aiming, considering how the last game went.
Yeah.
And otherwise he gets first pick Caitlyn. You feel pretty amazing with this. I like the Ashe ban here because it's very clearly like, all right, we're not going for Maokai. No ban Sejuani.
Wow, so
Caitlyn is up.
Caitlyn's up, but so is Varus.
So is Elise.
So is Elise, yeah.
I mean, if you're Ducktom, do you want to play Zeri into any Caitlyn lane, though? Absolutely not. I would have expected to see KT grab the Caitlyn themselves so that the Zeri pick, which is also available, is extremely weak. And it's going to be a Varus Caitlyn lane. Insta-lock here. Barrel's playing Caitlyn support again.
Yeah, and like you were mentioning, Wolf, there aren't a lot of bot lanes that are going to feel good into this, but you could just go back to Ezreal Karma and just try to play it very passively. Or you could try to fight fire with fire, as it stings for Lahens.
And he's not even smiling. Lock it in like it's the most standard pick. And, I mean, for him, at this point, we can practically say it is. I mean, it's going to be very hard to play this one out. You're going to have to all in early, at least level 3. Definitely going to be something you're looking for here. And we see the response, potentially a Nidalee to this Elise. Can be a strong answer here, but now the bans can come through. The champions like the Renekton to set up CC to prevent the Nidalee from finding power elsewhere on the map. This is a really interesting pick here from Singed. It's almost like his way of saying, like, no, I am the chef.
They let me cook, and this is what I cooked up. Yeah, I am not sure how this is going to work out, but obviously they're going to try to really get super aggressive down the bottom side. If you sit back, melee support, low range, AD carry, you're not going to win the lane.
Renekton, the easiest ban here. KT could lock in. The Jace, also pretty strong here as a ban. You don't want to have KT having control of the top side while they're playing around bottom, because you want to play around bottom side too, as DRX as best as you can. Italy can find power with the Renekton if it's open, but we knew that wasn't going to be the case. DRX knew that wasn't going to be the case. As I'm curious to see what they ban next here, because you have pick priority for solo lanes. Yone taken away. Might just be looking for an Azir pick for Fate once again. KT's response, if they're concerned about the top side of the map just kind of sitting back, you might want to ban something like a Scion here, but I don't think it suits the Caitlyn Varus, right? Like a lot of other compositions you'd be worried about, like an Ornn pick here for some of that mid-game power too. Be a little Blanc. And let's see what DRX are going to do here, because the LeBlanc ban, while it feels good to protect your mid-pick, you do not have counter-pick in this situation as KT Rolster.
Fate's LeBlanc has been actually pretty strong the last time we did see it. Rise to be the choice here. That is some lockdown CC for the mid lane at least, but it is also blind, and Elise is face up. So I think there are ways for KT to pick well into this.
Certainly. The Rise pick is one of those picks that's very difficult to counter because it has such great prio. And you have the Varus lane already. Jax here for the top side, which has been, as mentioned before the broadcast, Keen's 4-0 on this champion. He has been one of our best Jax players. And he's picked it oftentimes blind on blue side in these situations and still made it work.
Yeah. He has the secrets. I think I'll probably just go Azir here.
I mean, I think it's the safest pick. Works very well with the team fighting. They just want to run it down in a good way. Run down these ranged Varus and Caitlyn, get on top of them. They have very little peel, right? So it'll be very difficult to deal with this Aurelia. And what is going to be the response here on the top side of the map to this Jax? We'd see Gnar in a lot of cases. The Scion I talked about feels better here now that you're dealing with the Aurelia and the Jax. You have a great front line. You don't mind if you get stunned up by that Aurelia's. You're right, it looks like his feelings are hurt. Scion's pick.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have something a little bit more interesting.
Thought it might have just been the Gragas, but...
Gragas also a great pick here.
Yeah.
Scion he can hold his ground a lot longer in the front line. And this Raven pick is super low range. You can deal with the Singed a little bit. If you get tossed around and CC'd as a Scion here, you're not really going to care that much. And you have so much range damage behind you. Between spears, you know, Varus, ults, Aurelia, spear hits, Scion gets a Q. Killing the Varus is actually quite complicated for KT Rolster to do in a straight-up, even game state 5v5 fight.
Yeah, if they get ahead, though, you know, press a couple buttons and all of a sudden you're into that backline. They do have so many ways to get in there. Even more, it feels like, than DRX had in game number 1.
The bottom lane, if we do not see a successful early game all-in for Lehens, is going to feel miserable to play. The Singed obviously is very difficult to chase down, and because of his passive, feels kind of awkward to push really hard into as Caitlyn Varus, but you should still, if you play it well and watch the ground and where you're standing and how you're pushing forward, still be able to do it pretty successfully because Varus can do it from such long range away. Caitlyn could do it from such a long range away. You don't really need to get near that Singed. If you survive the initial all-in, you can put that pressure on. But, gotta be careful of the Elise.
Cause I know what you like, boy. I don't know what the rest of that sign was, but very interesting one. Yeah, this is going to be a fun game, I think. Regardless of what happens, regardless of who wins or loses, should be a lot of action on the rib for game number 2. Here we go.
Level 1.
We don't know. Okay, now we do.
Very similar to last game, except that aiming will swap this out and leave immediately. And unfortunately for DRX, Lehens is not sitting in the middle brush there in the bottom lane next to the alcove.
Aiming got hit by that spear.
Spiderlings, the heroes here.
Okay.
Rip that Spiderling though. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. They are in there like swimwear into the jungle.
Yeah.
This is another ward killed.
Pretty clean fit
Yeah.
for DRX as well. And this is going to force Elise to back away. Was probably planning on pathing bottom side anyways here. We'll start the blue buff with Jax's help. And what do you, I mean, all right.
This is going to set up vertical jungling.
It
Rascal
really
is just going to help leash and then teleport to top lane. This is something you can do, especially as Scion, because he can get back to lane very quickly.
Yeah, he's really hard leashing too. He's going to help set up this red buff.
Yeah. This is 100%. There's no way that anybody's stealing anything away or any shenanigans are going to happen here.
Yeah, and with a Singed on the other side, you do have to be careful. And aiming Lehens just knowing that they don't know where everything is set up right now. This ward is perfect, though, and they're just going to look for a...
Okay, wait, what?
Okay, this is a really interesting strategy. Hold on.
4v2
now
bot?
over.
Rascal is in trouble. I guess he might just die. No, he's going to stay alive. Aiming is still level 1, so... 4v2 in the bottom lane. As Cuz is like, come on, guys, I'm just trying to farm.
I mean, you leave a Jax up here long enough, and this becomes a huge problem. Now at least Scion is hiding the back TP, as he doesn't know he's backing.
Yeah. The TP, I mean, didn't seem like they wanted to go for the dive. As BDD's getting in onto Fate. Flash away, doesn't matter. One auto does it. BDD with the solo kill in mid.
So clean. You know the Nidalee is bottom side here. You have that all-in window at level 2. He pushes it through. And that's a dead rise, no flash, so follow-up ganks can be a big problem. Rascal lost a lot of farm trying to set up for this, where they push back the Draven as... It's going to be okay. But the top side of the map, Rascal's at least going to get some back because of that TP there from Keen. Like, he's not going to be as far behind as he would have been otherwise. But still, you're not feeling great about this as the Scion. Kill going over in mid, and what do you get in your bottom lane? Not a whole lot of power, as here comes that level 3 gank right on time.
From both junglers. Krako here going to get stunned up, though, in a little bit of trouble. It's a lot of damage going in onto the Nidalee, as here we go. They cannot flash away. The Caitlyn is stuck, and they go for Krako anyway, as Lehens gets in there and shows the true power of the Singed. As this is, okay, BDD's bot as well for some reason. Looking for this one. Gets the Omega long stun. Doesn't matter. Didn't even need it, as it will be Cuz who picks up the kill.
Man, this series might just be a wash, Valdez. I mean, all the strats, they're pulling them out here. DRX not wanting to play a straight-up game, but they are not finding any success. Coming up empty here. Nothing but air balls as Fate comes down here, is unsuccessful in trying to prevent this scuttle from going over. And with the level 3 timing, Krako knows he has to be bottom side there for his lane to push, but you're fighting into an Elise. Now let's watch BDD here at level 2. Hits the flourish. Or the duet, excuse me, sets up the stun, and Fate flashes, but BDD has enough to hit that last auto and just flash out of turret range, escapes, and then this is the really unfortunately egregious part, because as the Nidalee here, if you get caught by a cocoon, you can't win this 3v3. Oh. Grounding comes through, no flash. I mean, Lehens is just so speedy, gets the toss back, and I mean, as DRX here, you feel caught, you know, in a catch-22 situation. Do I give up control of my lane to this duo with the Hens on this Singed and the Draven, when I have the Duckdom, Varus, Beryl, Caitlyn, Varus, Caitlyn lane? Do I give this up? Because then we lose. But if we fight this, we also lose.
Yeah.
You fight and lose, and 2 assists to the Draven, 2 to the Singed. BDD picks up a kill in mid, helps out bottom side there. 2 kills to the Elise.
Yeah. And generally, Aurelius won't go for the solo kill, because, like you mentioned, you know, jungle interference very often, you know, it feels like you're getting baited in. You don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to over-push it. But in the pure 1v1, we've all seen that in solo queue, what Aurelia can do. And BDD is able to pull that off. So now, again, 3v3 in the bottom lane. It's just the way things go nowadays. Pretty unavoidable. And aiming is in a very fine spot here with a lot of support.
I like it more than the 4v4 that we were seeing moments ago. Gonna have to take a close look at how snowballing works right now in this meta and on this patch. I feel like we haven't seen the last of the level 1 silent at bottom lane. As aiming here has an Elise with him. I've seen this one before.
And Duckdom is grounded for quite a while. They land the Cocoon onto Krako as obviously big range advantage here to the DRX side, but oh, they're going deep, and Aurelia's coming down here. Lehens is going to survive. He is just a singed, and you know what they say, never chase the singed. As trying to get on top of Krako here, the Flawless Duet is going to miss, but Krako is still very alone. One more Q could do it, actually. BDD is level 6, so he's just going to throw in the ult and trade it back there onto Krako.
Well, you've in one way been successful here at DRX, setting up this really aggressive skirmish and taking out the AD carry. But on the other side, the Elise getting further ahead, but more importantly, this Irelia now with 2 kills into the Ryze, and the Ryze now just so vulnerable. It's kind of been stuck under turret for a lot of this early game because of his flash being down. It is back up now. But this Irelia in these mid-game fights is going to be insane, and the side laning setup for her later on becomes an even bigger issue. Rascal?
Oh, Rascal, he's getting close. And, you know, with Jax's new ult, you got to be careful because that burst damage is just even more apparent. Krako is near the top side of the map, though, here. Could look for an angle as Rascal sticking around is going to tip Keen off, who does have flash. He's just going to ward hop dodge. The spear doesn't even have to use flash.
Yeah, at least coming up here, too. I don't think you could actually turn this into a win.
Little dodgerino as Jax is in the push. Keen got over here so fast. And able to hand that over to Keen as well. It's just massive.
It is just massive, but it's also just like the ways that things have gone wrong here for DRX. A lot of them preventable, but some of them, I mean, the traps have just been so well sprung, right? I mean, you feel like you've got this under your control, right? You know the Jax is super low, and the Elise avoids your spear, so you have false sense of security. Meanwhile, down here, Lehens, you can't chase him. He's the Singe. BDD comes down. They still end up getting the kill here onto aiming. Really good accuracy here from Duckdom. But Krako dies for this, and unfortunately, BDD gets a second kill. I know I'd rather be KT in this situation than that trade, and then watch the spear dodge. Dodges it, and there's just enough burst damage. Keen is communicating with him start to finish here, gets over the wall. That's a kill to the Jax. So 2 massive side lane win conditions here already in this game. Forget the Draven, down a kill. Doesn't have the cash in or anything, but he doesn't need to be fed to win this one.
Yeah, trying to force it now on the bottom side at 3v3 once again here. Some spikes, I suppose, in the levels for DRX's bottom. They also have Rascal making his way down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is the King and strat where you...
Fate 2.
You just rush bottom side here, set up a big dive. You have level 6 for Duckdom. You've got the chains, BDD. No TP just yet, coming up in a few seconds. Not going to have this in time.
Yeah, okay, here we go. The Realm Warp is in, but grounded immediately. They are going to take down the Hens, that is for sure, but let's see how the follow-up does go. The front line stunned up here. Fate in a little bit of trouble, but a big stun up to 2 of them as DRX nearly able to trade this one back. Here comes the Irelia, finally a big flawless duet, but BDD is so low, he jumps into 5 and gets taken out immediately. The fireworks are so large in this game as the spear is going to go through them. As now a piercing arrow perhaps to finish it off, and no, not quite off cooldown here.
Oh, and this is pulling all of KT's advantages into the bottom lane. They give over several kills here, and KT lose control of sides. If they had just let the turret do the hard work here, try to back away, maybe you lose your Draven. There's, I think, a huge win condition in mid and in top. Look at the side lane scenarios here. If you froze it right here and saw where Irelia and Jax are, you don't need to TP in and force this fight. You see the Realm Warp coming through. Lehens dies here. Maybe you lose a ton of farm for your AD carry, but what you gain cross map is so huge. Instead, Eyes too big for their stomach here. They wholly commit into this choke point, get knocked up by Sion, and this is a skirmish. Unfortunately, with these health bars, you are just not going to win. BD goes all in on this. Several kills going over, loss of control in sides, and TP is down now for those side laners. Feels rough for KT. The advantages they had all but washed away.
Yeah, it's just going to make this game more interesting, actually, because it did feel like KT were just running away with it, but not quite the case now. DRX going to pick up that first Drake. We got Chemtech Drake next, so will be a big soul on the way. Keen back up to the top side. Probably could have just taken down nearly the entire turret if he stayed, but he's going to get back to work, essentially, as nobody has taken the Rift Heralds. Only the one objective has gone down on the bottom side with the Ocean Drake, so really shows you how much action and map movement there has been in this game.
Yeah. Barrel looking for an angle here. Traps are set.
A little bit of baiting, perhaps, as Len's going to eat a massive chunk. Not very delicious for him, as that one is going to hit as well. Croco, the long-range artillery.
And for those who do not know, I know Crockler, the president of the fan club themselves, Croco is a fantastic Nidalee player. It is the champion he got his most notoriety on early on in his career before moving into the LCK. Put him on this champion, give him the agency, and you have so much power. This dive, there's no TP for Keen. There's no TP for BDD. They have no backup here. They have wards set up for control. Barrel has 3 traps set up there in the brush as well, so you know you can dive super hard, fully commit to this, and there is just no recourse, there is no punish. And now, DRX with their hard anchor on the bottom side of the map, the whole turret down here, and this Varus, pretty out of control.
Stung and a miss. Let's see if Lehens is gonna, nope, not gonna stop that train. As he's now just gonna help leash the Crooks. Nice. Rascal gets out totally fine, and you know, you see where the farm is for DRX. They got their bottom lane ahead. It's both Varus and Caitlyn. They also have an Italy that's, you know, on decent footing, and even if the Scion is behind, who cares? It's fine.
Look at the trap set here. 2 set up for Barrel here, so no one can flank. They have the Rise here. Even if Aurelia was able to chase faster, which she's not, there's no counterplay here for KT. The Spear, if it doesn't land, yeah, you don't get the kill, but you are denying so much CS. Crowd goes wild here as that Spear connects, and so much CS is denied. Plates go down, turret goes down here, and because of the commitment to defending the previous one, KT find themselves on such the back foot here. It's anyone's game to take. Like, there are still win conditions here for KT, but
this is back up again. The second time we've showed this. Lehens has not lost on Singed yet. Will today be the first day? A lot of the other Singed games were quite close, although he did pull it out in a very important match in the past. Lehens now, though, going to get caught up here, but they're not going to chase the Singed.
He played it in the finals, didn't he?
Yeah.
Against T1. I mean, the guy's never afraid. That was the time where Lehens was like, I am checkmate. Uh-oh. That one's not going to land.
And now that you're not miles behind, as DRX, your poke and your siege becomes a lot more apparent.
Oh, this is a really thin window here. Can they get these plates?
I don't think so. Oh, he got it.
Actually he did. He actually did.
Yeah.
Oh, super close window here. And I think DRX were just not counting on it because they were like, all right, we can push mid. You're not going to be able to get down there in time to get the plates. And they just barely did. Calculated, as you say.
Mm-hmm.
But that's actually huge for KT to pick that one up. So they were losing a lot of control mid. Turn that into a successful play. This gold graph really tells the story of how much dominant control KT had until the Kingen-esque Rascal bottom side play. We saw Kingen do this for HLE earlier this season, which is why we keep referencing this. For the first time, we saw a Scion just go bot for the dive with a strong side 80 carry.
That's what you got to do. It's Rascal's job in this game. The last pick Scion, we were talking about, you know, Gragas or even Ornn could have been a potential pick in this case, but those other 2 picks don't quite do it like Scion does when it comes to dives and to aggressive plays in other lanes. So, like the choice at the end of the day. Aiming left alone here in mid. You can see that Duck Dom currently is about 1,300 gold, 1,400 gold ahead of Aiming at this point in time.
Yeah, Aiming has the same gold as Rascal. So, I'm feeling great about that at this moment in time as the Draven pick. Now, one shutdown can turn this game around, of course. One cash-in for this Draven. It's going to have to be a macro game here, though, that we watch for KT, where they sit back and use their side lane win condition here. As you can see here, BDD trying to set it up against the Sion. Jack still pushing hard on the top side of the map. And forcing objective fights on your terms with that side lane is how this is going to go. Don't think they need to fight over this individual Chemtech Drake. They're setting a trap.
Yeah, seems like they might, you know, snoop around a little bit, see what angle they can get on the Drake. They do have a pretty nice amount of pick with at least Aurelia and Singed.
If you could force a TP from Fate, then you can get the top turret. Right now, Keen is missing. They don't know if he's walking towards this Drake fight or if he's going top. He's walking top. There's the TP I was talking about. Now, Jack should be able to get some power top side if they can delay this Drake.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, individual, okay, they're actually going to fight it, though.
Or just fight
Chemtech Drake, and they don't want to let DRX get too far ahead towards the Soul, I suppose, and they feel pretty strong right now, so let's see if it works out. The Realm Warp not going to be taken. Rascal doing a good job, but the Cocoon lands on the back line onto Fate as he is going to get clawed out, and the rest of the team was a zone on the left side of the fight. KT pick up the free Drake. It will be Cloud Soul again.
That's how you make a TP worth it on the Jacks. That's how you do it. You got the Cocoon set up into Counter-Strike, instantly delete Fate. BDD's going top. He'll do what Keen didn't do to this turret. And suddenly KT back in the driver's seat a little bit here, tying up the Drakes of Cloud Soul again. So it could have been much more impactful, but still very strong for both of these compositions. But KT showing up this gold in a big way, and it's once again the Soul Laners who make it happen. Aiming is just like, I want to be relevant, I want to do something here, but I'm outranged by both the Varus and the Caitlyn. Just choke point control here and a snap decision by Cuz to go in and set up the Cocoon.
Yeah.
As Rascal comes in here, and he gets so far ahead of where Fate is. Fate doesn't take this. And the angle is just too good. And Rascal just kind of lets it happen. He's kiting down, right?
Yeah. Could he do Rascal now? He wants to just train out of here, but instead, oh, he doesn't even have his train. Yeah, he's just dead. And Zombie Sion just going to get stunned up and killed.
And that should be another turret. So much money on this Jackson Aurelia right now.
Oh, the duet so clean. BDD is in there, and Fate has to flash away. I mean, he's just so far behind at this point in time. He just got his rod as he delayed for his tier, as, you know, we said you probably should, but yeah, it's going to be a while before the Rise is doing anything to these Omega-fed Aurelia and Jack side laners.
Look how many resources have to be spent here topside to try to trade this turret for turret, which means Jax might get an inner, and Draven is free farming mid. Look at Fate, they're just trying so hard to force this, but they're losing out on the macro. And aiming free farms, Jack's going to take an inner, or at least a significant portion of it. This pulls Rascal back, and DRX come up empty with the macro play here, just a little bit slow on it. Losing flash on that Rise really hurts. They just wanted to say, okay, we've got to trade this one for one. We're going to make this happen. And be trying to set up now for Rift Herald.
Yeah, and they didn't. We were at 19 minutes here. I guess you could try to get this, but especially as DRX, well, okay. They really want to take this fight. So they're even going to use the teleport here on Rascal to make sure that they can.
The angle here is good for Keen. Got to be a lot more careful about watching Cuz.
Sion here alone. It is Sion, though. It's Rascal. Just being chunked down by BDD, though. He's not tanking up just yet. He's going to survive for quite a long amount of time, as the spear is pretty large. Into Lehens, and the Whirling Death. No, it's Sion. Never mind.
Almost gets that cash in. Would have been amazing.
It's like, John Strong, we need to see that. He's like, no, we don't. No, that isn't Sion.
You wanted to keep it a mystery, all right? Mm-hmm. I thought he might get it.
Could have been the big cash in.
Yeah. That ward, you didn't kill it. He's gonna get you. Rascal's hiding in here. They really want this.
Wow. Realm Warp comes in. BDD just throws his ult into their faces. Intimidation, you could say.
Yeah, this game is off the rails. Like, this game does not follow the rules believed to be true.
I did not lie when we were loading into this one.
Yeah, you certainly did not. I think it was a good call.
Who's going to win from here, Wolf? We play our Challengers game.
Well, yeah, so those who don't know, who don't watch Challengers, who should watch Challengers, follow us, LCK Global 2023. The win conditions here, we often take a look at in the mid-game in Challengers and go, okay, well, who wins from here in a crazy game state like this one? And my money right now feels like it's on KT because their coordination around these objectives has been much better. And unfortunately, even with no cash-in on the Draven, the Caitlyn Varus, I'd say in this type of composition can have an expiration date. When you have vision control, you could get picks like this, but setting up for objective fights when the front line of this Jax Irelia is this far ahead and they can pull you around the map, as they have been doing so successfully here, it's going to be very difficult for DRX to take fights on their terms. The way DRX win this game is for this Nidalee to start getting some items online, Fate to finish that Rod, and eventually his Seraphs, and then you can have a great 5v5 fight where even the front line doesn't stand much of a chance. So the tempo here, right now in favor of KT because of these side laners. DRX will have to win a decisive fight, I think, to wrestle back control. But time is on their side on this rise. It's not so much necessarily on the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, at least for right now, the Varus is pretty strong. You know, Duck Dom doing a nice amount of damage. Not the most in the game, though, as is being highlighted here. So far, it has been Keen and BDD on these, you know, ultra-fed side laners that are doing the big work. But, yeah, not a lot of armor to be built on the side of KT. They don't have a traditional tank either. So, I mean, I guess they have Singed, but it's the support. So
hey, he's got his blade.
It's going to be behind. Yeah, it's going to be pretty far behind the 8 ball when it comes to itemization. But, yeah, I think that perhaps Duck Dom could find some angles. They need to force more team fights, I think, because here we go. We have a TP coming in.
No way!
3-man Counter-Strike! And I was just talking about the Varus immediately. Caster Curse as Keen comes in and just dunks on him. And now Krako's going to be next. Keen is a monster
Aiming
on this Jax.
cash in, man. He's trying so hard.
Never going to happen.
Early deaths.
It's going to end with 0 kills.
Saka, he's like, I just want to get this. I want to be POG. I want to do something. These melee soul laners are just taking the show. And the timing of this for Keen could not have been more perfect. Doesn't have to teleport, comes in there with a 3-man Counter-Strike, and that's a Baron start. Just as simple as that, KT.
Yep.
They can use these side lanes so incredibly well. There's not a lot of peel outside of this Scion, and if you're revealed, if you're in a choke point here and Jax sets up the timing, you don't know the angle of approach, you're going to have a hard time as even Barrel is zoned out here from a potential steal. Rascal, he does not have his ultimate, but he's got the Cloud Rift.
Yeah. Forgot which direction he was facing. I think he was just trying to pull the wave, but it looks kind of funny to see him over here. Does, in fact, pull the wave away from mid so they can't immediately push with Baron. But, I mean, it is just a singular Cloud Drake. I think KT might just want to go back, buy some items with the golds.
Or TP the Jax once again.
Or just TP and fight, you know, that's fine too. You know, I'm good with that.
Here we go.
Oh man, another 3-man Counter-Strike. You gotta be kidding me. DRX is not checking their flanks and Keen is just styling all over these kids.
And aiming will get a cash in onto Rascal here. And this game, I think, is now just too much of a lead for KT.
You were right, Wolf. We played the game. And Wolf was exactly right. I don't see DRX coming back from this.
It's the Jax angle, man, twice. First time just from lane, the second time off a TP. It's the third time in a row he's defined a team fight by coming in, set up the Elise on the first, second one gets a 3-man Counter-Strike, third one leaps in for a 3-man after the TP. I mean, there's no way Keen doesn't get POG in this game with how he's played this. No vision here whatsoever.
This is the first one.
Yeah, this is the first one. And you decide, okay, I'm giving up Drake. We can't actually control this. The Varus is not going to be able to get enough poke. We're going to try to use our Scion to back out, but everyone is stacked up. We'll go to the second one, TP. There's a trap here again to try to spell this out, but where do you go? I mean, this is a disaster for DRX.
Yeah, the tempo of this game is so high that I think DRX are, you know, they're cutting some corners. They're not clearing all the vision. They're like, okay, you guys took Baron, so we get the other objective, right? Meanwhile, there is the best flank teleport ward of all time, like right behind them, right? So that was not cleared out. We have Umbral Glaive here on Barrel. Like, if you're going to force fights like that against side laners that can flank you and are really good with flanks against you, you have to clear out that vision. That's just a given, right?
It's been such a season of return to form for Keen. He had a really rough 2022. People were saying he's not even a top 5 top laner, as we just keep caster blessing him as he gets out of here at level 16. And he shows up to this season, blinds the Jax multiple times, plays counter matchups, and still just carries his aiming.
Aiming might die here. Oh, yep, the Rise coming in, the flash on in. Aiming's just dead. As, you know.
So is that inhibitor turret.
The AD carry solo pushing in mid lane, probably not the way, but it's okay. KT's still in a pretty good spot. And Aiming did get a kill. I guess that was in that last fight.
He did take out Rascal in the last fight, got the cash in.
Nice.
But taking out the inhibitor turret is way more significant than a dead Draven, because the Draven is not really a win condition in this game anymore. So yeah, you can realm warp onto Aiming gear, but inhibitor turret goes down with this Jax and Aurelia. That inhibitor lasts no time at all. If it's ever an issue of fighting for that next Drake, which by the way is sole point here in 2 minutes for KT Rolster, you just stick either of these solo laners, whoever has teleport, BDD in this case, on the top side, and more than one person has to be here to defend. Rascal is level 13. He cannot do anything to this Aurelia or the Jax. And so he is not defending this inhibitor. You need to keep Rise there. Fate at least does have teleport. But the map control that you have as KT is so immense right now. And even though the Rise 0, 3, and 3 finally has that combo, Roa and the Seraphs, it's too late.
We got there. Also has plated steel caps because otherwise probably just gets blown up. But even so, it's pretty dire stuff, the itemization at this point.
I mean, look at the itemization
What can you say?
for KT. Like,
Yeah.
plated steel caps for your Draven and your Singed, but no one else cares. They're like, I'm more worried about the tenacity because I'm carrying this game. It's not about the Draven. The Fed Varus that was massively ahead that you guys played around, who cares? Not worried about that lethality at all. Just gonna use this front line to push through and blow up those targets and win these fights from flanks. Don't even need these steel caps.
Yeah. Tavares not able to do too much on this one. I say that as immediately he's going to chains Lehens. And maybe that's just going to start up a fight here. Look at this flank. We've seen some crazy flanks already in this game. How about this one? As down will go Duck Dom again. Tavares does not get to play the game. And neither does the Scion, apparently, as he is going to get a double stun, but essentially just CC'd to death. Decent amount of health bars taken away from the side of KT, though. Some of that poke actually landing.
And KT are like, all right, just keep pushing. There's no objective up. 30 seconds on that Drake.
Kane is a raid boss at this point.
I mean,
He's almost
a raid
level
boss.
18. Yeah.
He has the highest damage in the game, or he did at least moments ago, last we checked. And I would be very surprised if that has changed. It may change eventually if this game goes much longer. You know, Fate might catch up. I mean, BDD might catch up. I don't think so, but...
Yeah.
The Scion is very difficult to kill, but they can just circumvent him, and they get the Drake here, and he can just go straight to Baron.
Uh-oh. The trap went down, and Croc was like, oh crap, I gotta run away. Keen is too strong. 3 items and a stopwatch even, so... The flanks were good, but now, even as the damage items begin to roll in here for DRX, he can avoid a lot of that damage after getting a good flank in.
The vision around the right side of the Baron pit is very good for red side DRX here, but no vision set up elsewhere, as this is the 2-man flank. Cuz and BDD. Good ult from Aiming to add the extra damage in. He's caught by the chains, but the play is set. And Rascal just tries his best to turn this one around, but not enough long-term damage. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, BDD's trying to catch up. He's going deep into the inhibitor turret, and that's going to be the kill. He is in the base.
Can he take an inhibitor out on his way out? There's
Going back, yeah.
Trade me for Baron. He's got a stopwatch, buying a ton of time.
Yeah, and he's probably going to go down, right? I mean, Duck Dom can't even get near him, though, as a ton of damage does come in from the turrets. As somebody, okay, Barrel's just trying to get vision on this. Yeah, what can you do? Just got to give away this Baron at this point.
The one
can get in.
thing that we just didn't trust about KT this whole time, right? Okay, hold on. This
You trusted Wolf, you got excited.
Well, I didn't trust initially. I mean, that would have been folly, right? But
Krakos just zones. Can't get through the raid boss. He's going to need more members of his guild to come on over and help him clear that one. As in goes Keen, and yep, the raid boss is just chasing him down. Just chasing him out of the dungeon. You can't get away from this guy.
Insane. This is just insane. I mean, I cannot believe
Zanya soon. Actually. And this game might just be over. KT now TPing into this one for actually the clean 2-0. Nothing to see here, Wolf.
I mean,
The real one this time.
like actually, yes. Although, because of the circumstances, I would recommend this VOD.
Yeah, game 2 was really fun.
Nothing to see here except some craziness, especially in the early game of game 2.
Yeah. Well, Fate's gonna give it his all, but I think we know where his fate lies. Although there is no wave now, they're just gonna push in bot side, I suppose, and go for it now. The Rise supposed to be good at clearing waves, but at this point against Baron, not going to have too fun of a time. There are 5 members of DRX still alive, by the way. KT may be just letting them all spawn to get even more KDA as they're just hitting the Nexus. That's all they got to do. The ult from Aurelia goes wide as Sion gets a big smash down, but it does not matter. GG, KT gonna take the 2-0 tonight.
KT Rolster looking like a powerhouse team right now, and Keen and BDD, 2 players who last year were on Kwangdong, in Keen's case, just really struggling. Team's not looking great, right? It was the Teddy roster, the roster that kind of had a lot of great pieces but couldn't find anything. BDD, same scenario, right? He's on Nongshim last year, doesn't have the pieces around him to find success, has long COVID, is struggling with head fog, can't get his mentality straight. The team totally collapses around him. And these 2 players tonight show up in game 2 and put the rest of the team on their backs. And yeah, aiming is zoned out. He can't do anything. He can't play the game. It's a bottom 4v4. And yes, they overextended trying to save him on the bottom side with the teleports there, but they had such a lead, it just didn't matter. And it's just amazing to see return to form for 2 of the LCK's legacy solo laners here in Keen and BDD. And yes, this is a win over DRX, but they beat Gen G just last week.
King Giga Chad.
Giga Chad indeed.
May have to add him to the Giga Chad roster.
It's a KT roster right now that, what I was going to say before we went into that Baron fight, the thing you are always worried about with KT is mid to late game, can they push their advantages? Is their macro good enough? Are they clutch? Will they actually make the right decisions? Will they hold TP when they need to? Will they dive when they need to? And against Gen G, they played it brilliantly, right? That catch onto Chovy is what won them that game 3 and won them the series. This time, they're decisive around Baron calls and leads. I don't know.
Little dance.
The Donkey Kong? I don't know. He's beating his chest, kind of.
K-pop, K-drama, also KT Rolster. Not sure how they're related, but there you go.
Yeah.
And the roller coaster currently at the top. And the fans of KT Rolster just hoping that it continues to climb and that there is no drop. So far looking good, though, because, you know, all the memes about getting excited, all the memes about, oh, they did really well against the great teams last week, and now they're coming in against DRX and Nongshim this week, and they're probably going to lose just because that's what KT does.
He's bringing the Yone
That
in
didn't
this
happen.
year.
That didn't happen today.
No.
That was absolutely stamped out, that idea.
I mean, sorry, Chronicler. Chronicler looks like a fool for that pred, man. And, I mean, based on what
it happens to the best of us.
Based on what we saw against Gen G, that was what pushed me over the edge to think, like I was saying before, the weaknesses of KT, mid to late, they seem to have fixed it. And in this series, they played extremely well in game 1 about an early game advantage. In game 2, they played around macro and side lanes with an early game advantage. Yes, there was that one mistake. Like, we will criticize the double teleport bottom side and the control they lost, but individually, they are pushing the advantage when they have the information. BDD gets this kill because he knows the Nidalee is bottom.
Yeah. And even though DRX tried their best to replicate some of this, you know, double long-range AD carry bottom lane plus Nidalee that we saw a bit out of, you know, T1 and some other teams attempting it across the world, but not going to mention any names. And yeah, it kind of worked at times. Like, DRX had some angles, right? They killed Lehens a bunch of times, but Lehens' Singed remains undefeated, 6-0 now. As Cuz also just quietly having an insane game himself. Even after getting vertical jungled, it didn't matter. He was always in the right position. The cocoons were also insane. Everybody's just Really firing on all cylinders here on the side of KT, individually and as a team.
Yeah, it's honestly, if you're a KT fan, you're watching this, it feels like it's about time, right? Because the structure has been there. Cuz has been on this team, you know, back-to-back seasons, struggling to find his footing. And now that this team looks good, they look confident. I think is one way I'd put it, is when KT look confident, they're making plays we haven't seen them make, honestly, in a whole year.
우찬아 나 이거 접착제 쓸게.
And watch the final moments here. The shot calling.
일단 천천히 타워부터 쳐. 접착제
Just push towers slowly,
고치 3초, 2초.
라인부터
pulling cooldowns,
Playing red
Rise
timers as well.
yeah, and Rise has no flash.
얘 다 태어났어 이제.
괜찮아.
Push through bot,
피켓들 접착제.
라이즈 노플.
타워부터
calling another Rise no flash,
천천히 봐봐.
calling to hit the turret.
다시 포지션
다리 잡아.
다시 포지션 잡아봐.
나 오른쪽 천천히 강 나오고. 나 그냥 위로 가면서 해봐. 나 아래 가면서.
세라인 쪼이자.
Basic BDD calling the collapse,
접착제.
keen push top,
바로 쏘고.
BDD can push from the bottom.
일단 사이먼 천천히 봐봐.
나 끝낼게.
끝내.
Stopwatch for Keen. It's about to get Zhonya's in this game.
내 신지는 데뷔전 망했다 알아봐.
I don't have much to say about.
Beryl did the most damage
Yeah,
on DRX.
that is the state of Soul Laners getting completely wrecked, and Duckdom trying to play a Varus where all he could do was sometimes chains people, and that's about it. Super vulnerable. I think the Aurelia pick was such a great call from KT at the end of that draft.
Yeah, ended up being very quality as we got more than one clown here on the desk. Guys, make sure you watch Pog State for some information as to why we have so many clowns nowadays just infiltrating the desk. Next is Pog State, by the way. You can watch during the break. But before that break, which we are going to take right now, we are going to hop over to the space and see what they had to say about that series.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Wolf, your attire absolutely suiting the state of that last game. And Chronicler, for your prediction, we do have something for you too. As it's the state of analysis here at the LCK is fancy hats.
You think better with ears?
It looks a bit like a beret.
Yeah,
I kind of like it.
Ears or no? Like,
Ears out.
Ears out, right?
Yeah. I think it looks way more weird. Okay, fantastic. So that's because Chronicler predicted DRX. He was the only one that did so. Let's jump into the draft here and have a look at it because it was a lot more fun. And you see the first pick Elise and you're like, that's normal, but it was phase rush Elise as well, and then it was straight into the singed and then double melee and oh, what's happening here, Chronicler? Break it down.
So there's a lot going on. The Singed, which we initially thought was exclusively Yumi counterpick, actually ends up working out really well because it kind of denies a lot of the effective harassment when you're a Caitlyn duo, right? Because normally Caitlyn, even in support, really excels at abusing her attack range. Because you're playing at the Singed, that's a lot harder because one misstep, especially when you're Beryl, who has had shaky mechanical performances throughout the entire split, that's really rough. It's yet another game, though, where I do agree with what the casters were saying, how incredible the combination of that Aurelia and Jax ended up working out. And I really like their kind of attempt at 1-3-1-ing. The game was just pure chaos, and the first game was KT being the best from start to finish. The second game was KT showing that even if they make a couple of big mistakes early, it doesn't matter, because over the course of the rest of the game, they're still so much more consistent. And even with a Draving not popping off, didn't matter because the top half of the map really did what in a dream scenario a draft like this can do.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the least relevant we've seen a bottom lane be in a really long time.
The entirety of
yeah, the whole split. I think,
unless it's challengers, because then you have like some teams that play topside, but in the LCK, this is wild.
The really sad thing is that, you know, Beryl did the most damage on his team, followed by the Varus, but honestly, those numbers meant very little, and then the Aurelia and Jax just really did pop off. Let's jump into our first highlight, though, because this was where things weren't going super well, and we still have a few things to say about KT's ability to 1-3-1.
Yeah, because this right here is turning a one play. If Lahens just dies here, you win the play. Like, really hard. Like, really, really, really. The casters highlighted this as well, but it's important to note, again, you have even with teleport being up for fate, just making sure that you keep both Fate and Keen or BDD and Keen inside, like you're always going to win out. Instead, they flip an early fight into a composition that still has plenty of early game damage. It doesn't go as bad as it definitely could have gone. Nice sidestep there as well from Kazu. Another incredible game, and really stringing, like, I don't think he'll get POG because as good as he was, it was much more about the setup that he provided for others. If he does get it, I'll be perfectly happy as well, because I do actually think that Cuz, Keen, and BDD are showcasing so much of like the highlight years, right? We go back all the time to this KT team and say, hey, what if we could pick the best versions? We're not quite there yet, but it's looking incredible nonetheless.
It's looking fantastic. I think BDD's glow up today especially has been really impressive. That solo kill he was able to pick up in the mid lane up against Fate's Rise. Absolutely fantastic. And it's games like these that are really important for a lot of our momentum-based players. And lots of players definitely do benefit from that. But BDD, I think, especially needs that extra boost to his confidence.
This is both well set up by KT and a mistake by DRX. Because DRX, they knew that Jax was on the upper half of the map. Right? Like this TP here funnels them effectively, especially with Elise coming over as well, immediately into the Jax. So it showcases both the level of control that KT has over these fights, and the game was already not in a great state. This to me is the game-winning moment, because from this point onward, KT never really lose control of the map.
Yeah.
But it showcases both DRX, like, you knew the Jax was there. He was showing on the wave, and then he disappeared into fog. Where could he have gone? But they also couldn't really go anywhere else, because everyone
exactly right.
was fat.
Because Keen was everywhere. Let's give him his POG here, as we'll bring it up onto your screen. 400 points for Keen as well. The Jax looking absolutely fantastic.
Were you, did you sneak peek it, or were you just that
No,
sure?
I just know.
You just know. Wow! I wouldn't be surprised to see some votes going over to his topside buddies, but yeah, this second one might have been what sealed the deal. Overall, Keen, after what has been a really lackluster year on Kwangdong, having just a really great split thus far, right? We think back to the Fiora game from last year where sure, he found the lead and then just was unable to play it. And part of that is the team, but even he individually, you could clearly see that he'd lost some of the shimmer, as love the cuss votes. The choice.
Yeah, Puzzle Keen, they were the options this game, I think.
Yeah, but he's looking better and better every week. KT, don't worry, I didn't vote against you for Nongshim, and I have learned my lesson. I'm not voting against you. I repent.
I like how you learned your lesson and like came back from your decision all at the same time whilst doing your predictions prior to this week starting.
Well, I'm not gonna expect them to, kind of
lose twice.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be the KT way.
No,
the KT way is to lose once.
If they lose to Nongshim now, I will be very upset.
Ooh, that sounds like the KT way. But now it's time for an interview. So let's throw it over to Jason for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by BDD and Keen for the POZ interview. Congratulations. It was indeed a very clean win over DRX, and you guys are now on a 4-match winning streak. This is the best result you guys ever had in a single round so far. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I'm so glad that we were able to get another win. Today was a match that we really had to win, so I'm so relieved. Keen, this was the first match after the new patch, and then we had Annie getting unleashed right away. Were you expecting this? Annie, yeah. She was getting spammed in solo queue a lot, so I kind of saw it coming. Then how did KT's player kind of react to that Annie pick? Draven Annie comp is stronger in lane compared to our Zeri Lulu, so we wanted to just like hold on until the late game, but we were able to get kills so early, so it was definitely a great start. Exactly. I mean, you guys were able to kill that Annie, even the minions has spawned. And BDD, you are pretty, decisive and proactive in terms of the shot call. Well, we have a lot of, early game action in the bottom lane brush, even like in level 1. So Lehans was able to place a ward and have all the info, so we were in a very lucky spot. And your Talia was just proactive all over the game. There were some YOLO wall moments by your Talia as well. So let's take a look at this replay together. So we were about to have a skirmish around the top lane. Could you break it down for me?
일단 탑에서 싸움
So,
나오고
yeah, there was a fight breaking out on the top lane, and I have a Merc Treads and I have a stopwatch. So we were trying to collapse towards the bottom side. I was expecting them to be a little bit faster, but now that I see this replay, it was even more risky than I expected. So it's not like you calculated the entire thing, right? I mean, I was pretty confident that I was going to survive there, but it was a little bit more dicey, I should say. And also at the end of game number 1, Cuz was so desperate to get the last kill, to get his penta. He was like crying for that, but he was not able to get it. And Cuz also did a great job in game 2 as well, but it was so unlucky that he couldn't win any POG. Any words over to Cuz? Everyone knows Cuz is a great player, but thank you for the POG point. Looking forward to hearing from Cuz as well in the future on the POG interview. And in game number 2, we had Varus Caitlyn, a very strong lane bottom duo secured by DRX. So Lihan finally unbenched his Singed after such a long time. You only got to play up against it, but now you are together on the same team. How was it? As a top laner, I don't feel the pressure coming from Lihan's Singed. You know, every time we see it or play it, Lance is like, this is OP, this is broken. And today he was also just following his vibe. It was pretty much an impromptu pick, but we were not able to get the best value out of that Singed today. So during scrims, his Singed is like most of the time unbeatable, you know. So we were pretty hyped about it, but today was not fun, to be honest. And then BDD, you played Irelia for the first time in 3 years. Tell us about it. So we wanted to find a mid lane champion that can deny Ryze wave clear. So we wanted to also go for AP versus AD matchup. And Irelia was the right pick. Well, looking at the KT's comp, you guys didn't really have much tool to open a team fight. And whenever that situation came, you were the hero, Keen. You were always just finding stuns as a Jax. So let's take a look at this replay. Well, at this time, I was hiding in the brush after I pushed the bottom wave, so I was waiting for them to, you know, hover around the Drake. And I was like communicating with my team, looking for a team fight. Because, yeah, just like you said, we didn't really have many tools to initiate a team fight, so I just wanted to get an angle in the flank side. I just wanted to kind of collapse on them outside of the vision. With this 2-0 win, you guys were able to end the first round robin on a very good note. 6-3. Are you happy with the result? After we lost to Guangdong Freaks, we were able to bounce back so much, you know. But it was a little bit late, I should say. I'm a little bit bummed about that, but I think we can do a great job in the second round. There were so many close matches in round number 1, so it's a bummer that we lost all those matches. But I'm so happy that I was able to actually get a great outcome in the first round robins of the Spring Split after a long time. Now this is a wrap for the first round robin of KT Roaster, and your next opponent, the first one of the second round, will be Nongshim Red Force. We will also do our best in the second round robin in order to continue our winning streak. I hope we can perform even better in the next match. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from the KT POG players, and back to Atlas and Clown Keckler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chi-sun. Yes, Clown Keckler and I are here after that one. Clown Keckler did have to take his hair off, otherwise he was going to melt, as it was quite warm in there. Let's bring up the standings and see how things have changed after that KT victory. They haven't really. I guess they've moved ahead of D plus Kia for now. But D plus Kia, if they manage to win their final game of this round, they will be able to move ahead of them based on game score. And DRX, unfortunately, moving to 10th place.
And you know, maybe Nongshim can get something going, otherwise DRX will in 9th, but that's still going to be such a disappointment for a team of this caliber. Well, what we thought was going to be the caliber. It makes sense for how they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, some of the parts definitely looked like they were going to equal a little bit more than 9th, but we are going to have some of the Pog State going to be played for you in the break, and then we'll be back for our final series of the night, Harmalife Esports taking on Nongshim. We'll see you there. Now we've got a complete change up. So now what we were going to do was we were going to do a mock draft, but we don't really have quite enough time to prepare, and we have like basically zero time, to be perfectly honest, in general. So I don't know how we're going to do it. We will do a mock draft in the future. I'm holding everyone accountable.
I was expecting a bit more of shade towards me because that was I was.
I still wanted to do it,
and
but,
me, you can, Max. I want to give you permission if you want to burn me a little bit.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I've lost the intensity of how upset I was because it's going to be play-by-play versus color, and us play-by-play generally benefit from them having less time to prepare. Because we probably weren't going to anyway. We would have probably played video games together instead of prepping a mock draft. We would have still won, but it just, you know how
might still.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just play.
That would actually be the best revenge of like me with like we're gonna prep and then like the voters are like 80-20 for you guys.
Well, I mean,
could happen.
Oftentimes, like I don't know whether the games are going to be played out. The best thing is if we do a mock draft and it turns out that these are compositions that have been played like around the world somewhere, like that's what we need to do. And like how many times have these comps actually won in?
We can take those two drafts and then have 10 intermediate bots fight it out. That we actually
then commentate it.
Yes.
Oh my
god.
That's gonna be a
I'm gonna just say I'm like no.
Yes.
No. How about we get like two academy teams to play them or something? You know.
We could get our friends to play it. Yeah.
Okay,
no, I'm glad the observing team.
I just don't know if the bots know this. The intermediate bots know the subtleties of the Nami illusion.
I very do. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if they know the
Are
way
you
this
giving
is
away
played.
strats right now?
So, but we're not doing that.
No, we're not doing
doing
that
it next
because
time.
we're doing something else. And the Korean broadcast played this fun game. Which is called something.
Walk the Stork.
Walk the Stork. So they were playing Walk the Stork. Hooney is stupidly good at it.
He's insane.
And it's now our turn to try and walk the stork. And it's not for nothing. We are doing it for all the marbles, quite literally, because tomorrow,
Not
when you
quite
see
literally,
us,
by the way. There's no marbles.
there's not going to
involved.
be any marbles. There might be marbles because we can possibly put marbles
I
in
love
there.
marbles.
I wanted to play marbles.
On Wednesday, the loser, the one who doesn't walk the stalk good enough, is going to suffer a penalty. Penalty! Yeah,
Do they go
that's
in the
what's going to
penalty
happen.
box?
I think are we going to all write a penalty down? Are we going to do
Sure.
it that way? Okay, so all of us are going to write down a penalty on a piece of paper, and then the loser picks out of the box. And so, you don't write something really, really harsh because it might be you that loses, and then you'll be like, oh, mine's in there. Yikes. I hope I don't get that.
Also have to maintain a certain level of dignity and professionalism and
Yeah,
broadcast.
I mean, I
Come on.
think there's like a certain level of.
Something that won't be then something you have to deal with for the next few months. So, like, tattoo your mum's name to your forehead probably can't be one. Which is a shame, because that's a good one.
I already saw what Max wrote.
It's a pretty good one.
This is the escalator thing.
He said he wasn't gonna do that.
Oh, I didn't trust Max.
I reckon we have like a 5-meter grace period.
For where you don't get.
Yeah, you get to start again if you don't make it 5 meters.
Nah, I want to see somebody die at 2. It's gonna be me.
Just keep concentrating, Carl.
I can't. It's so like I'm fine. I'm fine until you guys start talking to me. Ah!
His beat touches the ground.
No!
Wow, 30. Is complete silence worse?
I don't know. It's not.
Oh no! Why did I just... I pressed the wrong direction instead of the right direction. I'm really upset that
I like the little pause.
Rooney got now he got 99. Which
think
still is
99
I am so bad at this.
99 is worse than
it's worse than
6.
What? No, I don't think it is. I think you.
Oh my god. All right. Well,
So, just to add some context to us and how atrocious we are, or how we weren't provided with very much time and we didn't watch Lolly.
Wolf is terrible. Just say it. It's a Wolf is terrible. Yeah.
I think you did admirably. That Stork didn't want to walk good, man.
Yeah.
He didn't want to walk good. He wanted to faceplant.
What can you do?
That's kind of the way. Anyway, this is how the players have done. Faker, of course, the best at random games.
Yeah,
if you've
just the
watched
way
his
it is.
stream ever, you just know. His Get Over It streams were so good.
I'm still
Oh my
baffled
God.
that Hooney is the best out of anyone.
I'm not baffled by that at all. I feel like it's something that like Hooney's.
He just gets it.
He just
He
gets
actually.
randomly the
Hooney,
best.
Hooney's actually.
He thrives in the chaos, like you provide him with like a random challenge and you're like, Hooney, just be good at this, and he's like, yes.
I learned that Lahens and I are maybe very similar in our skill sets.
Do you like?
Entertainment.
Do you like
Entertainment, you
eating
know?
bagels by any chance, Wolf?
Actually, yes.
I just
Maybe we
realized
should hang out.
the play-by-plays just the same, basically, is what I learned.
Keep learning that.
Yeah, and just.
All right, give me the punishment. Bring it out.
All right, yeah, we
I'm
need
just-
to punish
I'm getting too stressed out
Choose
about
one.
this.
Okay,
And then read the other ones as well.
here you go, Wolf. Pick one out. The first one is the one that you're gonna do, unless
Look
it's
in between the
inappropriate.
papers.
I can't see it between the papers. They're really well folded. All right.
Oh,
I don't think that's my one.
Oh, it's mine. Yay!
yay!
Mine's not that terrible. Wear a clown wig.
Clown wig.
Oh, you got the clown
So I
wig
gotta wear
one.
a clown
Okay.
wig on show. Let's read
All right,
the other
let's see
ones,
what you
though.
dodged. See what you dodged. Clown wig's actually kinda dope.
Eyeshadow for Wednesday.
Oh, that's a good.
That's
that
a
yeah,
really
that was
weird,
mine.
That's
weirdly
good.
specific what day of the week it
eyeshadow,
needs to
bit of,
be.
bit of guy liner.
Should have said like
Yeah.
Friday. Or
It's like I'm not
I
casting
was
on Wednesday
gonna-
for a few more weeks. I get to keep dodging.
I was gonna do mascara, but mascara is really annoying to remove. I feel like eyeshadow is pretty easy, so we could just do
It
that.
is.
That's a
Yeah.
good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, loser on forehead. I think this is Valdez's handwriting.
Brandon, are you okay?
Yeah, that was mine. It's not that bad.
Right.
I thought I
like
expected
how-
worse.
For the entire broadcast.
For the entire
Oh,
broadcast.
actually, I
it's
did
loser
that.
on your head.
And it's like, right, Loser.
It has to be in. I think Valdez needs to write it. Needs to be in his handwriting.
Yeah, it's very good handwriting.
All right, with like a fish hook R for some reason.
Yeah.
All right, and chroniclers have to say the word zoinkies 3 times in the night. I wish I drew this one.
I want to draw that.
It's actually the hardest one.
All right, okay. So instead, let's all choose one of the punishments and we'll all do it. Oh, no. Oh, I want the zoinkies one.
The question is, and this will be a question for G-Sun probably, or Ian, do I have to buy my own wig?
No, you'll have a wig provided for you.
I'm like, okay. Because like, if I buy my own wig, it's like not... It could actually be like I could do something really stylish. You never know. So I think they have to choose it.
A clown mullet. Yeah.
All right. So you weren't able to walk the stalk, but at least you get to wear a fun hat.
It also says wear a clown wig, so it doesn't specify the time period. So maybe it's after game 1. I take it off. We'll leave that to the producers as well.
Oh no, whole day, 100% whole day.
Otherwise, it's not a punishment.
The makeup ladies also aren't going to be able to do your hair, and it's really important that your hair is done
needs to be impeccable
every day.
Yep.
So
especially if you cast.
You have to have because you'll wear the wig, and then the makeup ladies will make sure that it look really nice. So that is okay. But I think straightening the clown wig, maybe curling the clown wig perfectly.
It'll be
you know?
plastic. It'll
You
melt.
might have like a little like strand coming down, like you know, like all set up, just to make sure that Wolf looks as good as possible in his clown wig.
I'm down to clown.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Blood stains walls underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Hamalife Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. Those ones actually kind of rhyme. It's pretty cool when we get them to match up against each other. This one, though, Wolf, might not be much of a matchup unless Nongshim can really step it up.
Well, I thought this might be the more one-sided game of the day, but after the KT matchup earlier where KT absolutely stomped DRX,
yeah,
hard to say, but going into this one, Nongshim definitely the underdogs, but HLE still stuck at this moment in time on the east side of the bracket. Haven't been able to break into top 5.
Yeah, perhaps with a win here, they might get one step closer, although they will have to wait for DK's match, I suppose, as they still have the 4 losses. Nongshim here, now step ahead of DRX for now, but if they do lose this in any manner, they will have a worse game score and then once again go back into 10th. So they're looking to avoid that.
Some matchups, that we can zoom in on going into this series to see if there's a chance, right, for this Nongshim squad to upset. The jungle one being, I think, one where a lot of people focus on Sylvie. His performance is so far pretty good. Klid, inconsistent. As what we were just talking about standings-wise, HLE trying to sell things as the kings of the East, and Nongshim trying to escape rock bottom. A win today would put DRX in last, as you say, and keep Nongshim, at least for the time being, floating above the double digits.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy fight. Hamalife Esports generally at least good against the bottom half of the bracket as 2022 World's Finals MVP versus LCK Challenger League Summer Finals MVP.
Old reliable 0-7 Jack Split pushing for the win and getting the MVP versus
Who's better?
Playing a lot of Aatrox over there at Worlds.
Who would you pick for your team, Wolf?
I'd pick Kingen.
But LCK Challenger League is the best league in the world.
Now, if it was going to be slotting into a Challengers team, though, I'd probably pick Dinton. I'm like, oh, Kingen, you don't know how to deal with this world yet.
Yeah, totally different worlds. First place overall in solo kills, 14 from Zeka already. I mean, we are just at the halfway point. That would put him at 28, or if we include today, let's say he gets 1 or 2. He could be upwards of 30 at the end of the season, which is insane. I remember Rascal had like 25, 27-ish?
Yeah, it was pushing 30 for
Yeah.
sure. Fiesta has had a pretty good start to the season in terms of his solo kills. We've seen him actually get quite a few and killed Showmaker. That was the most famous one, but he has had a lot of defensive Azir ult kills where he actually ults people into the turret. And those are some of the ones that come to mind. Azir very strong in this meta right now. A champion that Zeka struggled on early in his time in the LCK, but really mastered it, rocketing to World's fame. And Hamalife Esports coming off a bit of a bounce back, but also coming off of that loss last week against D+, playing their own game, not respecting D+'s win conditions. So HLE figured out their draft style. Tanks for Kingen, front to back, Viper, some of the highest DPM in the league in terms of 80 carries, but still giving over priority to D+ meant that Viper couldn't play his game in that last best of 3 last week. Going to a matchup today where they are the big favorites, and on a new patch, we're going to get a pretty big read on how quickly this team can adapt.
Yeah, I think they should be relatively good at it. Life is definitely a support player that is willing to just throw caution to the wind and kind of pick anything as well. On the left, that says, right now, I want to eat noodles.
Yeah.
I don't get the reference.
I had Kaigusu 2 days ago.
Is that Zeka as a bear? Trying to figure this out.
I don't know.
Probably.
G-Sun's like trying to guess.
Esports cooks good noodles.
Yeah, I had some of the HLE Cook's noodles. She made budechige for me. It's great.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You are the budechige man. Here's Nongshim, though, the noodle team, and they...
I think that's it, actually. I don't want to eat Shinramyun, I want to eat Kaiguksu. I think maybe that's the meme?
I guess so. Nongshim, the brands, do have a lot of noodles.
Yes.
In their repertoire. I don't think that's what you would call it. But Nongshim, essentially a full team called up from Challengers. trying to make their name here in the LCK after Nongshim last year. Did spend a lot on some big players. It didn't work out. They're like, well, our challenger team is pretty good. Let's try them out.
The sign says, I trust you guys, Nongshim. And the character says, you'll win, right? Surely.
Surely you'll win.
Yeah, this is the matchup we're focusing in on. And Viper versus Vital. Viper has been one of the most consistent AD carries. So much so that look at his damage numbers here. Damage per gold, #1. Damage percent, #1. DPM, #1. I talked about it earlier. This is a team that has broken even. This is a 4-4 team. Doesn't matter win or lose. He is going to put up the numbers, even on low-range AD carries like Lucian and like the Draven. So, big matchup for Vital to stack himself into here. And we've seen a lot of changes to the AD carry meta, of course, over the last few patches. So what Vital wants to play here, I think, is going to be the strat, right, for Nongshim. Can we shut Viper down? You try to play through mid where, again, Fiesta, potential win condition there, great solo kills, but hasn't been able to turn that gold into victories. Maybe we'll see some dark tech, like what we saw from DRX in the previous series.
Perhaps.
For that bottom lane. I hope not, but
yeah.
Maybe we will. Maybe we will.
Vital in his match against Kwangdong, where they did take the 0-2, looks very nervous. I think maybe because we talked about it a lot during that match, but there was a lot of pressure because both of those teams are down towards the bottom of the rankings, right? Kwangdong Freaks and Nongshim, so both of them felt like, oh, we can actually win this one, so that actually amounted to more pressure. Whereas in this matchup, you know, it's Home Life Esports. It's incredible names, and maybe they'll be nervous about that, but less pressure because you're not expected to win this one, and I hope that Vital can kind of step out of those nerves and be ready to play because they'll need him today.
They certainly will.
Any chance.
Vital is a player that we were, you know, really looking forward to having as a mainstay here in the LCK when he was picked up, you know, and pushed into the main roster now for Nongshim because of his performances just isolated when he was playing during the COVID. Yeah. It's him. And, you know, he has delivered in some respects, right? But he still has a lot to learn, a lot to improve on. The same to be true of his duo partner, Peter, on camera there. HLE, blue side going into this one. Looks like Nongshim have selected red side. So we'll have counter picks for their solo laners here. We'll see what Irene has in mind with veterans Coco and Double S, the former Heroes of the Storm player.
Yeah.
His coaching staff has been together for a long time, but hasn't been able to produce great results over the last year and a half.
Did Coco used to play StarCraft?
That's Coca. You're thinking of Coca, yeah.
Okay. Different guy. Similar names.
Good old next Coca, man. He and Beyond teammates back in the old days.
Home Life Esports here on red.
Yeah. Those colors were confusing.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
So, yeah. Home Life choosing the red side. I believe you said Nongshim. I think that's why that confused me. Either way, we know the sides now. And the draft has looked a lot like this in the beginning. A lot of AD carry bans on blue, and then just OP jungles getting banned on red.
Yeah. This is kind of the way. And when you ban all of these AD carries, it makes something like a first pick Ashe very oppressive. So it means that HLE might have to ban it. But they're actually going to ban it themselves. And could be looking for a Zeri pick here for Vital. See what goes in this final spot. We've seen Sejuani take that first, blue side pick today several times, and the Cassante to be banned. So will they go for the Zeri? Would they like to pick up something else instead here, since it's so open-ended and HLE have a lot of opportunities for counter pick? The Sejuani is very safe.
It's got to be Shen here, of course. Shen really big in this meta. Seeing play all across. No, it's Sejuani, as you mentioned.
Okay. HLE, will they be so bold to take jungle here and Zeri? We see Wukong Zeri is a pretty strong duo, despite Wukong struggling a little bit right now in this meta. Will be the Varus. In fact, instead, no Caitlyn to pair with this. Heimerdinger significantly nerfed. And it will just be the Wukong to come alongside, and we'll wait and see.
This is a really strong spot for Home Life Esports, especially with all of the melee supports that are so strong right now. They can just wait and see what Nongshim draft and then select their support and tailor it based on what they want, right? Like a Braum could be good into a lot of poke like this. You might want Hard Engage instead, maybe pick up the Nautilus. And the Dark Technology, Wolf.
It's coming.
It already began.
Yep. So lots of poke in this draft here for Nongshim, decent front line. And now HLE, it could decide to opt into more of an all-in focused lane. We could also just pick something like a Karma and try to put the pressure on the Ziggs. Heimer works the same way. Going to be teleport Ziggs for Vital, almost certainly, where he's just going to be playing weak side here. So now you want to protect your top side. As HLE, you have the Wukong. Jace's face up here. Could be flexed, of course, to Fiesta. But you want to give yourself an opportunity with whatever top lane you pick here as HLE to try to punish this Jace, because your bottom side is going to have a lot of pushing power by default. And I don't think we'll be seeing Sylvie play around the Ziggs bottom lane all too much. And they're expecting the Jace flex, at least respecting the possibility here with the Jax ban.
Jax, Akali might just see more Azir play in this game, would not be too surprised. Although Zeka, you always got to ban the stuff that he's very strong at. The Akali, the Sylas. Sylas 0-6 though in week 4.
Renekton taken off. See what support Nongshim want to play this with the Ziggs here. As you can obviously dive the bottom side with Wukong, but it's tough pre-6. So you're feeling like, okay, could see something where you just want to deal with the Heimerdinger pressure, even a Karma. Ziggs Karma's not a likely duo partner, like that's not a lane you think of as strong synergy, but considering the situation, it could be what they opt for here just to stave off that bottom lane pressure, because Ziggs is just going to be teleport and farming under turret. As Viper will look to lock in the Azir here for Zeka. They banned the Sylas and the Akali on Nongshim side, which has been a mistake we've seen some teams make here, allowing the Azir, but it's often been another way to bait it. And HLE will answer the call here. What's Nongshim's plan? Will they flex the Jace and put something here in the top side? It's kind of a weak call if you do it. I can't believe we didn't talk about this yet. This is the partner we're seeing right now with the Ziggs in the meta. Doesn't seem strong in this comp, nor does the Leona, but it can be used very nicely defensively.
Pretty interesting stuff. I'm kind of on the Braum hype train right now, so I was thinking, hey, Ziggs Braum, not bad. But not going to be the case. Yeah, it will just be the Leona and the blind Gnar. And that will reveal that the Jace should go mid if they do select this.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Kingen can do here. He could play Camille, he could play Aurelia. Whoa. This is red side power here for HLE. The fact that they banned the counters for Azir made it so easy for HLE to just say, all right, we'll play Azir here. If you flex Jace mid, we'll know about it. We can save that R5 counter pick for whatever you're going to show. They show the Gnar, and HLE are like, cool, orange buff opportunity here. And the Jace in the mid lane versus an Azir still have to be very respectful of that Wukong pick. You know, if you try to push forward, you try to get that prio. The Wukong has a lot of power bouncing between top and mid. Bottom side self-sustaining here. And with a Leona into this Varus Heimerdinger, you are sitting under turret. There is not a whole lot you're going to do here. You might be able to save yourself against a dive, but I don't think HLE are playing around bottom side. They are playing around top. They're playing around this Camille. So the poke is going to have to come online somehow. Vital teleport here on this Ziggs. Set under turret. You get chunked down. You TP back. You farm it up. You get that Leandries. You just farm and farm and farm, and hopefully you get to the mid game where you're not so far behind that that poke actually becomes relevant and valuable here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, you were talking about the Leona just kind of sitting under turret. Like, what is Peter going to do in this game? The Leona, pretty strong into Varus just because he is pretty immobile. But you probably just go cleanse here as Viper and just, you know, try to win very early on so that the Leona is not too much of an issue. And how much can Peter actually get done on the map in terms of roams and stuff to actually have a big impact? we'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, Leona's kind of just chilling out, not doing much.
We've seen players like Beryl find a lot of success with this roaming Leona. I feel like we're talking about Beryl's Leona a lot today, even though he did have a bit of a rough start to this week. But see if Fiesta and Peter in this game can, on that famous Leona, find success here. Otherwise, I think this is a very difficult draft to pull off, Valdez.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready to jump into game number 1 of match 42. Nongsim up against HLE Esports. Let's do it.
Life with the scary Heimerdinger skin.
Is his brain exposed?
Yeah, this is what I was
Is that his
wonder.
brain?
Yeah, like, that seems really dangerous. Usually you want the skull around that one.
Yeah. That's why we have skulls.
Yeah.
In general. Yeah.
But I guess Heimer is just too smart in this skin. Yeah, we're just gonna let this one sit. Just gonna let this one sit.
Wait, why did we move? I was listening to that. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Dindin's like, level 1, we're just gonna be cool, right? And Kingan's like, nope, I'm in the brush.
Yeah.
And I am ready to trade aggressively at level 1 with my grasp, and I want to kill you as soon as possible. This is not gonna be the level 1 spam stop position, spin around situation, as you can see on the minimap here.
Triple Scorch from HLE Esports.
Triple Comet.
In this case, kind of makes sense. Just, you know, say what you want about Scorch, but they are going to get a lot of harass done in this bottom lane, and also even in mid, you know, whenever Jace comes in range of the Azir. Always makes use of that. And of course, as we talked about, the Heimer and the Varus are just going to get push advantage. They're going to get level 2 first. And Vital's just going to sit here. Just farm it out.
Yeah. Not much else you could do. Turret placement here for life. Very annoying. Just trying to chip away, build up his Spell Thief's Edge. In the mid lane, you know, Jace has to be wary of Klid. So is it going to be able to take any super aggressive trades, even at level 2? You know, sometimes Jace can hit level 2 in a lot of other matchups and really put the pressure on. There's a lot of control mages, but Azir has so much range with the Sand Soldiers that the prio is kind of set here, and if you want to, you can take it away, but it's so risky. You don't have enemy jungler vision. Look at the ward setup here too for Klid on both sides of the river. If Sylvie comes over, he will know about it.
Yeah. We're just watching only the bottom lane. It's not going to change. Maybe when Ziggs gets an item or two. Yeah, that'd be the way this is going to go.
That's why he takes teleport, so that if he takes too much damage, he can return to lane without losing too much farm. And, you know, can be some, you know, side laning he can even do later on in the game with this TP, but...
So, you're losing bot as Nongshim, you're losing top as Nongshim, I mean, especially eventually, like once we hit level 5, level 6. Mid, you know, should be decent, but also currently Fiesta is losing to Zeka there. So you don't have priority anywhere, and the name of the game nowadays, Wolf, is all about, you know, bot priority, lane priority in mid as well is very nice.
If you have bot and mid prio, you basically do no wrong. It guarantees first rake. You can set up dives. And unfortunately, this Leona just simply isn't going to be able to do anything for the foreseeable future. You talked about Peter roaming, and he certainly could later on, as this is a level 4 gank from Klid.
And they've got a decent wave. It's not a very large one, though, so...
This is what I was talking about with Leona, though. This is what she's for. Kind of is like, okay, they can't dive us, we have Leona. They can't dive us, we have Nautilus. You know, this type of support.
No Q. Shock Blast going to miss, though. Zeka just going to try to flash away from this one. And he'll get out, but has to use the Summoner.
Yeah, nice gank there from Sylvie. Got a little golf clap from the fans here.
It's like one guy. He's like, yeah. It's a great gank. Good stuff.
Taking a flash. Small steps. This will be the first back.
You know what they say, Nongshim wasn't built in a day.
Nope. That's certainly what they say.
Very famous phrase. You guys might have heard it before.
Yeah. There's the TP. And this will be a free back for Viper and Life. Everything going as you'd expect. The main problem I have with Nongshim's draft is
What?
nice back intro.
What? He was in the air.
Yeah. And then he was in the air again.
Can we get a replay of that? Level 5.
Yeah, this is no Narbar. This is what I was going to say is my main problem with Nongshim's draft. You can flex the Jace mid, but you can't give yourself a huge opening. Like, you've given yourself a weakness here in this draft because Camilla's up, Aurelia is up, and this Gnar pick, I mean, we can watch it happen in real time.
Q comes up, Dindin getting very low, he's got Mega Gnar soon. Elects to walk forward, thinking, oh, he's not gonna one-shot me. Oh, wait, he did. And now Kingen just solo kill, very straightforward, no flash used by Dindin. And this top lane is pretty much a wash for him.
Yeah. Clid can come up here at level 6 and do this again, get flash. Kingen has teleport and his ultimate, so... I mean, it's already hard enough, right? But when you just lose out solo... Yeah, like we were talking about, you leave yourself an opening, right? You left yourself an opening in this draft, and then small misplay there, big risky move forward from Dundon without Narbar. And Clid would rather play bottom side until he has 6.
It should be a little bit obvious, but no, they're just going to land that stun there as trying to get the damage on a Vital, not actually going to work out as Peter was the one who got grenaded. So a little bit of split damage, of course, understandable. You want to go for the Ziggs, but at the end of the day, it chunks them down, and they should be able to get this Drake.
Yeah, Drake and potentially some plate gold too. As Jace doesn't have mid prio, Zeka has 6. Flashless doesn't even matter, as long as he plays respectfully here. And they could just force this Sejuani away while taking plate gold, and then when the lane returns with no TP, Vital is losing so much CS here. When they return, then they could say, all right, you farm under turret. We see you. We know you're going to be under turret and not actually coming over to contest Drake. So it's a very easy call. Notice how they do this exactly that way. Viper comes over here as soon as they are seen, and he's got this choke point and the brush controlled. Contesting this is a risky move.
It is a little bit late on the Drake take. Clid has taken a large chunk of damage. The bottom lane now of Nongshim is here. So they're actually going to back off of this one, especially, you know, the annoying Rift Scuttler was taken here by Nongshim, so had a decent amount of vision as well. As we're going to take a look at the replay of the top lane 1v1.
Yep, this is from Kingan's perspective here. Hookshot comes through. He steps back into the sweep for some reason.
Got him.
Got him. That's what he said. Yep. I guess quite literally grabbed him.
That is true, yeah.
But the meaning is got him.
He ate the orange buff. That's what he would say if he knew about orange buff. Either way, bottom side here is in a little bit of trouble for Life, as Life is in a bind, 1v2, not able to do much, as Sylvie gets 6 and throws his ult into the wind. Just a little bit of generosity there.
Yeah, kind of a surprising timing for a gank here for Nongshim. And they don't have the ward set in the right spot, so he actually just gets through. And the gank is successful. Greedy push there from Viper and Life while Clid was on the top side of the map. Now Dindin spotted him here on this Herald. But with Jace backing, they should be able to turn this into a cross-map play. Sylvie wants to start this Drake up, but they don't have a lot of damage here. He might just get away with it. But being very cautious about this is checking vision, making sure this is going to be something he can realistically do before any sort of punish comes through. As there's no ward in this Tri-Brush. And he's seen, by the time he's seen here through the river on that control ward, it's too late. And Viper can do nothing for his support, doesn't have ult. And Sylvie, if he hits that, maybe you get a summoner. If he was going to hit it, maybe it could have gotten a summoner, but actually Viper having both down, so never mind.
I guess Clid, after the way the bottom lane went and the nice gank from Sylvie, he's like, well, I could just take 3 Rift Herald and we can just take this top turret extremely early on. The issue with this is that Vital is Ziggs, so he is going to get a nice amount of chunk damage into the bottom lane turret as well. It's also going to free up some of the pressure that you were supposed to have from Life Esports' bottom.
Yeah. Vital gets that split plate.
Say that, and here comes the Azir. Vital is going to flash very late, and you know what? might actually work out for him as Viper's still on the chase looking for the arrow. He's going to miss, and Vital is going to get out of there in the end.
They're going to still try to put some extra pressure here top side, but I mean, plate gold here for Fiesta. While Zeka went for this play bottom side, was not a TP play, walked down, so he has TP to go back mid here should he want to. But still a lot of gold given over to this Jace, so kind of a big, I don't want to say macro fail, but a misplay here on the side of HLE. They delayed the Herald drop as well, so they could delete as many minions as possible from the Gnar, but ultimately he's only 5 behind, so could have been speedier on the play and try to make something else happen, but either way, a lot of money to the Ziggs, and he's still significantly behind, don't get me wrong, in the second that Life and Viper are reset here, this push continues, but definitely making this a much better situation for Vital.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Life definitely still handily in the lead. Speaking of which, they're looking for a bit more on Fiesta. Can't get away. Oh no, he's going to knock him out of the Hextech ultimatum. Fiesta's still with Flash, as they're just trying to get that at this point. Fiesta not even going to Flash. He's just going to walk it out. Just gets away from the gank. As now the immense amount of priority you can see Life and Clid even in the enemy jungle.
When Vital is backed like this and you have a top turret already destroyed as King and you feel like, okay, I can comfortably make this play here. They're going to get another teleport.
Oh, King. Well, never mind. Okay, they're even going to Leona ult here. Jace pretty far out. I'm not even sure that King would have been in danger, but he's just going to flash just in case.
I like the idea, though, setting a trap there, knowing that King has to walk back to top side. His teleport isn't up yet. Good tracking and communication on the teleport cooldown. And he does have to flash. Some ultimates expended there. No objective up at the moment. So not going to feel too bad about losing those. Getting a flash, you feel much better. And also Jace escaped, right? Didn't have to flash. Fiesta feels very good about that too. And the Ziggs just needs time, right? The Ziggs will eventually be a threat. The Jace will eventually be a threat once that first item is complete. And then the Muramana will come in second, and eventually we'll talk about lethality Jace and where his poke is at. And the fact that Nongshim actually got this Drake and have stacked it here is pretty huge for them. And the Herald didn't get that much in terms of what the lead is going to look like here for HLE. Yeah, Camille versus Gnar gets that early kill, gets all those plates, feels nice, but they haven't been able to snowball it into anything further just yet. They tried to grab Fiesta. This game is still, Hanwha Life, massive advantage in the early game as you'd expect, but not as big of a lead, I think, as they would like to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to make the comparison to KT and how they were able to make their lead just balloon really quickly in both of the games that they played earlier on today against DRX. Hanwha Life Esports also in a comfortable lead, but not quite as clean. They're kind of like stumbling across after some of their successes here. And let's see where they go from here. They're actually trying to rotate up to the top side as bottom lane is just, they're just going to push into each other. Whereas Orange Buff might continue being just that if they commit heavily underneath here. But you see the rotation comes in from Nongshim.
Yeah, it's a really nice idea.
Oh, they're even going to come in here as there is a big grenade, but they're going to get on top of King in here. And again, the rotation there for Nongshim. And they even hand that kill over to Dindin.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a nice idea if Zeka comes because he has Emperor's Divide. You can block the Jace out. You can stop any sort of rotation coming over from Nongshim. He walked almost all the way there, but then decided, okay, I'm just going to head back to lane. You guys seem to have this under control. There's a miscommunication. King and dropping down the Hextech ultimatum. There's no follow-up. And Zeka has conceded the point here.
Yeah.
And to go this deep without follow-up CC, Life misses the empowered grenade. Clid is not here for a Cyclone. You're under turret. This was a very poor dive, unfortunately, for HLE, and Nongshim are just going to eat up the gold. Thank you very much. They had 3 wards. They still have them. You can see around the Wolves there on blue side to spot a rotation coming through, but they didn't realize that in order to dive that deep under turret, they still needed to be much faster on the follow-up as Nongshim were coming around from the lane.
And now Nongshim, confident enough. Only 1,000 gold down. They have an Infernal Drake as well. And now they're going to look to set up shop around this Drake and try to roll that into more objectives. And the poke is there. Vital, he has his Leandries. He is essentially online, if only just barely online, to start doing some of that poke damage alongside of Fiesta, who has farmed comfortably in this game.
Dundun here pushed back. And it's really difficult for Vital to hit that poke damage when there's so many threats here, but Zeka not showing. A lot of question mark pings going down here about where Peter could be. It's a game where both of these teams want to pull the trigger and go for this Drake, but there's a lot of missing players, a lot of information missing for both sides until they walked over that ward, in which case Nongshim are going to say, all right, well, we'll go ahead and start Herald up. If they're slow on this Drake, we might be able to get both.
Viper's here. Just hanging out with Zeka in mid lane. Zeka, or rather, Kingen has taken over bottom side. And Drake, as you mentioned, will go the way of Homolife Esports. Okay, we're just fake diving, and Dundun also is just going to flash. A little sad puppy. Yeah. And it's Hextech Soul.
Hextech.
Massive for both teams.
This one is OP. It's pretty busted.
Yes.
Sylvie going to eat some damage here, but no Leandries for Zeka. He's going to get out of there just fine, but shadowing the Jace to push topside. And Nongshim are kind of out-rotating Hanwha Life in a lot of ways. We've seen some macro mistakes, some failed dives. Kingen's trying to get this turret down.
Okay.
Will he pay for it?
Take a massive amount of damage to do that. Now he's just going in onto Dundun, but the entire team, or at least Peter, is making his way up. Not actually able to force Kingen into the middle there, though, was Dundun. And Megan are a little bit slow.
Really liked how Nongshim played that, using the Ziggs ultimate to clear the wave and force Kingen to stay. Left him a little bit vulnerable. He almost gets picked. And all the while, Fiesta is going to get this topside turret. So way less resources used for the same gain here for Nongshim. And the Ziggs 20 CS down in the early game feels terrible, but it's also standard, right, against a Varus. The longer the game goes, that CS lead means less and less, as the Ziggs becomes a more reliable source of poke heading into neutral objectives when he has a Jace to back him up too.
Well, we're just chilling. 3 kills so far, and that's been about it. Both of these teams, you know, outside of Kingen, I feel, mostly avoiding the action, as that's not going to actually happen. Homolife Esports, you know, they're just trying to play the suffocation game where they don't necessarily have to fight you, but they will just, you know, take away all of your vision, try to get objectives as much as possible, try to push some turrets early, as they have been able to take down 2, plus the Rift Heralds, and, you know, the second Drake on the map, so that's going pretty well, but also still, you know, not really playing towards some of those advantages that they had early on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Azir sitting on a Ludens right now in this draft. I worry about what Zeka's role is going to be going to these team fights, because the front line is pretty sturdy when Meganar is available, and the Sejuani just in general, the Aftershocks, difficult to kill. So the burst damage of that Ludens is temporary versus...
Even Leona.
Yeah, like, it's a good point. I actually kind of forgot about that. That's another front line. Whereas the Ziggs chips away at a relatively weak front line. So I am concerned about this itemization, as Klid looking for a flank is spotted.
It's very fast with that blue pet. Zipping in and out of the brushes, just looking for an angle, just being very annoying, as you can see. Fiesta and Silver like, well, this guy, I guess, just gets to laugh in our faces. Speaking of which, that is going to totally miss, but gets the flash out of Fiesta. They turn it immediately on the Klid, and they mess up that clone. They're not going to mess up Klid, though. He is able to get away.
Idol's here with ult.
Yeah, they're still on the chase. Life zipping away.
Yeah, I don't think Vital kills him even if he ults him there. It doesn't commit. Still a lot of damage done, and Aftershock Sejuani. I mean, this is the exact scenario we were just talking about. Gets caught by Zeka's ultimate, but takes almost no damage in the process, and the turn is real. Vital now just given some extra time to farm in mid. Drake doesn't spawn for 90 seconds. Nongshim have good wave clear here in mid. Jace has control of top side. And this is no longer a Camille just running a Gnar down in the side lane. You know, they keep swapping and avoiding that matchup extremely well. And there's so much map control.
Ooh, Fiesta. He's going to TP out of this one. Unless, nope. A little bit slow on the draw, but they get the TP out of Jace. Fiesta ahead on gold on Zeka. Mostly just due to the plates and the turrets he's been able to pick up locally.
Yeah, just a slight lead. His impact could be greater, though. and longer setup fights. We might see the first of which on this third Drake here. It's not sole point for either team or anything like that, but still significant, especially the cooldown reduction that Vital and Fiesta would love to have.
Ability haste.
I was going to say it, then I was like, I don't like saying that. It's technically correct, but anyway, yes, the ability haste.
Does it reduce your cooldowns?
Makes them hastier. Let's say Valas. Well,
that's a
let's
nice
be politically correct. All right,
nice little middle ground.
Let's use the correct terminology.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we don't have much else to talk about because these teams just refuse to fight.
By the way, the tiered parity, 3-3-3.
Whoa.
I said it, man.
Yeah, Fiesta ruined it.
For the third Drake, I mean, there's a lot of threes. But what I was going to mention about the setup here for this Drake is
3 kills.
If Nongshim wanted to fight for poke here, they win it at 100%. But instead, they're going to, because they feel like they don't have vision of where Zeka is. He's got flash and ult. They're just going to push instead and give this Drake up. Will they get punished? Seems likely.
Yeah, Vital's like, well, which way am I going to go? They're going to go up towards Kingin, who is Camille. He has flash as well. So now the turnaround comes in. Vital is just left alone, does an insane amount of damage, actually. And he's going to take down Zeka amongst it all. Does not care, as he did his job.
Big shield as he finishes the Seraphs. And, I mean, that's a trade you'll take. And on Life, they were ready for the punish, but a little bit too late. You know, Kingin comes down. He's actually forced to flash. The collapse is very awkward here as he's so far away. And I like how Nongshim handled this. They're like, wait, Kingin's trying to sandwich us. What if we just push onto him, force him to flash to turret, then we could turn around. They don't know the angle at which Zeka is coming, and Vital is actually almost out of there. He actually almost does not get caught by that Emperor's Divide, but he still trades a kill back, which is amazing. This is best case scenario for Nongshim. Give up Drake, so that does hurt, but what you got was pretty significant on the top side. Taking a flash down from Kingin, Zeka flashing there, getting a kill. And Zig's well and truly online in terms of that poke damage.
Yeah. I mean, they got that first Infernal, so they've got time. You don't want to give away individual Hextech Drakes, but it does mean that you can just sit here and wait for the Zigs to get incredibly ballooned. You're going to have an issue in the side lane with Kingin scaling up and all that against the Gnar, especially with the early leads. Also, Azir is going to scale pretty nicely, but Nongshim definitely do have some win conditions as this game comes along.
They're shadowing the Gnar very well here with Peter and Sylvie when he is the one who's matched up into the Camille, because it hasn't always been that case. It's been following the Azir around pretty well so far. And you can see that even though Kingin wins the 1v1, he knows it's not a 1v1. He doesn't have vision there on the river. It's just going to back away. And we've talked about the poke of the Jace and the Ziggs. There is some level of poke here with the Varus, even though it's not a Leandri's or the Azir. But the arrows need to hit here for Viper. Viper has been such an incredible Varus player throughout his career. This game extends his CS lead, has been able to farm pretty well, but let's see those arrows hit in these upcoming team fights. Otherwise, you know, you do lose out on that neutral fight.
Yeah, you were talking about tanky frontline. The lethality here for Viper also going to suffer a bit, but definitely if you hit the right targets, aka the Jace and the Ziggs, very obvious, you're still going to be sitting pretty. Even Mini Gnar, you know, chip away at him. Kingin is able to find a little gap here in the defenses down in the bottom side. Dindin not in position to take that one down as Azir, Zeka also rotating. They're trying to bait in Dindin.
This is vintage Kingin Zeka.
Yeah, Dindin did have flash, but not going to elect to use it. Instead, going into Mega Gnar, trying to buy some time, and Zeka is just going to pick up the kill. As now rotating through the jungle. As a big kill from Fiesta onto Zeka, though. You see the Helm of Life not able to get a kill in the enemy jungle either, as Kingin stays a long time to try to take down the Jace.
Remember that arrow.
Ooh, the flash in, and Fiesta picks up the solo. Well, I guess he gets a little bit of help from Vital, but still picks up the kill.
Yeah, 2 kills to the Jace. Suddenly, this game really slipping through the grasp of HLE, and it was a nice set play from Kingin, right? Because he's pushing down, he knows Gnar's come over late. Zeka has path through the jungle, unseen. He knows it. He's got the sweeper here. And this is something we've seen Kingen and Zeka do so many times. Usually it's Zeka on something like an Akali or a Sylas, but Kingen loves to set up baits like this for his mid laner to come in here and set up for a kill. The problem is, hit by that Mega Inferno Bomb, and Fiesta shows up here. We're going to watch it from his first-person view. He's going to hold this E, knocks him back, switches back to ranged mode here, hits the W damage, hits all 3, and then it's like, all right, acceleration gate, flashes for it, grabs the kill. Beautiful play from Fiesta.
As the crowd oohs and ahs at the mechanics. Some of these players, you may not recognize the names, but they have been honing their skills in challengers. And here they are on the big stage. And now, you mentioned the 2 kills. Fiesta is quietly fed Jace. He's got an insane amount of lethality now. And even damage on top of that Muramana. He is just going to be chunking some of the squishy members on Hamalite.
Really is. My Viper, I think, is going to struggle to get the same kind of poke damage back. And it's low range, the Azir chip, right? So I understand why he goes for Ludens here, because he wants to kill, not chip away. But while these Qs roll through for Vital, you know, Zeka just can't compete. Viper is very difficult for him to compete against this front line, because Vital could do it without really any threat. Unless
Viper needs to hit those arrows. And it is going to come down to how the fight plays out as well, because they're chipping away at the Drake. They're forcing a hard engage here as Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, and Viper's going to pick up the objective. The front to back here from Hamalite Esports is going to be pretty good as they pick up their second Hex tag. They will force Nongshim out of the pit.
this is exactly what Viper needed to do, because it looked like the fight was definitely, like the walls were closing in, and they're actually going to try to go straight to Baron here with their Cryo on this. Dindin does have teleport. King
Hextech Rift. Can't do it.
No. Good call from HLE, saying we can back here because of the Hextech Rift. But if that Drake does not go to Viper here and Nongshim tie this one up 2-2, you really worry. Okay, King in.
And then he's got some support. He's got Meganar as well, as here comes the Leona to CC from 50% health. Stays for the turret again, but this time he doesn't get away with it. TP to the top side. Now you see Nongshim trying to push this advantage.
I mean, Nongshim might be able to start this Baron up. They have tons of damage between the Ziggs and the Jace. And unfortunately for HLE, trying to push your way into this one without the Camille is so difficult. You don't have a great front line, as we've mentioned so many times.
The poke pretty strong from Viper so far. Able to proc that Baron early. Peter is going the long way around. As will this flank matter? They're trying to turn now onto the Azir, but Zeka just flashes away. Peter's in the back line, but he's alone. They're able to kite back onto this one, but Life is going to be the first one to go down, as Peter will as well. The two supports eating it there.
Zeka, no flash here, has TP and a turret.
Not a very comfortable position right now for the Azir. He's trying to push Dindin into Viper, but immediately Dindin turns it around as the rest of the team on the bottom side here trying to get on top of Fiesta, but it is not working out. Oh, they're going to take down the Sejuani as Kingen. A perfectly timed flash, and it will work out in the end.
Very messy fight here. Nongshim trading up in a lot of ways in this exchange, but don't actually get the Baron. Lots of flashes used here on the side of HLE too. Viper the only one remaining with one. So we're gonna go all the way back to this play here. Kingen getting a little bit too close to the sun, thinking, okay, I've got this turret. I should be able to do that, and then hook shot out. But then R-bar here for Dundin catches him on the hook shot. Peter with the follow-up, they take out the Camille. And on this Baron fight, look at the positioning of these Ziggs mini bombs, the E here. It's really difficult for HLE to collapse in, so Peter's flank works out a treat at the beginning of this. Whenever I see that picture-in-picture, I get nervous, but yeah. Zeka buys a ton of time here with the Azir turret and the ult coming through, and they do end up taking out the Sejuani in the end. Zeka goes down, but you feel great about this as Nongshim. Your Ziggs is really getting insane value in these longer fights.
Oh, Vipers. Feels like every critical Q is just not landing for him in this game. It's very frustrating to watch. Like, he missed 2 onto Dindin there. That could have been a kill onto the Gnar.
Just feels like Viper is having a little bit of an off day here, and you know, part of playing this Varus is hitting those Qs.
Yeah, we have really high standards for this player, so
yeah,
you know, he's 1-0-1. He has, you know, his
positioning has been amazing.
He's doing well, but like, oh man, some of those kills.
And sometimes it's a little bit luck-based, right? Which way they move when you're at max range, and can you actually predict the movement and stuff like that? But his positioning has been great, but if those arrows don't hit, this comp doesn't feel as strong. HLE with Soul Point, though, because he hit the arrow he needed to hit, that critical arrow on the Drake, which does, of course, lead to HLE having Soul Point here, and they could force a fight on their terms. Or could try to trade the Drake for Baron. Another strategy they could employ here. Side lane control, not really there for them just yet, but the longer King can push, it might be able to grab it. Doesn't have TP, that's the frustrating part. And look at the group up here for Nongshim. Already, choke point set up for Peter, Jace on the side.
A minute ahead.
Vital is ready to poke. I mean, he's got his Shadow Flame online now, 3 items.
Yeah, and his job is just sit in mid, get mid prio, push the wave in, and don't die. That's what he's got to do before this fight begins. Because with the Ziggs, I mean, you're going to push the lane so much faster, even in the Varus, right? So he will get this prio as Nongshim just by having this champion with 3 items.
And Nongshim, now with this prio, can kind of choose how they want to set this one up. See, Kingan, without teleport, backs away, heads home. Does have a GA, so he is extremely difficult to kill going into these fights and can lock down any backline target, Fiesta or Vital, if he can find the angle to do so. I mean, this poke at the beginning of this already so good.
Boy.
Here comes Peter, too, back from base.
Yeah.
Got a flank angle just like the last one.
Oh, life. He's burning.
And this is choke point control.
Yeah, so now it's a 5v4. And they didn't really have to expend much for that. Nice amount of poke here from Viper. He's going to hit those onto Sylvie. See that Viper is quite fed in this game. Even into the tank, Sejuani is going to be able to do some nice poking.
Kingan, though, getting around the backside.
It's going to be interesting. The teleport feels a little bit late as Zeka's trying to join on up. Glid able to avoid that. Avoiding so much of the CC as the Fountain Castle is in it, and Zeka picks up the Drake. That's Hextech Soul for Hanwha Life Esports. And just like that, the teleport seemingly just right on time. And Hanwha Life Esports might just win from here. A huge team fight for them.
Yeah, so decisive with how they collapsed on the Fiesta and blew him up. The positioning for Vital is so good, he's so far back, but you can't say the same for Fiesta there. The Jace just deleted, and that's a lot of your team fight damage gone, especially when Vital doesn't have his ultimate because he used it to try to pick Life, who narrowly escaped with his life. I hate when that ends up happening in casting. But he gets back to the scene, and now he's helping take out this Baron.
Press R? No.
Taking it out. Press R indeed.
Didn't press R.
Did not.
Did the Ziggs.
No. Pretty far away. And this is the collapse on the Fiesta. Like, Vital flashes, he's like, oh! A Camille flies by! But actually, he wasn't the target. The target was setting up to kill Fiesta and then womboing the entire team.
Yeah.
That was beautifully done from Kingan. And you could just tell Vital was like, oh, they're coming for me. No, no, no. They're going for Fiesta.
Yeah.
That was just one of the scariest things you could ever imagine as a backline. Ziggs is like, here comes the Camille. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But Fiesta gets caught. The follow-up from Zeka is beautiful. And now HLE in firm control with this Baron buff.
The issue is, with all this poke on the side of Nongshim where the majority of your damage comes from, you can't afford to be flanked, right? Like, they got flanked by 2 people. Kingan got perfectly in the back line. Zeka got perfectly in the back line. I don't know why I said it like that. That was weird. But they just got wombo comboed in the back line, and then there was no poke. Right?
Yeah, let's say Leona trying to stop a Camille.
Yeah.
It can in the short term work, but that's part of the problem with Gnar. If you don't have your Mega Gnar, which is only a temporary thing, you can't do much to stop a Camille from forcing her way into the back of a fight.
Well, they've got Mega Gnar now, but now it's gone. So, timing not there. The clone feeling the burn. As so will Dundun. The push here with Baron, excellent from the side of Hanwha Life Esports.
Now the 1-3-1 pushing super hard. Still a minute and a half left on this Baron. If they can get an inhib, that's the goal. They just have Perma Prio here for the next 3.5 minutes and win the Elder fight. If Nongshim can keep all inhibs up, they will get one more fight, one more chance. Maybe the Ziggs take damage, steals the Elder. Crazier things have happened. Kingan still has GA.
Viper, the zoning ult. He's like, I really want to get this turret, so I'm going to throw this out. If you step forward, you get hit. If not, you back away, I get the turret.
I mean, yeah, inhib going to go down, and bottom side inhib also exposed here. HLE could just group for it with the last part of this Baron buff.
Oh boy.
Just picking Nongshim apart here.
Yeah. And Fiesta's like, man, if I could just sit here and poke you all day, like, we'd be winning still, but this game it's gone beyond that. All it took was one team fight and a Baron, and it looks entirely different. So one inhibitor is down.
And with the itemization we were talking about for Zeka earlier on in the game about how it could backfire, he's now sitting on Death Cap with his Shadow Flame. He will delete anyone he encounters, as we saw in that last fight.
Yeah. Edge of Night for Viper too. He's going to be even more slippery.
And Banshee's Veil is the next item of choice for Zeka too, just in case this game goes long enough for him to finish it.
And a stopwatch.
Yes.
Not sure if you mentioned that.
No, I didn't, but like, it is, I'm glad that you did, because that's
that is
even
my
more
job,
valuable
yeah.
than Verdant Barrier right now.
Yep.
And they got control wards set up here. 2 minutes until this Elder. They just need to make sure that they could use this mid super minion wave to threaten the sides here. And 1-3-1 for the next 2 minutes. Set up for that Elder, and like, that's the game plan here, right? If Nongshim try to challenge and fail and lose anybody, the game just ends.
Yeah, very true. Gotta be careful there, as chains will sail wide. Viper has hit, I think, a couple of those in this game.
He has, and a lot
Started
of
hitting more of his arrows too, which is good.
A lot of the chains he hit were pretty significant defensively in the early game. But, I mean, he's kind of shooting blind here into the base of Nongshim in this case, so, you know, if you hit those, you feel great. If you miss them, you're like, well, you still have to back away from me.
Look at his damage. I mean, you know, amongst all the ones that missed, were a lot that hit as well, so.
Look at that Edge of Night value into Fiesta.
Yeah. Just into everything that Nongshim have in terms of damage. There we go, some chains now, as even a Zonya's stopwatch has to be used by Vital here before the fight even begins.
Just trying to siege up this inhib. The base is broken.
Yeah, even Zeka now poking. They've also got the Heimerdinger Life doing a good job poking. A lot of those Heimer nerfs, mostly for the lane.
Yeah.
And he's still out here, level 12, doing some good work.
TP available for Zeka and Kingen. They don't need to back, though, so they can just keep pushing right now. And there's a real win condition here if somebody gets picked.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he's going to get picked big time. Has a stopwatch himself, and now that's 2 stopwatches they bought for the fight that they can't use, but Kingen is going to go into his GA, I suppose.
They can collapse here, too, Clit and Zeka, but they're just going to force this into mid.
So much used to try to collapse onto the Camille. Not enough, as that is a Nexus turret and a,
Hextech Rift,
yeah.
what up?
Hextech Rift, Hextech Soul.
Fiesta looking for
technology.
Oh, sidestep is real.
Yeah. And they're still on the chase. Chains of Corruption, though. That should be a lot of damage into Fiesta. Even a grenade in his face, but Sylvie's so fast. I would assume that eventually she'll be able to take him down. No, a couple flashes away, and now they have just gone too far. Nongshim, a last-ditch effort will not pan out for them, as it looks like HLE Esports, with this win in the fight, will go on to take game number 1.
Not the easiest, not the cleanest here. HLE Esports clutch when it mattered. And this has been the story of this team. Behind often, early. That's okay. All right, Varus is coming.
That he is. And he's here with another chains. Viper, he's like, maybe he heard us. He's like, I'm going to hit everything from here on out, because he has been exquisite since. Very good stuff. HLE Esports going to win in about 40 minutes, as they will pick up the ace in the end. Nongshim, a good try. You know, a cool draft to bring in for game 1. Doesn't pan out. HLE Esports get the job done in the end.
It's a tough POG vote for me, because I think the decisive moment was that King and Zeka collapsed, but both players had a lot of trouble in the early mid getting it done. Viper had a lot of problems in the mid game hitting consistent arrows, but as you can see in that damage chart, he did ramp up big time in the later parts of the game.
Someone please get a picture of Hanwha the tank engine, please, for me. That was a very nice sign.
I'm gonna vote for Kingen, though, because I think that was the winning play from him on the Camille, where he and Zeka collapsed and actually got that team fight to go their way, because before that, it looked very rocky, and some of those setups were starting to look more and more deadly with the Jace hitting consistent shock blasts, Ziggs ults burning through those health bars. For Nongshim, we saw a good game of League of Legends. They handled the pressure bottom side very well. Yes, Ziggs fell behind. He was given a lot of time to farm mid. The Jace play was great around those earlier objectives, and I think in the later objectives, also great here for Fiesta. Played an amazing game. They tie in DPS.
Viper knows how to do damage. That's one thing we know. You know, at the end of the day, 38-minute game, 40,000 damage. That is another over 1,000 DPM game. He just keeps stacking them up, Wolf.
He did in, like, when we had that chart pop up, and you were like, yeah, he's hitting them now. It was like 28,000.
Yeah.
From that point to the end of the game, he did 12,000 more damage.
Yep.
12,000 more.
He was on like 4 or 5 items. The guy was just pumping out the damage. And Nongshim gonna have to try something different. The Ziggs Leona, an interesting idea. Did not work out this time. But either way, guys, we have a break and then the space. We'll be back.
베이스 도플. 세주 하니까지 맞아.
천천히 봐야 돼. 세주 올게 나.
세주 어떻게? 세주 선. 나풍 1초.
이겼지. 게임 내려가자. 이겼어. 형우리 태어나면 텔 되죠?
그냥 끝나면 될 듯? 끝내러 가자. 강 넘어가 싶어.
세주 도플. 가비 괜찮아?
브레스 쓰고 싶은데.
이길 수 있냐? 야야야야야야. 나왔어.
아야 좀 끝났어. 우리 왔어.
오케이.
3초.
나도 노플 아니냐 이거?
배우나 노플. 나를 가에는 있어.
얘 초시계가 안 나가네.
시도 없어.
나 많았다.
죽이고 가자.
채워야 돼.
저기고 와.
나이스. 다음 경기 잘하자.
야, 여기까지.
잘했어.
Flame Horizon of Vision score here that June is picking up.
As now, we're trying to get on top of Bulldog. Feels like the first time I've seen the Azir use buttons in this game. As Closer is going to get in there and kill him, but might be able to get out here. He gets a big heal and a big shield, and Closer went on an assassination mission and gets sniped by Taeyun. This time, Kyle.
It happens to the best of us. Level 6, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Sejuani?
Ask Sejuani? Oh, maybe. Marish rather has something else to say about that. Sweeps in 2 of them and says thank you very much for the free kill. Only 4 possibilities, right? I think absolutely it's not. Anything else I could probably... Umpty! Oh, here's
Where
Umpty.
Are you from?
Where did he come from? Where did he go? Well, he's actually going into the death chamber as the bubble is huge. Keria just going to put an end to that.
Here's not connecting here, so maybe isn't Jin angle.
Well, the Chains of Corruption are going to connect, and Gumayushi just kills Beryl. That's immediate revenge right there. That was too much damage as well as Croco. 3-man Cyclone is massive as they take down the Varus. Behind enemy lines right now. Morgan taking a bit of damage. You can see the Leandri's burn kind of working out as Ingo's cleared. They lock them down. Emperor's Divide is huge, and Karis is just wiped from the map. Umpty is now so far away from Morgan, they cannot get that CC together, and Umpty's going to get picked off. It's a double kill for the Zeri, and Humble Live Esports in the space of 1.
going to get in. Cuz isn't even going to try. Megadar is here, knocks him into the wall. That's a 3-man. 2 and a clone. I guess it's good enough as Pace is just in the backline, just nuking people, and he's just going to kill everybody. That's just going to be the end of this team fight, is yeah. Doran's trying to kill this turret. I don't know why he keeps doing this, but he's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to trade back now onto BDD, but even he's not too confident. Okay, flash away from the one ult. As now he's got some support, the huge bait, as Doran is going to pick up the kill.
Reach Supreme late game and get item parity.
Doran is in Mega. Has the ult, actually, is not throwing it out just yet, trying to get away, but dodged expertly by Keen. As Chovy thought maybe he could get in there, but not going to happen. And
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. Congratulations to Harbour Life Esports for taking game number 1 of their series against Nongshim, and we're here now to break it down. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and the draft was interesting. It was another Ziggs attempt, but the game itself was, what is that?
This is a bowl of lukewarm potato. There's no seasoning, there's no spice, there's no salt. It's just lukewarm potato soup. Because that's about how excited I felt about this game, because Halma won, but the way that they got there was not ideal for a team of this caliber. And we're going to go over the draft a little bit. I actually love the Nongshim draft. I think that they have a draft that skills insanely well, has plenty of mid-game win conditions, right? You can play for your team fighting power with early combos with Gnar and Leona and then Ziggs on top of it. The flex of the Jace was really, really cool. Picking that up early, but still not leaving very clear where it goes until the last pick was great. Heimer at this point, guys, we should let it go. Heimer has been nerfed very aggressively, and even though he didn't get punished because he wasn't playing into a double range spot lane, it still is a pick that I think loses so much value, and I felt like Live didn't really get a lot done. And you're also picking Heimer into double poke. Like Ziggs and Jace are already locked in, and you're playing a counter dive champion, so that Heimer was not it.
And I think it's actually okay to pick the Heimerdinger in compositions where it works, right? You can use it as sort of like that ace card. But in this case, it was almost exactly an example of where not to pick it, because Nongshim did not have to go in ever. They just throw shock blasts and bombs, and they're going to make things happen. But that wasn't kind of how this game played out. It was kind of messy, Chronicler.
This game just had it all. Like, what is actually happening here? Why is Zeka kiting into the middle of a Mega Inferno? Like, why?
I don't know.
Going on?
All I know is Fiesta kind of popped off a bit this game.
Yeah, so we joke. This is actually really cool because Dundanir is just on hysteric spite, which is what buys as much time as it does. And then the collapse coming through from Nongshim actually gets severely delayed by some reinforcements coming in here for Kingen and Zeka, but King. After Zeka also dies as well. So, and the reason why we're highlighting this is because this type of messy gameplay against Nongshim, even though it didn't end up winning, is a big risk. And even though Hanwha Life is known as a slow team, these type of side-laning errors and just mechanical mistakes are something that, at this point, we slowly should start to phase out.
Yeah, and this is also Hanwha Life Esports that we hold to a pretty high standard, right? This is the squad that managed to take down T1. They are also made up of multiple world champions from different years. Like, this is a team that I think that we probably should be holding up and holding accountable for cleaning up play, right?
At the same time, in moments like this, you do actually see the experience because Nongshim's inexperience really shines through here because at this point, with the Heimer out of the fight, like, you need to hard force a fight, right? Like, actually utilize your man advantage, but you see that Sylvie is a little bit indecisive. They don't really have a great setup in terms of flanks here. They know that Kingen is there, like he is on vision, right? So this doesn't come as a surprise, but instead they flip here for the Baron. Vital flashing there actually ends up killing Fiesta because it allows the Camille to get on top of his opponent. And this fight went well, and there were two smites that didn't go the way of Sylvie. Because if those two smites go the other way, you can just kind of lose this fight as Hanwha Life, right? And like, you can lose this game against a team that got 2-0'd by Kwangdong. Like, Nongshim are a team that definitely is still very early in the developmental curve, and we see both mechanically and in terms of overall macro, barring that one play, that Hanwha Life wasn't really able to stay ahead of them.
No, they weren't. I felt like this game was far more even than it had any right to be perfectly honest. And I think hats off to Nongshim in the way that they played. They are going to stay on the blue side here. So we'll see how much the draft is going to change or not change as we move.
And in the end, they get a win, right? But we're just a little bit harder on Hanwha, given that one, they took down T1. And we have seen already this split even, that this team is capable of much more. And when you're playing against the weakest team in the LCK, got to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's weird because we were just looking at KT and how much they dismantled their opposition DRX in our first series, and that did not happen here with Hanwha Life Esports. But let's have a look at the POG and give it over to Viper. The man did some boom boom damage, and I think he absolutely deserved the POG. Over 1k DPM. I have to repeat that his record is 1.7k, so we're still waiting for that, but we'll see whether he gets there. This is a pretty good job so far.
Really has got the kill set. Then we skip past it because he actually misses a bunch of important.
Yeah, the mid game was not the Varus time, and this bit, real good.
What also was really important, and one of the reasons why, besides me being a dirty boom boom damage voter, is this play here, and in general, his positioning around Poke. Because when Life got zoned out of that fight because he was getting hit, that isn't in of itself game losing. If that would have been Viper, if Viper would have, not be able to sidestep, would gotten hit by more shock blasts or more bouncy bombs this game, that would have been a really big loss condition. And not the most engaging. I like the other votes as well. I think that both Kingen and Zeka had one big moment that played.
We were very close to also putting a Zeka vote in there as well. And based on the early game performance, I think that Hanwha Life Esports would have had a much rougher time if Kingen hadn't have owned his lane. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head back to the castings for game number 2. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Spacers, once again for that awesome breakdown. As we are jumping into game number 2, will Hanwha Life clean things up and win even harder? Or will Nongshim have a new strategy? They were in the coach's booth for quite a while trying to figure out what to do here for game 2. Nongshim, that is.
I think the Viper votes being almost unanimous is another sign that even on the casting side of things, media, right, Chinese commentators, everybody's kind of looking at this going, man, this series this first game was close, right? And exactly what they said on the space, like this was way closer than it had any right to be. The macro had a lot of problems, and eventually you're just like, well, I mean, Viper did a lot of damage, I'm going to vote for him. But I think even those votes do show that there's a lot of questions here for how close that game was, and with, once again, Nongshim having blue side here, Hanwha will have to clean up a lot of the play, or it might be a 3-game series. See what Nongshim want to prioritize, this time around, as we don't know if we'll see 2 back-to-back Ziggs games in Tavares.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty unique way to play the game. I think if you're going to play that kind of style, you know, let the Sejuani go, maybe ban the same stuff, and then you pick the Varus, right? And you can still go with the Jace. And so far, the bans are the same.
See if Nongshim also potentially fish for an Ashe pick. We haven't really seen a whole lot of that on blue side thus far. It's been banned in the 3rd slot. And I think it probably will be one more time. Yep. HLE could ban the Jace here if they wanted to change things up, because that was a big problem in game 1.
Could be an option. They banned Cassante here, so it definitely feels like a little bit of a toss-up. You know, you don't have to ban Cassante, especially in this patch.
Ban
Yeah,
Sejuani. Okay. And I don't think Dundun is looking to first pick Cassante here, so the Varus you mentioned, definitely a strong first pick right now if Vital wants to play it here. It may force us into a bit of an awkward bottom lane, because they'll just say, we're going to play the war of jungle attrition here. With 3 jungle bans, we'll take the Wukong. And this shows me that, because I don't think anyone on Nongshim thinks this Wukong is first pick material. Well, with 3 bans here, this shows me Nongshim is like, I want to react to Hanwha's draft here. Why'd you pick blue side if you're going to do that? Good question, but they're going to say, we get jungle tier pick, and let's react to what the enemy bottom lane is going to be. Zeri comes through, and we might just see a lock-in once again of the Varus, this time on Nongshim's side.
Yeah, could definitely happen. I think, you know, Zeri Lulu seems fine. Probably thinking about a jungle pick for Clid. And they don't have to pick it just yet. Could just go ahead and pick for bottom lane first and then react themselves.
Yeah. So Varus, the strongest, most common pick that we've seen. Obviously, Caitlyn, Lucian banned. Those are the other ones. The Draven is an option here for Vital if he's brave enough to play it. We have seen Kalista lanes. Xayah, not so much very popular here in Korea. We've seen it in other regions. Will actually be what they want to go with here.
This feels early and, you know, Xayah Rakan even. Okay, so Xayah Rakan is back in Korea. I don't know. It feels a little bit early. It feels like they don't have enough information on Hanwha and what they're going to draft to go for this at this stage. But maybe it's something they prepared.
Really interesting. I wonder what Clid is going to end up playing here. We've seen Viego and Lee Sin be pretty strong into this type of composition. Rakan is very vulnerable. Xayah can ult, of course, away out of a lot of different types of CC. But Rakan can be a bit of a weak point in terms of setting up vision later on, and it's going to be the Viego that's picked here. Not the strongest jungler in this meta, not the strongest with Zeri, unless the team fight situation is exactly right. Have that Goldilocks team fight, but you don't want to get choked out any further on jungle picks right now, because they'll just ban the Viego Lee Sin in second phase, and then you're really going down the barrel here. And even things like Trundle don't feel great up into the Wukong, as the Cassante will now be banned against Dundun.
Yeah, still a good ban in this spot against that player. Just do it in the second phase. We did have Akali and Sylas bans from Nongshim in game number 1 in this spot. Just not wanting to deal with Zeka's, you know, 2 main champions. What he won a world champs with. So Akali is banned again.
It's just going to play the Azir if they do this again. And it's a really strong Azir comp, potentially. He could even take the Renekton here for Kingen, and then we have this very evergreen, very boring, but very powerful composition for HLE. See what they're going to ban here. The Jace, still untouched in this draft thus far. Be a Jax ban instead. The composition here, very low range with the Xayah for Nongshim, so you don't feel great about playing Jace. Like, neither of these comps want it that much outside of potentially getting some lane prio. Would rather see an Azir ban here than a Sylas ban.
Peter, it feels like he's received some new information. Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
I like this way more. This is super smart drafting, because without lane prio in mid, which you're going to struggle to have into the Azir, this Xayah Rakan lane is going to struggle a lot more. And Sylas is fairly safe, and you could save your counter pick here if you want. Now, if you pick this Gnar, You're leaving the Silas potentially to Fiesta.
Yeah.
Be very strong in this comp, especially with Azaya.
Oh boy.
Gnar safe into almost everything but the Silas, right, in this case.
Yeah. Could go Silas. You also got to pick something for mid that's safe, that's not Azir in this meta. Not the easiest thing to do. Victor is...
I'm going to trust him with Victor.
I mean,
Blind.
You got to pick something. And as we know, the tier lists in Korea are not very long. You know, like, okay, well, Azir and Akali are gone, so we have to play Victor.
I really like this draft for Nongshim. Quite a bit. We have such a great strong front line for this Victor. Zaya is going to do a ton of damage later on. You have Engage in spades between the Rakan, the Sion, the Wukong. And you could have just taken the Silas pick to say, I want to deal with this Gnar and have better setups, but hard to hit a Zeri with that, right? And ultimately, you've picked something that gives you a lot more power in terms of damage. Zeka's Kassadin has looked great when Kingen has been on frontline champions to set him up. The Gnar, this team fight here for HLE feels like it's a house of cards. Or it can work extremely well if you can get ahead in the mid game and Kassadin can coast to 16 and you have a Gnar who's well set up and you're winning sides. But you try to walk into all of this CC and engage as a Kassadin, you're going to have big problems if your Gnar is caught on the side and blown up. Very difficult to team fight front to back. There isn't a traditional frontline here for HLE in any way. Kind of an ego draft, it feels like, in a lot of ways here for HLE. You've got a lot of strong champions, and you have the stronger team in terms of individual players. But I think what Nongshim has built is a much more robust foundation.
Yeah, it feels pretty straightforward. You know, front to back is going to be very fun. Lots of engage, as you mentioned. That's as vital in the middle there. Also a lot of raccoons and dindins and all sorts of stuff.
On the Hanwha side of things here, King and Fan, the puppeteer on this side to the top left. Came for revenge, says the Hanwha Life roster there. We'll see how this draft shakes out in real time, right? Because we could talk all day about how Hanwha have the stronger roster full of veterans, but didn't feel that way in terms of the macro in Game 1. This team has to keep their heads together because one slip up and this draft falls apart so quickly.
Yeah, definitely going to have to try to coast a little bit. We'll see if Nongshim allow them to do so as we're ready to jump into the Rift here for game number 2. Let's go.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
No crazy shenanigans at level 1 with these two comps. Not a lane that's designed to hit level 2 and win the game on either side. Which is refreshing because it feels like almost every game is like that, which is why we have these big level 1 parties.
Yeah.
It's a sign of changing happening here on 13.3.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I like the parties, but I don't know. I feel like they're inviting too many people nowadays, you know?
I'm just kind of like, I like a little party, but I don't like it every game. You know, sometimes I need to take a few days off.
Yeah,
Games
that's
off,
true.
Get some time
Especially
to
as we get older, you know?
Yeah.
Sion took his head off and put it on that ward. Viper this time not on, you know, the poke lethality Varus. He's going to be on a much more teamfight-oriented hyper carry in the Zeri. Excited to see him pilot this one.
Taking a look at some runes here. I think pretty standard. Airy Scorch for the Lulu. Conqueror for Klid and Zeka. Zeka not going for the Fleet Footwork because he doesn't really feel he needs it here into this lane. As Fiesta is taking Ghost, and this has been quite a double-edged sword. This is great play at level 1 from Viper and Life.
Yeah. Always win this level 1, so really trying to press the advantage. Klid is spotted on an early ward. He's also level 2. This Viego pick has not been seeing a lot of success in Korea, Wolf.
Yeah, it's been kind of a bait pick, as we call it here. It's kind of picked often when we do see the jungle bans heavy on red side, and then the blue side first pick jungle comes through and you feel like you're out of options. Works amazingly with Zeri in winning team fights, especially with this Kassadin. You're like, all right, I'm transforming every few seconds, and as those health bars get lower, we get resets, and Zeri's
feels
popping.
like the reset comp.
Yeah. And that's why I say this comp is like a house of cards. It looks so pretty and beautiful until, you know, the bottom one card is pulled out from underneath and it all just falls down. This comp can stomp so hard and be such a win more comp when you're ahead and you're just zooming around the map, everybody's winning, there's no risk, there's no fear. Talking about this Ghost, it can allow Fiesta a little bit more freedom in this lane to put the pressure on heavily while also being able to then escape, while also being potentially off the first back, being able to have some kill pressure. At level 6, you can push for that, try to get 2 Qs off with the Death Ray and push the Kassadin out. But it means that you're not going to have teleport for sides in team fights later on. So we've had mixed opinions about this, kind of popularized by Bulldog and Faker here this season, the Ghost Victor.
Yeah, the teleport, even throughout the years and all the nerfs, still just so strong. Just such a game changer. As more wards are being zoomed in on, Sylvie was spotted doing the red, and now he's going to be spotted doing this top scuttle as in they go, looking for the engage on a Viper, but you're level 3. So, I mean, they got the Ghost out of him.
Yeah, I got a heal too.
All right.
But unfortunately not going to lead to anything massive here. Trying to get what you can because you have mid-prio. So trading summoners like this in the early game you feel very good about. Unfortunately, Wukong doesn't feel great until level 6 in terms of what he can do in any of these lanes. Unless Viper and Life are really pushing the envelope here on the bottom side. But even still then, both flashes up, and Life is being extremely accurate with a setup of these Glitter Lances and is doing a ton of chip damage here. Stacking that Spell Thief very quickly. They'll take their first bag. Tier buy early for Zeka, which we do like. We have seen specifically last week, late tier messing up the Kassadin build path, even with the faster Rod of Ages.
Yeah. Fiesta, no TP means also he can't get back to lane in the laning phase. So Sylvie's coming into mid to help him push this, as now he's down on mana and not in the safest or most comfortable spot. Zeka's trying to hold it.
Good job here from Zeka.
He will be able to.
Doran's Ring, kind of awkward here for Fiesta because you can get mana back by autoing. He's going to stay.
Ooh.
But you're level 6 coming up here for Zeka, like you can't actually stay and you can't proc Doran's Ring. There's level 6 reached and he might be able to just hold this. But a lot of resources committed.
Yeah, and yeah, like Peter has to come up, Sylvie has to come up one time, and he's still here because the wave is still being held. So now the ult is going to be used. This is a very strange lane situation that doesn't come around very often because our mid laners usually take teleport.
Yeah, that was like it's one of those very rare moments where we actually have to like really think about how much value Doran's Ring gets and how many autos he can hit without his mana to proc it off of spells. And he really wanted to get this tier last chapter back because that's going to be all of his mana problems, you know, basically relieved. Here. Revoked, removed, repealed. Because now he has, obviously, mana on levels, plus the Doran's Ring passive, and the tier is going to be stacking. So that's why you wanted to stay, to make sure he gets this back timing specifically. Catalyst, though, picked up an interim.
Yeah. As Ignite here onto Viper, but again, just throwing out Harass as Wukong is here, though, and Life is going to get rooted. He's probably going to have to flash away from the Wukong, at least. The early flash out of the brush will get him to safety.
Sylvie commits nothing here. Doesn't have level 6. So 3 summoners down here, at least for a little while longer, on the HLE bottom side. This kind of play buys a lot of space for Vital and Peter. but it is still ultimately not going to impact the rate at which Zeri is going to come online unless you get that kill, unless you can follow up with level 6. Zeka also has hit his ultimate, has that catalyst we were talking about right before that exchange. First Drake here for Viper is pretty huge. Buys him guaranteed minimum 5 minutes this game. Same to be the case, of course, of this Kassadin. So that is pretty huge, and the fact that he gets away there bottom side is making it feel like, yeah, you lose your flash his life, you didn't have heal, but so what? At the end of the day,
yeah,
he's still alive.
Still chilling in the bottom lane, and level 6 will be hit by Peter, so they could probably take advantage of that, and Life will have to play it safe down there once that actually does come through. But until then, we'll be waiting as Sylvie gonna take this early objective. Peter once again in mid lane. Both the supports are.
I like that Viper paths mid, because he wants to find out where Vital is right now. Is he coming over to assist Herald? Is he coming back to lane? I need to be ready for both. And they are trying to rush this one down here. Zeka...
This is Life with Kassadin and Zeri trying to force this first Drake fight. I am not sure about this one. Has a massive knockup into the Viego plus ultimate as Clid will flash away. Viper gonna proc the ultimate here. As in they go, lots of damage already onto this Nongshim comp as they're just trying to get away. As Zeka now even forced a flash, but they are still going in on the fight. First blood to the Gnar as Dundun incredibly strong, but eventually will be taken out.
Yeah, the setup there was really nice for Nongshim to try to hold on to this, but at the end of the day, I mean, all the CC is used kind of independent of each other, and Zeka can flash over the wall there when they commit to try to kill him, and in the middle of the fight there, Dundun is kind of left on his own. In Zeri plus Kassadin plus Viego, like these types of skirmishing comps do look much stronger in the late game, especially because Kassadin and Zeri right now are very weak, but they have great chase. And if you stick around too long and the timing is a little bit greedy, as it was for Nongshim in this case, the chase is so insanely good. Because Kassadin could chase infinitely, Zeri could chase infinitely, even though Viper's ult wasn't great. Viego is like happy.
That's exactly what we were talking about, the win more, as now, speaking of which, Zeka in a bit of trouble, the flash over from Sylvie means that he is going to collect a kill. Nicely done.
Really good call from Sylvie. He knows he has flash advantage. Zeka flashing in that last team fight. He has level 6, so should be able to close the gap. So well played here. But see how difficult it is for Nongshim to actually hold on to this? And Fiesta, spotted by Zeka, gets the gravity well early, and now they're like, okay, we can push through. Viper, not the greatest ultimate here, but he's Zeri. They have a chasing, hopping Gnar. Zeka gets over the wall, and when they turn on him, he just simply flashes away. And look at Dundun, he's like, oh, I'm just trying to put up a wall here. I'm just trying to use my Q to stop the chase, but he can't.
Yeah.
Huge win here for HLE. But after that,
this was very cute.
Level 6 flash available. And he can chase the R, or rather the, what's it, Void Walk?
Yeah. Sylvie's like, oh, there's a bunch of just so many people in our jungle at this point.
So many wards set up here for Viper and Life to push with. Setting up for the second Drake of the game here.
Remember when you could just like place a ward and at level, or yeah, at any level basically, but at like minute 5 you could just TP bot.
Yeah.
It's just like that was a thing that people would do.
It's wild.
Fun times.
And I remember when we first changed teleport and we leashed it, so to speak. I was pretty against the change because of what it meant for top lane, and I think we still feel the remnants of that to this day. But I think what it did for the rest of the game is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like in retrospect.
Would agree. As here comes Sama Life. Don't want to let them get a free Drake. At least Clid is going to threaten it, as this is 5 members of Nongshim to take the Drake. And they have vision of Clid. The one control ward, and Clid is like, you know what? Never mind. You guys can have it, as it's Ocean Soul.
And what a 1 Drake lead can afford you for HLE. You could just see it here. I mean, Kingan's just pushing top. He has a massive CS advantage. Obviously, there was a pick on to Dundun in the last Herald fight, but takes down several plates here. He doesn't have the ability to TP into the fight, so he just commits hard. And Nongshim are not willing to give a 2 Drake lead to this Kassadin Zeri composition. So Kingan gets an advantage elsewhere. On Life Esports don't have to take a fight where they're not strong enough to fight just yet because of it, but can slow it down. And it's a huge macro win for them. It's Ocean for the Soul as well, so it's going to make these Drake fights a little bit less interesting, a little bit less enticing.
Trying to land this Rift Herald. They did get that from the initial play. All things considered, Zeka is trading heavily in here. He knows he has life nearby. And with that, Nongshim will get the plates and get out of there. They're like, well, we don't want to overstay our welcome. Not in this scenario, as Sylvie may have just done that, but clones out.
Clones out.
He's playful.
Kingen.
He's trickstery.
It's just gonna walk past this turret here with Clid, who's shadowing him, and they're gonna try to take some of this jungle away, putting the pressure everywhere, but they're scaling carries.
They're trying to collapse in here, and Clid might actually just be caught out as big wild growth and an ult. A heartbreaker to break the hearts of Nongshim as they do not get the Viego kill.
Grabbing a summoner, but still, I mean, Zeka is buying time, or they're buying time for him. He's not buying the time, he's receiving it. Viper also receiving. Free farm here on the bottom side. If you get that kill as Nongshim, you feel very good, but a flash alone isn't going to be enough.
Nope. Viper's very fast. Popped the ghost. Thought maybe he was going to force an all-in, but not meant. Oh, okay. Well, he heard me. And at the end of the day, he doesn't get really anything for it except a health bar.
Kingen is smashing this lane. He's 2 levels up. Has his cleaver. His cull isn't even finished yet. It's going to get even further ahead. Once that is the case, he is 40 CS up. Doesn't get much better than this for the Gnar, which could have been a risky pick, but because of the way this draft finished up and they didn't actually grab something that could have punished it, just kind of having a field day up there on the top side. Look at the experience lead. We were talking about it, like, it's not a, oh, he's 2 levels up, but it's really like 1.1 level. No, he's about a level and a half or more up right now.
Dindin is all reliable because he's very used to sacrificing a lot and just being there for the team, right? He's like, okay, I'm going to take the hit, and here I am. You can rely on me to play the weak side and eventually do stuff later on. Depends on the champion he's playing, obviously. He's playing 0 and 7 Jax, he can split push really well. If he's playing 0-1 Sion, he can look for the engage and be a front line. But
I mean, Viper is getting a whole turret here, assisted for a second Herald. Zeka's bought his Rod of Ages. It's fairly late compared to, the speed run timer, but it's absolutely on pace for a normal game of Kassadin, right? Like, we've seen Kassadin's pick this one up insanely early if you get a triple kill like Faker did early on in the season, for example. But in this game, Zeka's like, yep, just on pace. Zeri has her first item now, got a whole turret.
There are already objective bounties in the game, by the way.
Yeah, like, this is how much gold they've been able to pick up on the map.
Yeah. Pretty insane stuff. And the game has been relatively quiet outside of some of the early skirmishes around the Rift Herald. And that's always going to feel pretty good for the Kassadin Zeri. Like, obviously, very nice front-to-back team-fighting comp that has a nice amount of scaling for Nongshim, but it's Kassadin and Zeri, right? And these two are hyper carries for a reason.
Oh, absolutely. And look at all the vision that's set up here. These 4 wards, 2 control wards at the entrance of the river in the bot lane. Ward on red, ward deep in the bottom lane means that Hanwha Life Esports can kind of take this Drake at their leisure exactly the way they want to, with no surprises, no tricks. Dindin was just pushed out of the lane, and he's going to show on top side here. Kingen has TP. Dindin does not, because he swapped his to heal with his Unsealed. So this should be Hanwha Life Esports buying, again, at least 5 more minutes of time with this Drake spawning in 15. Just isn't a teamfight setup right now for Nongshim, even with Sylvie with Flash ult. He's not in position. Where's the follow-up damage? The rotation is coming, but it's very late.
Yeah, and Vital is not doing well in this 1v1. He's getting chunked so much, but Viper may have baited himself into this. They're trying to 100-0 him. The second Cyclone comes in, and there he goes! Down goes the Zeri to the insane amount of damage from Victor at the end. Fiesta, don't know where you're going, buddy. He has some backup at least, a big chunk into the Victor.
Yeah, that was the angle for Sylvie to pick up Viper here, take out the Zeri, and now this fight is winnable. Zeka just wasn't here, and he got baited. As you said, straight up. Now Kingen has Narbar. Do you have enough damage to win this fight with a Kassadin on 2 rod stacks? A full tier, sure, but no real damage. look at the angle that Dundon's got here to block them out on the rotation.
They're trying to get in here. Okay, here comes Clit. They do spot him, though, of course, as in he goes, and that will go to the Wukong pretty simply. Hamalive just testing the waters, but not fully committing to a fight.
Yep, then look at how quickly Hanwha just instantly pushed mid. They have 2 TPs, so they can take a back timing after this. They're going to force a teleport. Fortunately for Nongshim, a little bit late on the play.
It is Dundon, so it's like kind of okay, but at the same time pretty interesting, trying to force a fight afterwards, but okay, gravity well into Zeka, so he gets held up for a little bit, but it is fine for Hanwha.
This is the kind of play that you see veteran teams in the LCK make, is just instant push mid. Like we see this all the time. You lose a Drake, just instantly push mid, right? And this is Viper getting caught, unfortunately, by his own greed. And Sylvie with the Cyclone that came through. Didn't need to flash for it, and
he's just trying to poke as much as possible before the fight, and he took it one step too far.
No. Fiesta also taking it one step too far. Gets polymorphed, will be okay. We have the decisive call to take that mid turret down. Gives Zeka so much of a larger leash, and they still have 2 TPs up. Dundon constantly having to catch waves with his TP whenever it's up. Hasn't been able to make any proactive plays with it. He is Scion, to be fair. But this means that with no TP for Fiesta, since he took Ghost, there's always traps potentially being set.
Uh-oh. Fiesta, he was doing so well until he wasn't. They're trying to collapse on this brush because Sylvie is here, and he baits himself in, it turns out, because there were 2 of them in that brush.
Scary time to be on the map as Nongshim. No deep vision. They have vision on the Raptor camp right now, a control ward there, but otherwise basically completely bind. A tri-brush ward, also not very useful here. And HLE are just 1-3-1ing like they have Baron buff, you know? They're pushing in and like, they're taking out an inner almost here just from Zeri poke alone. Zeri kills turrets very quickly when she has the, you know, ability to do so, enough of a leash to actually just push those down. And Kingen being 2 levels up, he's like, I'm going to push this as far as I can, and time is ticking against Nongshim. The clock moves ever closer to level 16 for Zeka.
Yeah, get your clocks out, get your Monkas out, remove them from the safe. All the rare ones as well, I want to see them. I don't have the Twitch chat open, but you know, somebody will see them.
Somebody's going to see them. All of the other Twitch chatters will see them.
The Twitchers.
The Twitchers.
Yeah, probably not the best. Zeka, though, still 3 levels away. Fiesta did not go Rod, which was nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen many a Victor try.
Yeah, Huni would have been tilted off the face of the planet if he did.
I think he's probably tilted anyways. This is unfortunately just a lack of vision here, and you feel safe because Sylvie's with you to shadow you on this push, but Sylvie also doesn't have the critical information.
Yeah. Lid, he is quite fed in this one. He's 2-0. He's been farming it out pretty well as well. But again, you know, like, this is Viego in the jungle. We haven't been the biggest fans because sometimes, you know, you're super squishy, you get poked out. It's like, well, what was the point anyway? You really need, like, someone to start off fights, or you need to get, like, the epic flash stun engage. Otherwise, you know, you need to get those resets. Otherwise, you're not doing too much. We'll see what Click can get done in this game.
I mean, so far it's been pretty good. His Heartbreakers have been nice.
Yep.
And I mean, he's got a Dead Man's Plate coming up here soon. He's going to be zooming.
Very speedy.
Very speedy indeed with Shirelia's too. And I mean, all I'm looking at right now is the fact that the map is in shambles. We're 4,000 gold up. And Zeka still hasn't finished his Rod. He has his Seraphs completed. He's had that for a little while now. Sork shoes. So really he just needs to hit that 14-30 mark, finish the Rod, hit 16, and then Hanwha Life Esports are ready to fight. They're ready to fight all the time. They're ready to fight on every objective, including Baron.
It's pretty interesting because, you know, when we saw the draft, you know, I kind of agreed with you. It felt like they're being pretty greedy. It felt like an ego draft, right? They're trying to, like, take too much in terms of picks that, you know, if you get behind, you're probably not going to be in a fun spot. But maybe they had a read on Nongshim. They're like, these guys are pretty passive. They're, you know, we can kind of get away with this. We see what they're picking. They have the Xayah already. They're probably going to look to scale. Let's just do it better than them and take it slow and eventually win.
Yeah.
It's kind of what's happening in this game so far.
And unfortunately with the Wukong pick here for Nongshim that they prioritize so highly, pre-6 it's hard to actually have a successful gank into these champs that have such great escape. And then when he tried to make that impact, he did get 2 kills fairly early in the game, but it was already kind of online, the HLE composition here. And it is truly ready to fight here very soon. Like, I'd say even without Zeka having 16, he's very ready to start proccing those ultimates, stacking those up. And look at the angle here for Kingen. Narbar nearly at the ready.
He had this angle with Camille in the first game, and they are going to check their flanks this time. They see
look at him go.
As well. The Drake is going to reset, and here comes Meganar. In they go. He only gets Rakan, though, as in we go into the bouncy castle as the Scion gets a massive knock-up, and Lulu Nongshim have found the angle as they just dove headfirst into a 3-foot deep pool. It's not what you want to do.
That was about as hard forced as it gets. As yeah, you have a strong cast in, you have an R-bar, but I mean, you got to hit those. You got to hit more than just a Rakan on the engage. He had flash, but Nongshim were so ready. They knew where he was. They basically pushed all the way into the red side of the jungle to make sure that Kingen wasn't going to have a major set of CC. And alone, Cassidy can't get the job done. Viper's still sitting on an item and a half. And the comp is win more in a lot of ways, like we've talked about so much since the draft, but we just kind of face plant. Like, I was like, all right, here comes Kingen. I thought he was going to flash here early. He waits so long and goes for the crush engage. And only hits Rakan. The disengage with Xayah here is so easy. Fiesta and Vital just kite back up and then turn instantly, and Viper has not enough damage at this stage in the game.
Xayah's dream fight, as you mentioned, right? Like, if you're going to dive headfirst like that, she is in heaven. Like, this is what this champ is meant to do, right?
I'm going to press R!
Yeah. Oh boy, I pressed my R button, and now there's a bunch of feathers on the ground. Oh no. It would be a shame if I just burst you down from 100 to 0, no matter how tank you are, which, I mean, he's got a chain vest. Like, he's got that going on. He's got some health. He has the cleaver, right? But now he's still going to be paper for the Xayah.
And is this win in a team fight enough for Nongshim to be ahead? No. Does it put a dent in Hanwha Life Esports' gold lead? Yes. But Viper is still just a few gold away from second item. In fact, picks it up now as I'm saying those words. Backs away. Look at Zeka. Hello, level 16. Rod just finished. And now your win conditions are really starting to come online here as HLE. But mess it up again.
Oh boy.
Good gravity field. Mess it up again though, Valdez. And you know, there is some comeback potential here. Seraphs is done for the Victor.
Yeah. There's still a high amount of burst damage potential with Xayah Victor, right? As Kingen is in no man's land, he is also mini Gnar. He is also going to use his stopwatch,
yeah,
even though it's 1v2. I suppose trying to buy time for his team to do Baron. If that was the case, then okay, you know.
Definitely wanted to go earlier, but this is a level 16 Kassadin.
Didn't buy enough time.
They decided they're not going to stick to this, as Dindin did have teleport, and they knew it. And this is really awkward here for HLE right now, you know? The team that actually normally excels at this point in the game. Sometimes they have a bit of a rocky early mid, right? Sometimes you see Viper, he's got a CS lead, but he doesn't have a massive gold advantage or anything like that.
Uh-oh. Sylvia's here, though. And, seemingly they know he's in there. As here comes the Wukong, level 16, remember. The slow is key. And now Klid is here with him. And even with the rest of Nongshim rotating, they're like sharks, man, the way that they stalk the prey.
I mean, they've just seen that HLE are trying to lick their wounds right now and get into sides, and they're pouncing big time here on these aggressive side laners, right? The soul laners are trying to push out and get a little bit more map control because they need to have it for this soul fight, because it is relevant. Especially with, you know, Fiesta being down a level here, he needs some of that extra healing stacked up and some of the extra, you know, basically the soul benefits here on this Victor to be able to compete. It's not going to be alone enough to save him, but it will be significant. As starting this one off, I think, would be a bridge too far without a little bit of additional information, especially considering King and Anzeka still have their teleports here.
King is just casually 3,000 gold ahead. That's actually, if you remove the top laners, Nongshim are ahead on it.
Yeah.
So
They're starting this now. They're going to force that TP. Kingan's Narbar already exposed, and that's what pulls the trigger for them. I think they're like, all right, Kingan can't Nar, so let's do this.
Okay, Zeka going to TP back into the fight. Feels a little bit late to steal. He's going to try anyway, and immediately Klid has to hard break out of there. As Zeka, he's in the fight, but it's, you know, you can't force it from there. Like, King is level 15. He's got GA for some reason, and now he's, you know, not able to get that flank off.
Yeah, because he showed his Nar in a side, and they just push in, and they're like, yeah, you can TP in, but you won't have your Nar bar. And you won't have any sort of vision or prio on the streak because we cleared it out. And Klid wants to steal, now has no ult, no flash. And guess what? Drake is spawning here in 20 seconds. It's the Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
And look at the item value here for Fiesta and Zeka. I mean, he's basically dead even at this point. And he's only got levels to gain here. And the Kassan doesn't win by default. You still have to have some element of control in these team fights.
Mega Gnar for Kingan again. Unfortunate timing. Now Dindin, can he get away from the Kassadin? Looks like yes, because everybody's in the pit to support. Nongshim kind of in an awkward spot though. You see they're kind of tethering off as the rest of the team is out of the pit, but Zeka just gonna poke them down casually before the fight even begins.
Zeka's angle's really good. It's really hard to lock him down right now.
Nongshim are taking way too much free damage, but Kingan nearly dies to the victor as he's trying to get into Mega Gnar, but he's almost gonna die. He's trying to run away from the Chaos Storm. It looks like he will, but man, these fights are just on a nice edge as that one goes to that, and a massive Mega in the backside. Kingan finally gets it done, and they take down the Xayah. That's exactly what Homolife Esports needed to do. As finally now they are trying to get the rest of the members. Sylvie just trying to buy time, trying to pull them away from mid. And he will buy a lot of time. Can Homolife Esports end from here? Looks unlikely, but it's still a massive victory in the team fight for them.
Yeah, 4,000 gold ahead, but the swing is going to be even bigger when they just push through and take out all these structures. Could set up a really strong 1-3-1, push all three. The bottom lane, that inner is almost dead. This one not long for this world with a Zeri here. Bam, down it goes. And topside King can just push freely. That was a really good call from Kingan. He backs out, gets his Narbar, and knows that he has Flash engaged with the GA. So he could sacrifice himself to get on top of the Xayah. And even with Sylvie trying his best to peel on the Wukong, it unfortunately isn't enough. Now HLE, I think they've essentially broken the back of Nongshim with this team fight. Zeka is also on the other side of this. Kingan's like, all right, gotta back out. Got my Gnar. And as Zeka comes in, they've set up the flank. Klid also here for Smite control. As soon as they commit to try to get the Smite on Drake, then Kingan goes in.
Vital needs to hit that Feather Storm.
Yeah, and he misses it.
He has to. Otherwise, you just die.
And even still, I mean, you're really going to have a hard time against all of this damage on this area. Like, Viper is basically untouched at this, and all of the utility here, all of the peel is used on the Gnar. And he has GA, so watch this one more time. This is Zeka's first person view. Wants a Penta.
펜타킬 뭐야? 뭐야 펜타킬 어디 갔어?
He's like, also
Why did I
it's
get a
Quadra.
Penta? Quadra. Low.
Low XD.
I like to see the confidence like that Hanwha had in that fight, though, because this game has not been an autopilot game by any means. It's been well fought, well won, and
Nongshim have found angles. Really got to give them credit, even though the mid game was kind of a disaster.
some definite errors. So you can see it right there as a whole.
Wow.
Well, if that was, so Doctor looking at the Hanwha X-ray, I'd be like, you know, maybe a little bit less risky team fighting for your Compass Online.
Yeah.
See this right here on your graph. It's very difficult to lose it from here, though, as these inhibitors are now exposed. Zeka does insane damage, has his Void Staff, and Sonya's, so hard to kill.
Yeah, he's he can just basically do whatever he wants, except dive the fountain.
Yeah,
so that there is still a lot of damage from the Xayah and the Victor, so Zeka has to respect that. But other than that, it's pretty much fine.
You could see, like, he's not even a glass cannon anymore. He's like a reinforced cannon with that Sonya's armor, and HLE unable to get any of these inhibitors, actually, with this push. I'm going to take the opportunity to back. With the Smite being secured there for Klid, Nongshim weren't able to get the Ocean Soul, but there's another fight opportunity here.
They spotted Zeka somehow. Looks like maybe he cleared a ward.
Yeah, I think so. See Sweeper just on cooldown there. Looks like you are correct. And I mean, there's still a chance. There's still hope here for Nongshim in this next fight, but Featherstorms have to be good. The pullbacks have to be clean. Sylvie needs to be able to ult the DPSs and not just a Gnar, right? As GA is coming back up, isn't ready just yet. Going to be pretty close to that objective spawning. If you go straight for Baron here, as HLE, you have great turn. They do have both Soul Laners with teleport as well. It's just really hard to find an angle as Nongshim. You're just hoping like maybe somebody overextends, maybe Kingin with no flash. He's out there a little bit too far. We pick him.
Yeah, GA is almost back.
Yeah, it's so close.
And Zeka can play point in front because he can just do this and poke and back out. So once you hit level 16, that's why it's such a, you know, if people don't know this, that's why it's such a huge spike, because the cooldown on your R is just so low. As he's trying to get into the back line now, see what he can do. Also an insane amount of poke goes into the Zhonya's. They're trying to just burst him down, but that's not enough. A ton of Xayah damage on the King, though, as that is going to be the kill. Onto Vital, first kill in this fight as the kiting back. This time from the Nongshim AD carry is good enough. Viper's trying to do his part, but can't chip through the damage of Dundun. As down goes Viper, super low. He's able to kite it back. It's into Zeka as well. They can't take down Viper either. And the kite back is good enough. And finally the cleanup comes in from Hanwha Life Esports. Dundun, the last one to survive.
Viper is insane. That engage from Peter was so clean, and Viper just dodges it perfectly. That was beautiful. I love watching that. Zeri player, one chance you have as Nongshim to lock him down and kill him. Peter sees the angle. The Viper saw it first, man. That's...
Saw the lines.
I mean, this guy is insane with his positioning. I think it's hard to say that he's not the best positioning AD carry we have in the LCK right now. Like, he just will not be caught. He will not be punished.
So slippery on the Zeri. That's going to do it, guys. Game number 2 also into the hands of Hanwha Life Esports. They get it done. They scale up with the Kassadin and the Zeri. And Nongshim, you know, they put up a good fight. Props to them. Very nice try, especially in some of those later game team fights. Vital this time around played the fight much better. Didn't quite see him at the end, but assume that, you know, I was too busy watching Viper, but assume that Zeka just, you know, did him in eventually. So, really nice try, but Hanwha Life Esports were the better team in the end.
Zeka, you know, empowered his R early and was getting fairly low on mana. I mean, not like, I mean, he was at like 60%, right? But it looked like, okay, this could be a rocky fight. We need to turn with a Zeri, and his stopwatch timing was perfect. And then there was a kind of a line that was cut between, can we focus down this Kassadin? Can we get on top of the Zeri? And they decided, like, watch this fight again. When Zeka actually has to Zhonya's, or we're skipping past that part, we're just doing the Viper.
Viper highlight reel.
And then Peter is like, okay, Root, I'm going in. Viper's flash timing here is so good. Crazy here. And he's essentially 1v3 in this fight.
Oh, and Vital tried to flash in for that, which, I mean, I don't know. It's rough to say because if he doesn't flash in, he might just die in the backline to Zeka anyway. But I think as Xayah, you got to play it a little bit slower. Either way, immaculate positioning and kiting from Viper. It's glad to see that now he's like back, because a lot of the losses for Hanwha Life, he felt like very muted. You know, he was playing well, he wasn't dying a lot, but he wasn't carrying. But in games like this, you're reminded like, oh yeah, Viper's back in Korea. This is kind of insane.
It is insane. And we have so many AD carries here in the LCK that will pop with this kind of advantage, right? You've got Viper, you've got Aiming, right? Two players in similar tiers, I'd say. You have, of course, Gumayusi, and then Pays, who now has...
You have Keria.
Yeah, wow.
Trolling, not trolling.
Trolling, not trolling, but... You know, you see players like Pays start to get their nerves. They've gotten over their nerves. They've kind of gotten used to playing on the LCK stage. Finding that. Viper, I think, had some rocky laning phases with some rocky drafts in weeks 1 and 2. But ever since week 3, and that T1 victory, the guy has just been rocketing towards the top of the charts in terms of DPS per minute. with his insane picks, right? Like his Zeri, great. The Varus, classic Viper, but even on his Draven, on his Lucian, he's putting up bigger than numbers than really anybody. And I'd say, arguably on a wider pool of champions, he's outperforming Deft in most metrics right now, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, I think you're right, Wolf, especially after like the last, like this match and also last week. I think Viper might just be our #1 AD carry in Korea at the moment. Does kind of change week by week, but it's kind of insane the stuff he's able to pull off.
I mean, what he does and what his DPS percentage is compared to players like Guma, you just see why he's so critical, why he's so important, right? And like measuring what Guma does for his team in a more well-rounded team is much more difficult to do, whereas Hunter Life Esports is so reliant on Viper's damage. Like, he is the flotation device for this team, it feels like, in a lot of these fights, where you get to the late game, and then Hanwha clutch it out, which is why Hanwha have terrible early game stats. Yeah. Their early mid-game stats are really bad, but then suddenly you see their gold spike up at the end, where Viper's like, all right, I got 3 items.
Yeah,
let's
do it.
Let's do it. It's time. The Viper ending is real.
It's becoming a thing, bit by bit.
Look at the communication from him here too, in this fight. This is the Zeka stopwatch I was talking about, and then Nongshim decided to kite to the right side here and look for a re-engage onto Viper. And it's all Peter here as the opportunity, and as you mentioned, the flash from Vital. But they just can't lock this guy down. There's the root. He's got the wild growth, and he flashes Peter, and then Vital flashes forward, but so close, yet so far. His positioning is just insane. And his reaction time as well.
Well, you talked about spiking. They did definitely do a bit of that. Better games from the side of Nongshim. You know, Fiesta had obviously a pretty good performance on the Victor, and ends up being the 2-0. You know, Hanwha Life Esports, they were supposed to win this match. Like, we expected them to win this match. We expected it most likely to be a 2-0. There were some shaky moments, but they got the job done in the end. Anything else you want to add, Wolf?
I mean, we were saying Zeka Life Esports. I think the last 2 weeks have been Viper Life Esports. So much potential in this roster. I think we wanted it to be cleaner, if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan,
sure,
but you'll take a 2-0.
Absolutely. 2-0, nothing to see here. Doing that to Troll Wolf. If you watch Challengers, you would know. Either way, guys, we are going to hand it over to the space. We are done here. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day as per usual. And yes, clean 2-0, nothing to see here. Just as we'd expect from a team with 3 world champions in it. You know, just absolutely beautiful. As you can see, haven't annotated anything on the draft. Gorgeous draft. We loved it.
I was hoping the single would come to me and I could stare disappointedly into the camera, but I'm doing it to the camera over there now because
I felt it. I felt you being disappointed.
You could feel it in my soul because the Zeri Lulu completely fine. We know what this combination can do. Seen it countless times. Can actually win lane like they did early on here, and obviously the control is amazing. But then what you draft around it really matters. And this Viego to me is it got a good KDA, but into a face-up Xayah Rakan already. And it only got worse from there, right? Because there was Victor and Cyan at it as well. But like the Viego this early on to me just doesn't make any sense. I would much rather see, I don't know, even like this is kind of out there, but like even a Jarvan would make more sense to me. Because like I don't love Jarvan into Xayah, but at the very least you can keep her locked in, right? You can Cataclysm, and then she has to actually get out. It's a lot harder. Yeah. Jarvan on the current patch is a lot better. So the Viego pick to me was like really a big no-no. And then the Kassadin was disrespectful because it does really showcase that you were like, hey, you're not going to push any mid-game leads, which was true, and it worked out well. But like with most of this draft, if you do this against a better team, you're going to be in deep trouble. The Cyan, unfortunately, as much as I love Dundun Cyan, can't pick that into Nar with health damage when unmatched, which should happen because right now that's the state of top lane. Will completely shred you, and that's what Kingen did.
Yeah, and he also built the Black Cleaver first.
Yeah,
well, so you had even more.
Didn't love that. The Kassadin they got away with, so it was fine. But yeah, cast in Viego against a better team. I don't think you win this match, but individually, Humble Life is just so much better.
They certainly were. Vital did have some moments. The Xayah at the end of the game did become a bit of a threat, but let's have a look here as we do skip forward quite a few minutes in this one, as this...
It's dead even up until this point. And
exactly, and this was a rough time.
you give a Xayah and Victor, and Wukong and Cyan, you know, but like just those two already, a fight into a choke point, and it's a disaster, unsurprisingly. Fortunately for Humble Life, they don't lose anything too pivotal off of this, and this is really where, to me, the difference comes in as well. The fact that Nongshim gets a decisive fight win like this and then doesn't actually turn it into that much, right? Like, they don't really get a Baron, they don't really get as much out of their gold, and when we go to the second replay, we're going to see again that this team very clearly just is still learning the very basics of League, even though they have some nice team fighting. When it comes to the actual execution is where they get into trouble, because if they just got Baron here, right? If they,
and this is the next Drake. So
yeah, if we pause it here, and we look at the side, you can literally, if you shove in bot, if you shove in top, you can either rotate back through the fog back towards the dragon, or you just keep pushing, because who cares? It's a second Drake.
Yeah,
right?
And so it's an Ocean Drake as well.
And it's not a soul point, it doesn't matter. And this is the type of inexperience that you'd expect to see from a Challengers team, and this is the moments where Humble Life is decidedly better. But the reason why we're always kind of, as we can play it on, the reasons why we're kind of hammering or really trying to make very clear that these are the type of mistakes that you probably won't get away with against better teams is because if you don't get these heroic plays and Nongshim actually just shove out, get a bigger gold lead, you're probably not going to win the game.
Yeah, if Kingen had died there, it could have also been one of those points, even if his GA goes down, right?
This is
maybe then he can't get this play.
Right, we have the beautiful engage. We have Zeka at the ready. And Viper's positioning, as mentioned by the cast repeatedly, is immaculate. So it ends up working out. But we hold Humble Life to a high standard, which I think we should. And we see as well how mechanically skilled the players are, right? So I would just love to see them try and push that in a much more forward and offensive fashion, as opposed to this very kind of laid-back attitude that they seem to have, because that's what got them into trouble against KT and against some of our better teams.
No, exactly right. And of course, this is a team that was able to take down T1. We do have high expectations for them, but now it is time for the POG. Let's see who picks it up, whether it is the positioning god himself, and it will be Viper. Picks up his 5th POG so far this year, 500 points for the man, and I believe that makes it back-to-back for today's series.
It was, and if it wasn't for Viper, even with a fat Kassadin, I wouldn't have been surprised if they lost this game. They got in really deep trouble towards the end. This was what we initially had for highlights, just a really well-done fight, very early on, able to secure a big lead. The one moment in the game where the Viego was good, but this is the fight that actually won them the game, right? And Vital tries to go for the kill here. Also, shout-outs to Life being able to keep him alive there.
Yeah,
but if
and also Viper's flash.
Well, in general, the flash predicts. If Viper doesn't play the fight that well and dies there, then they lose the game.
Yeah.
Right? Because the team fight's wiped and they run towards mid. And we go to game number 3, but instead, his immaculate positioning and team fighting, enough to pull them through. And yeah, I'm kind of on board with it. I think Zeka had a good game as well. Don't mind the votes for him. But it's looking more and more like, unless we get specific situations, it's just about, can Viper carry in a team fight?
And look, we've seen Viper Life Esports before, and I guess we're seeing it again. And speaking of which, it is time for the interview, so let's throw it over to Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the POG interview, and we are here joined by the solo POG on the side of Hana Life Esports, Viper. This is the 5th one of the split, and you are the solo POG today, and you got 5 POG so far. 2nd place on the leaderboard. Yeah, I made a huge jump in the POG standings, so it feels amazing. Well, game number 1, it took a bit of a while for Hana Life Esports to get accelerated. And you did more than 1k damage per minute in that game. Did you know that? Absolutely not. So you were able to showcase a great performance, and we haven't really seen Zig's Varus matchup on the bottom lane. What do you think about that? I cannot really say game 1 was a stomp, And speaking of the bottom lane matchup, it was pretty, famous back in the days. But right now, there's like no reason to play Ziggs right now. You said game number 1 was not a stomp. I think it's mostly because, Nongshim were able to get some lead based on their poke damage, especially in the mid lane, mid wave. So what did you focus on as the opponent was having the control? Our comp didn't really have a lot of tools to initiate. We had to rely on our mechanics, they had better range compared to us. So we were like, if we play well and if we play good, we'll be able to win. It was a little bit of a dicey comp, I would say. What about your Varus performance? Well, to be honest, it was not about Varus like carrying the entire game. I think Camille, Azir, other picks were actually setting up for me. And then game 2, we had Viego, Kassadin, and also Zeri, which was showing us a hint of a very late game. Can you tell us more about that comp? Was that from the players or the coaches? Well, like game 1 and game 2, it was pretty obvious that they were not, Nongshim was not trying to go for Varus. So it was a bit obvious that they were avoiding Varus, so we wanted to draft around Zeri instead. And Hana Life, so far throughout the Spring Split, kind of always went for the late game. Does that mean you are feeling a bit more pressure as a damage carry? Well, not really, because I played Draven several times. The game gets longer, it's not because of our comp, it's just like the game just gets longer and then we're playing the late game. It's not about, we are intentionally going for the late game draft. And then we saw Xayah Rakan making a comeback in the LCK. How do you rate this duo right now? I think Xayah is a decent pick into Zeri, to be honest. So we were expecting some Xayah in this patch, and I think Rakan is mostly because of maybe the synergy with Wukong. But if you go for Xayah Rakan, Xayah cannot really scale well, because right now in the jungle, well, it's like Sejuani and Wukong. So she can actually like have a bit of more tools to survive from them, but Xayah Rakan together doesn't really buy more space for Xayah to scale better. How was laning against Xayah then? It was really not that difficult. It was just someone pushes and the other one just farms and the other way around. And speaking of mechanics, we had some fierce team fight around the Baron. Let's take a look at this. Zeri was in a very risky position, but you didn't die here. You were keep doing damage in this kind of a dicey situation. Wukong actually dived in, in a very risky angle. So I was like, this is our team fight. We're gonna win it no matter what. And then Nar just died. He just got popped. So it was a bit risky for us, but luckily enough, we were able to win this team fight. But I was like, if we actually let them get away without a team fight, the next team fight would be even harder. So I really wanted to commit to this team fight no matter what. And this is the end of the first round robin for Hana Life Esports. You guys were able to win the final match of the first round. So how do you look back at the first round robin? We left so much to be desired. There were so many games, so many matches that we could have won, but we lost them. And I'm so bummed about that. Then what is your mindset for the second round? In the second round, we have to beat every single team we were not able to take down in the first round, and I want to make a perfect run for the second round robin. Anything you would like to tell your fans out here? Thank you for supporting us throughout the first round robin, and we will come back with a lot more stable performance. This will be the end of the interview from Viper from Hana Life, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun. Absolutely fantastic to hear from Viper and Chronicler. Let's check out the standings together, shall we? And see what has changed. Nongshim have saved DRX from last place by taking up that mantle themselves.
Unfortunately for Nongshim, their plight has not ended yet. Not surprising for a team that was expected to be towards the lower regions. Important for Hanwha as well to get the 2-game or the 2-0 here. If they would have gone to an additional game, they really need as many as they can get to catch up to D+ and KT, right? Because in terms of overall score, they're not too far off, but those individual games can really matter. So not getting any dropped games, you're getting a quick 2-0. Very, very nicely done.
It absolutely is. And our next matchup, as this is the round out of the first round robin, these are really important games. As Gen.G up against Kwangdong Freaks, if they lose to them in the first round robin, they'll be behind KT. Crazy things could occur here. Bro versus DK, although a difficult one for Bro, definitely pivotal there as well, getting up to 4 wins. Will be able to give them some playoff hopes.
We'll see if the curse for D+ still exists. Because they were favorites many times before.
Yep, Bro just somehow, sometimes manages to make it work. We'll see whether they actually do in tomorrow's match. But for today, we are done. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
Penta Gilbert, God, I love this player. Kwangdong Freaks is so good.
Freon has been the gatekeeper of the west side of the bracket. Freon plays is defined by Monkey and Henna.